The story begins in an ancient castle, its exterior covered in snow, with white flakes falling all around the cold, desolate space. Amidst the quiet night, a heart-wrenching cry for father echoes. The man with sharp eyes and a noble demeanor is none other than Duke Sophiel, the lord of the Sophiel estate. The tale speaks of a foolish woman, scorned for her wicked behavior, mocked at home for her cruelty, and whose death was as laughable as her life. It was a terrible revenge from her brother, who is none other than Ravi Sophiel, the second son of Duke Sophiel. It's tragic how she died, being used in her brother's revenge. While her brother was tied up, she wept and begged, and the cold Duke Sophiel, standing opposite her, asked, "How dare you two harm my eldest son? I cannot overlook this crime. Guards, take them away." And in the end, the conclusion of this chilling tale is mostly ending in the hands of this person, none other than Ludwig Sophiel, the eldest son of Duke Sophiel. Her desperate voice echoed before her older brother's sharp sword, "I didn't mean to kill you, brother. Please save me." But her pleas stopped right before the blade. A swift slash, followed by fresh blood, and her consciousness faded into eternity, only for her to suddenly wake up in a bed. She gasped, holding her exhausted face, thinking, "Damn, the way I died today was so bloody. But at least I wasn't guillotined." It seemed the earlier scenes were just a dream. She seemed to understand she was dreaming, but the fear from the dream still affected reality. Looking at the mysterious woman in front of her, she asked, "What do you think?" Then she stepped off the bed and continued, "I understand I can see ghosts, but why the hell have I been dreaming this same dream for 20 years? Just then, lightning flashed outside, illuminating the room. Calmly, she looked at the shadow in front of her and asked, "Do you know why?" Though, after all, the shadow was just a ghost. Yes, it was the completely transparent figure of an old woman. The story began when the girl started seeing ghosts at age 5, right after her mother died. Many ghosts appeared, headless ones, long-tongued ones, but even though she witnessed many horrifying ghosts, she was never scared. Even if she was scared, it was rare for ghosts to harm people. Thankfully, her childhood passed without too much disturbance. A new day started with work at a film set. This was the broadcasting room of Company A, with cameras carefully placed around. She walked ahead, while a man hurriedly ran after her. The scene paused when the call for cut rang out, and the director thanked her, "Miss Sia, thank you for your hard work. Today was amazing, and you didn't make any mistakes. Working with you, Miss Sia, is always pleasant. You truly are the nation's actress," the director praised while a staff member touched up her makeup. Sia smiled and thanked them. As the nation's actress, an action star with a sky-high paycheck, such a description sounded wonderful. This was her career, a career she built since the age of 14. Just then, a voice called out her name. The beautiful Sia turned and saw a shabby-looking girl named Kai-hun. Kai-hun scratched her head and smiled, saying, "Thanks to you, I had a great time." Sia, confused, asked, "What are you doing here? Aren't you on break visiting your hometown?" Kai-hun replied, "I just arrived in Seoul today, so I came to thank you." Kai-hun's face softened with gratitude. "Thank you for the funeral wreath. Thanks to you, I could send my grandma off properly." Sia nodded and replied, "It's nothing. I was just curious because things didn't go well for you that day." Kai-hun smiled and said, "I heard you're good at predicting the future, Miss Sia. I never thought you could foresee my grandma's funeral." Sia, feeling awkward, chuckled and thought to herself, "Actually, your grandma's spirit came to my house and begged for my help all day. I had no other choice. Do you know how many nights I stayed up despite my packed schedule? But since they had worked together for a long time, she didn't hesitate to help." Thinking about this, she forced a smile while listening to Kai-hun continue. "Oh, by the way, like you said, I dug near the yellow rose bush by my grandma's house." Kai-hun's tone became serious as she recounted, "I found a jar of money and a letter written by my grandma. After reading it, I realized it was her will, leaving all her assets to me. Because of this, Kai-hun looked at Sia with pure admiration. Sia could only respond with a few words, well, I guess I'm lucky with treasure hunts. Interesting. But in reality, it was Kai-hun's grandma's ghost nagging Sia that pushed her to help. Reflecting on the deep love the ghost had for her granddaughter, Sia felt both pity and the urge to flee, so she quickly said goodbye. Sensing her hurry, Kai-hun agreed. Just as Sia walked away, a cold wind blew from behind, accompanied by a distant voice, making her freeze in place. Thank you so much. Please take care of Kai-hun for me. Startled, Sia turned around and asked, is she gone? The words floated in the wind, disappearing into the unknown. Goodbye. Sia's work continued as usual. She was now changing for the next scene, taking a quick break in the makeup room. The intense work pace left her breathless, and she really needed to rest. Leaning back in the chair, she slowly closed her eyes and thought, I think I could sleep better if I didn't keep dreaming that same dream. But for some reason, every time she closed her eyes, she dreamed of it. It was a dream of a girl who died tragically, over and over again. And every time that girl died, Sia would wake up in the real world. This time, however, the dream felt different. Sia was shocked to realize something wasn't right. The girl had died, but she still couldn't wake up. It seemed like a terrifying pair of eyes was staring at her. Panic surged within her, and she screamed into the eerie void, no. Someone is watching me. I need to wake up, I need to wake up. Wake up now. Perhaps her desperate will had worked. As she jolted awake from the nightmare, even though she was awake, Sia's body trembled uncontrollably. What the hell was that? She wondered. In the past, the dreams always ended when the girl died. But today, Sia had seen the girl's corpse. This strange occurrence left Sia deeply anxious, but she had to suppress her turmoil and continue working. As she walked out of the makeup room, she thought to herself, I've never been scared of ghosts before, but those eyes, they were filled with anger and sorrow. The director, seeing her approach, smiled and asked, Miss Sia, you're early. Should we start filming now? Though surprised, Sia nodded in agreement. The next scene was a classic one, a girl attending a party with the male lead as his date, acting as his secretary. It was a simple scene, so Sia figured it would go smoothly. But things didn't go as planned. The chandelier above her head began to sway dangerously. Before anyone could react, it came crashing down right on top of Sia. Naturally, she couldn't avoid it, so the chandelier completely knocked her out, blood splattering everywhere. Someone screamed in terror, quick, call an ambulance. Minnie is losing a lot of blood. In her painful unconsciousness, Sia's awareness seemed to leave her body. She weakly saw a figure, a woman, smiling at Sia's miserable state. Was that herself? Sia wondered. Realizing her situation, she angrily shouted, These ghosts have messed with me long enough. In the end, I'll die because of them. Please, just take everything back. Undo that saying about ghosts rarely harming people. Suddenly, the surroundings completely changed in an instant. Sia, bewildered, looked around the unfamiliar room. Why do I feel so light? Is there something wrong with my face? I'm not bandaged up. Was the chandelier falling just an illusion? She muttered, rubbing her head and checking her body repeatedly. But when she looked into the mirror by the bedside table, Sia was utterly shocked. She saw the face of the woman from her dream. Just as Sia was struggling to understand what was happening, the door suddenly opened, and a man's voice rang out, I told you to eat breakfast on time. Do you think I'm joking? Sia was horrified when she saw the young man with blonde hair standing in front of her, because she realized this was Ravi. Faced with this unfamiliar situation and a person she had seen in her dreams, Sia froze, trying to process all the terrifying information. Am I still dreaming? And in this dream, I am Camilla Sofiel, the young lady of the Duke's house. Seeing her remain silent, her brother Ravi coldly turned and spoke harshly. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow me. His attitude annoyed her, and she thought, why is he so grumpy right when we meet? Why does he always give orders? There's something I've always wanted to do when I see this guy. He feels inferior, so he wants to use Camilla to kill the firstborn of this family. As the second son of Duke Sofiel, he's a nuisance. Without hesitation, Camilla, with Sia's soul, rushed up and gave her brother a hard knock on the head. Ravi was so stunned by the hit that he didn't understand what had just happened. From the moment she met him, Sia had always wanted to knock this jerk on the head. Why did she suddenly want to hit Ravi? Well, anyone who dreamt this for 20 years would do the same. Ravi and Camilla's mother remarried the Duke. Ravi became the second son of the Sofiel family. Although he had some talent in magic, he could never compare to the eldest son, Ludwig, of this family. As his inferiority grew, Ravi even plotted to assassinate Ludwig. He was crazy enough to use his own younger sister, his unnoticed little sister. He turned her into a tool for murder by manipulating and deceiving the ugly duckling Camilla. Sia had always been enraged whenever she saw the pitiful Camilla die because of his schemes. The more she looked at him, the angrier she became, really wanting to punch him in the face. As for Ravi, still recovering from the shock, he muttered, What the hell, how dare you? Facing him, Sia, in Camilla's body, immediately tapped into her masterful acting skills, her eyes welling up with tears. I'm so sorry, brother. What did I just do? I thought this was all just a dream, because I'm still half asleep. Seeing his bewildered face, Sia laughed inwardly. What are you planning to do, staring at me like that? I said I was half asleep, so you can't do anything to me. Just as she expected, Ravi, though furious, nodded. You must not be fully awake yet. Inwardly, he was confused, thinking, she wouldn't hit me on purpose when she doesn't even dare to scold the servants. But how is she this strong? Shaking off those crazy thoughts, he stormed out angrily. Anyway, hurry up and change. We'll be late because of you. His cold words only fueled Sia's rage, as she thought. He's never cared about me. He's just trying to impress the Duke. Either way, in the end, he dies along with Camilla. With that fleeting thought, the two of them walked through the palace hallway. Up until now, Sia still couldn't fully grasp whether she was dreaming or experiencing something strange. Because even in her dreams, this was the first time she had a direct perspective. In previous dreams, it was as if she were a third party watching the whole scene. But now, she had truly become Camilla. If it were like before, she could only observe without controlling Camilla, as she wished, like beating up Ravi. In this strange situation, could this have something to do with that ghost that looked like her when she was on the verge of death? With these chaotic thoughts, Sia entered the room where a man was already seated. It was Duke Sofiel, the father of both of them. Ludwig's chair at the dining table was empty. And from this detail, Sia realized this was the period when the rebellion was raging in the west. Ludwig would soon return with a glorious victory, which was the reason Ravi's inferiority complex would begin to spiral out of control. But it would be a big problem if she couldn't wake up from this dream. Thinking of this, Sia secretly glanced at the Duke, her father. He always had a cold gaze, and she had died countless times before because of it. If she got stuck in this dream, she might die again. Once both children were seated at the table, Duke Sofiel spoke coldly, You're late. The father's remark immediately startled Ravi, who was about to explain. But before he could say anything, he was stunned when he heard the words, I'm sorry, from beside him. Camilla smiled sweetly and said to her father, I'm terribly sorry, father. I didn't sleep well last night, so I woke up late. The Duke glanced at his daughter without responding, but thought to himself, she's usually silent during meals, but today seems different. At that moment, the breakfast dish was pushed forward by the maid. The maid smiled as she placed the dish in front of Camilla. "Here's your meal, miss." Outwardly, her tone was kind, but as she turned away, the maid revealed a malicious smile. Of course, with Sia's soul, she clearly sensed what was happening. Camilla had been bullied by the maids for a long time. Who would have thought they'd dare act this way at the dining table? Calmly cutting the steak into small pieces, Sia thought, "Disgusting maid, keep smiling. We'll see who's laughing tomorrow." What kind of dish have they prepared this time? Meat as salty as the sea or a mountain of pepper? After slicing the steak into bite-sized pieces, Camilla suddenly and sweetly offered the plate to her father. "Father, I was late today, so I want to make it up to you. I've cut the steak for you, please enjoy it." Not only was the Duke surprised by his daughter's gesture, but Ravi was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Is she even in her right mind? But despite his shock, the Duke accepted his daughter's gesture and agreed to eat. The small, juicy steak piece entered his mouth. As soon as his tongue tasted it, the Duke's face darkened. Meanwhile, Sia, in Camilla's body, calmly sat down, thinking, the trap has been set, and now. Immediately remembering something, she stood up in a panic. "Oh my God, father. I forgot. Wait, don't eat it yet." Her voice became weak and trembling. "I'm sorry, let me eat it instead. Please give it to me, father." Seeing his daughter's pitiful reaction and hearing her fragile voice, the Duke's face darkened even more as he questioned, "Camilla, this isn't the first time you've eaten something like this, is it?" Thanks to her exceptional acting skills, Sia successfully built an image of a pitiable and resigned girl in the Duke's eyes. But now, she could act freely. Unlike the foolish Camilla, Sia couldn't tolerate anyone messing with her food like this. And why did Camilla usually eat so little at every meal? She had to let this family know. Thinking this, she stammered, "Father, those dishes." The Duke, partly understanding the situation, didn't want to listen any further and coldly said, making the nearby maid feel like she was falling into an ice cave. "We'll discuss this later, after we deal with those who dared tarnish the Duke's name." Seeing her father so furious, Camilla was inwardly delighted, grinning wickedly in her heart. For the sake of the family, he would even kill his own child. Of course. The maids wouldn't be spared either. Those filthy pests deserved their fate. Time passed, and a week later, Camilla sat quietly in her room, depressed. She wondered if, after coming this far, she could still wake up. Why haven't I woken up yet? Why am I still in Camilla's body? Could it be that I've died in reality, and have fallen into eternal sleep? Or am I just in a coma? Just then, Donna, the maid of the Sofio household with her lovely purple hair, walked in smiling. "My lady, you're awake. I heard you haven't been eating properly lately." Faced with Donna's fiery enthusiasm, Camilla could only awkwardly smile. He, I just haven't had much of an appetite." After last week's dinner incident, the Duke had ordered the kitchen to carefully prepare meals that Camilla could eat. The maid who bullied Camilla was also fired without any severance pay. Now, what she needed to do was figure out how to wake up from this hellhole. With a pounding headache, Camilla responded to the maid, "I'll eat later." Hearing this, Donna became even more worried and firmly said, "What do you mean, my lady? You've been skipping meals. The head chef himself has come today." "Oh, he's here again, is he?" At the mention of him, Camilla's anger surged. Throughout the week, she had realized something different from her previous dreams. The head chef brought his most confident dish today, a fruit cake, for Camilla to try. But in her eyes, she heard a chilling sound next to him. "How many times have I told you? When cooking, think of the person eating first." But it seemed the head chef couldn't hear the strange voice at all. A spirit appeared right beside him, nagging endlessly, "Camilla doesn't like apples. Don't you know that? And this cake is missing 1 gram of cinnamon. Shame on you for being my apprentice. You're trash in the culinary world." The spirit kept scolding, but the head chef, oblivious, said confidently to Camilla, I'll be back after you finish this, my lady. After scolding his apprentice, the spirit turned to Camilla and yelled, "You agree, don't you, Camilla?" As for Camilla, she completely pretended to ignore the spirit's presence. Even though it was noisy and annoying, she had to let it go. The bigger question was, how could she see ghosts with someone else's eyes? The scene shifted to Faber Academy, where two male students were chatting. "Do you know her? Camilla of the Sofio family, that girl who's been chasing after Pedro like crazy. There are so many rumors, don't you know? I heard she stole Beatrice's scarf and got caught red-handed. Creepy, isn't it? She always looks so gloomy, like a stalker. Last time, she caused a scene at a party, even grabbed the head of the lady Pedro was escorting. That's why she's called a fake lady." The boy beside him quickly nudged the blonde guy, signaling him, "Hey, watch your mouth, or the Duke will have your head." At that moment, the blonde boy spotted a figure ahead and revealed a look of fear, stunned. His face turned pale, as if he'd seen a ghost. He hurriedly pushed his friend beside him and started walking in another direction. "Hey, let's turn back and go the other way. Are you blind? The guy in front of us is infamous for his terrible personality. He's one of the third-generation sons of the Duke. His name is Asian Sephra, a guy with an incredibly handsome face, jet black hair, and cold, indifferent eyes. The first time the head chef tasted his master's dish, it was like sunshine burst in his heart. Since then, he believed that creating delicious food could bring such joy. The apple pie his master taught him to make was the core of his life as a chef. However, reality was completely different from that dream. The head chef's face darkened as he realized the young lady was still refusing to eat his apple pie. "My lady, haven't you finished eating yet?" Looking at the untouched food on the table, frustration bubbled inside him. She's not even a real noblewoman, so why is she being so picky? Just eat whatever you're given. Thinking that, he stubbornly brought out his prized apple pie and told Camilla, "I heard you didn't like the previous dish, so I brought something new. I put a lot of heart into this apple pie. Please try it, my lady." Internally, he was thinking she should be grateful to taste his work. The spirit of the master chef standing beside him trembled in rage at this attitude and behavior. He pounded his chest and shouted, "I told you Camilla hates apples, you idiot apprentice." That spirit was the former head chef of the Sofio household, named Perry. No one could hear the ghost's shouts, but Camilla heard them loud and clear. Though she had encountered many rude people in the entertainment industry, she didn't care much. But now, what kind of ghost is this? It's too noisy. He just kept nagging his apprentice, who couldn't hear a thing. Unable to bear the noise any longer, Camilla took the apple pie. "Fine, I'll take a bite." Gracefully, she took a piece and placed it in her mouth. The rich flavor of fresh apples immediately exploded. But a second later, Camilla coldly dropped the fork back onto the plate. Without hesitation, she turned away and bluntly said, "It's not good. I'm not eating anymore." Her comment shocked the head chef. What? How could that be? Do you know what kind of apple pie this is? It's the recipe from my master. The former head chef. Before he could finish, Camilla coldly cut him off. "This pie is missing 1 gram of cinnamon. You think it's fine for something as basic as this? And by the way, shouldn't you consider the eater's preferences? I don't like apples at all. If no one can eat it, then this dish is nothing but garbage." Facing her words, the head chef stood frozen in shock. He was horrified, recalling his master's scoldings from years ago. His master had said the exact same words. Swallowing his confusion and determined not to lose, the head chef turned and left. "I'll return later, my lady." She waved him off and then glanced at the spirit beside her, "And I hope you leave as well." Hearing this, the head chef's soul was startled, turning to look, and then he caught the direct gaze of the young lady. The head chef immediately screamed in fear, "Are you talking to me? Can you see me?" Camilla, feeling a headache, pulled the blanket over her head and replied, "Oh, I don't know, I'm going to sleep." The head chef's soul was stunned by the wind, unsure of what to say. A while later, in another room, he found his old friend and complained, "I'm telling the truth, no lies. That child spoke directly to me." Opposite the head chef was another soul, Daryl, the former butler of the Sofio family. Hearing the head chef's words, Daryl muttered in thought, mentioning the name Lady Camilla. Perry, standing nearby, laughed and teased, calling her lady, huh? "Do you think you're still the butler of this house?" Daryl shrugged, "Being dead doesn't mean you lose your title. But it's strange. The young lady never acted like she saw us before. Maybe it's just a coincidence." Being doubted by his friend, the head chef, Perry, immediately denied. "No way," she looked straight at me. Judging by the head chef's tone, it didn't seem like he was lying. Daryl mysteriously commented, "Well, let's wait and see. We've got nothing but time." And so, the two of them huddled together to play chess while observing the situation. Time passed, and days later, Camilla continued pacing around her room, exuding an aura of despair. Things had gotten serious. She guessed that she could no longer return to reality. So, should I think of a way to survive? But how do I do that now? Her constant worries made it impossible for her to sit still, and she spun around the room in frustration. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table and resolutely told herself, "First, at least I need to change my reputation a bit." In the dream, when Camilla didn't help Ravi execute his plot to kill Ludwig, no one listened to her because they had witnessed things incorrectly. Obviously, that was expected since her usual behavior had been terrible. But for now, I should win over Duke Sofio, right? She was deep in thought, while the head chef sat beside her, constantly staring. Suddenly, his soul floated closer and mysteriously asked, "Hey, you can hear me, right? Look at me. Weren't you trying to talk to me last time?" He kept babbling, but Camilla was entirely absorbed in her own world, wondering how she could build her reputation through the Duke. She wished she could have controlled this body before Camilla grabbed that kid's hair at the party. The head chef, sitting beside her, continued making funny noises to get her attention. "Hello. Yoo-hoo. I know you can see me. Hey, Camilla, are you listening?" His buzzing was no different from a mosquito constantly buzzing in her ear, driving her insane with annoyance. Unable to take it any longer, she furiously shouted, "Damn it, so what if I can see you? What do you want from me? You're disturbing me, so stop it. I'm telling you now, if you want me to relay a message or fix your problems, no matter how much you regret it, I won't help. I'm too busy." Faced with her outburst, the two old ghosts continued laughing together. Unbelievable. She can actually see us. And hear us too, right? This is unreal. They totally ignored what she said. If this continued, she'd end up becoming a ghost like them. What on earth was this world? While the two old souls were still excited about finding someone who could see them after all these years, Camilla slumped on the bed, sighing. Frustrated, she muttered to herself, "How am I supposed to know what the Duke likes?" At that moment, the butler's voice sounded next to her, startling her, wondering what the Duke likes. "Oh, we know that very well. I worked here long before the Duke was even born." Perry, the head chef, nodded in agreement, "Me too. Back when the Duke was young, he was so picky with food. But those days were fun. Should we give you some advice?" Camilla stared at the two souls in front of her, her eyes gradually lighting up as she smiled. "Yes, please tell me." The scene shifted to the large garden inside the mansion. Duke Peter, in a rare moment of free time, was strolling and musing, "It's been a while since I walked here." At that moment, the Duke's eyes caught the lovely figure of his daughter, Camilla, fiddling with something in the beautiful flower field. "Is that Camilla?" The lovely girl was hugging fresh bouquets of flowers while humming a melody. Watching his daughter's actions, the Duke was startled, thinking, is she planning to destroy the flowers again, like last time? I don't know why, but she ruined the entire rose garden last time. Although I can replant them, the mist flowers are a different story. Panicking, the Duke rushed over, grabbed his daughter's shoulders, and asked, Camilla, what are you doing here? Startled by her father's worried expression, Camilla blinked and innocently looked at him. I'm picking flowers, father. Her sincere answer left the Duke speechless. Yes, father, I'm picking flowers to decorate your room. Don't you like mist flowers? Hearing his daughter's words, coupled with her sweet, obedient demeanor, the Duke was utterly bewildered. You mean, for my room? Camilla smiled and replied, yes, father. As she spoke, she quietly observed her father's expression. It was amusing to see his completely shocked face. Oh, my dear Duke father, from now on, accept your daughter's filial piety. Father, I plan to decorate your room. You like mist flowers, don't you? The Duke was still baffled by his daughter's words. Seeing her father's surprised look, Camilla's eyes welled up with tears as she pitifully asked, did I overstep my boundaries by doing this? Faced with her pitiful appearance, the Duke shook his head, do whatever you want. Camilla immediately smiled brightly, thank you so much, father. I'll put them in a vase and bring them to you. It should be mentioned that the Duke's late mother loved mist flowers, and she used to take care of the mist flower garden, which is why the Duke had such a special affection for them. After finishing, the butler's ghost curiously floated closer and asked, does the Duke like it? Camilla smiled and nodded, yes, I think he does. His eyes were definitely different from the indifferent look he usually had. Even though he still appeared cold as ever, with her sharp intuition, Camilla, along with the spirit seer, sensed something had changed. Perhaps the father-daughter relationship couldn't be repaired immediately, but there was still hope. Thinking this, Camilla stood in front of a door and opened it. Now, let's move on to the next step. Time passed, and a week later, in the Duke's office, his assistant, Chester, was reporting the situation. Ludwig has achieved great success once again, Your Grace. That's excellent. Here are the related documents, Chester said. Hearing the news of his son's achievements, the Duke remained calm, showing no emotion. His mind now seemed to be focused on the flower pot placed on his desk. Since the day he met his daughter in the garden, she had been consistently placing fresh flowers there every day. Thinking of his daughter, the Duke casually asked his assistant, has Camilla been eating well lately? Since the Duke had never shown interest in this matter before. His assistant, Chester, was caught off guard. When asked now, Chester didn't know how to respond, making the Duke slightly irritated. Chester immediately panicked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I'll find out right away. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the butler, are you, entered. Sir, it's me, are you? I thought you'd be here, so I came prepared. He then pushed in a trolley full of delicious food. Chester nodded with a smile. I thought the Duke might be quite hungry by now. You arrived at just the right time. A beautiful, steaming hot bowl of soup was placed on the table along with some other dishes. The Duke, indeed hungry, got up from his chair and approached the table. Noticing the butler's persistent gaze on him, the Duke curiously asked, why are you standing there and looking at me like that? The butler, are you, awkwardly shook his head, ha ha, nothing at all, Your Grace. Please, don't mind me. With that, the Duke scooped a spoonful of soup and brought it to his mouth to taste. The moment the soup touched his tongue, he was so stunned that he froze in place. The flavor. This was the very taste he had once loved, a taste that reminded him of his distant past and of the chef, Perry. Reflecting on this, the Duke, while savoring the soup, asked aloud, has the head chef finally managed to recreate Master Perry's soup? The butler, are you, standing beside him, shook his head, no, Your Grace, this soup wasn't made by the head chef. Surprised, the Duke immediately asked, if not the head chef, then who made it? The butler chuckled and replied, Your Grace, Lady Camilla made this soup herself. This information shocked the Duke even more. He stared at the bowl in front of him, wondering, did Camilla really cook this soup? It wasn't just the Duke, even the seasoned head chef was completely floored by the dish that Camilla had prepared. The flavor was rich and golden, exactly like the soup that Master Perry had once made. The head chef was dumbfounded. How could the young lady recreate this flavor? Seeing the chef's stunned expression, Camilla asked playfully, "So, how does it taste?" At her words, the head chef snapped back to reality and asked in shock, "How did you make this? How is this even possible?" The ghost of the late Chef Perry, floating beside him, burst out laughing. The reason Camilla was able to do this was simple. Who else but the ghost of the late chef could have helped her? The soup tasted exactly like his because it was Perry himself who had cooked it. Ever since Camilla could see his ghost and move freely, she had allowed him to possess her and cook through her. In the past, when Perry had passed away suddenly, the current head chef had said he never got the recipe for the soup. How would he react now? As the head chef stood there in shock, Camilla suddenly called out to him, making him jump. "Chef, we made a bet, didn't we? What was the deal if I cooked a dish that satisfied you?" Hearing these words, the head chef seemed to shrink back in fear. Camilla flashed him a frightening smile. "So, should I crane my neck any longer to look at you? It's starting to hurt, you know. Everything began when I came to the kitchen and said I would cook." The head chef had been momentarily furious and tried to stop her. "Camilla, how dare you claim you'll cook in front of me? You're just trying to make some average dishes, aren't you?" He had given her a mocking smile and said, "Let's make a bet. If you satisfy me, I'll do whatever you ask, even if you want me to kneel before you." Of course, his arrogant attitude annoyed Camilla, and she agreed to the bet. Back in the present, the head chef's face was flushed red, not knowing how to express the whirlwind of emotions he was feeling. Finally, the head chef sighed deeply and knelt respectfully before Camilla. "I've lost, my lady." And that's how it all happened. Now, Camilla was calmly sitting, enjoying her afternoon tea with some light snacks. After taking a few sips of tea, she gestured to the two ghosts floating before her, startling them. The butler, Darui, anxiously asked, "Do you have something to say to us?" The head chef, standing next to him, added, "What is it, my lady? You're making me nervous." Camilla smiled and said, "Now, tell me what you want." After living with ghosts for 20 years, Camilla, or rather, Sia, had realized one thing. No ghost helps a person without having some reason of their own, including the two standing before her now. So, she generously said to them, "About the mist flowers in the garden and the soup, I truly appreciate both of you helping me win the Duke's favor. I'm really touched, and of course, I'll still need your help in the future." She paused, thinking to herself, recalling the terrible fate she had dreamed of for the past 20 years in the real world. She needed help to survive this place and to change Camilla's ruined reputation. She thought she could at least ease the regrets of one or two ghosts. Hearing her words, the two ghosts fell silent and stared at her intently. Camilla lifted her head and looked them directly in the eyes. "All right, tell me what you want." The sudden question surprised both of them, and they asked in unison, "What do we want?" Then, they both started laughing together, their ghostly laughter echoing in Camilla's ears, leaving her confused. The chef's answer was not what she had expected. Chef Perry calmly responded that there was only one thing he wanted. And that was to cook. Hearing this, Camilla was puzzled. "Cook? You mean you want to prepare offerings?" It turned out that the chef's only desire was simply to cook. Nothing made him happier than cooking. And most importantly, he wanted someone to enjoy the food he made. After saying that, he bowed politely to Camilla. "Thank you for letting me cook one more time." Feeling the chef's gratitude, Camilla shyly responded, "It's nothing." Although she didn't quite understand, she chose not to delve into it, as it seemed these two had no desires. Just as she predicted, Butler Daru also bowed before her. "I feel the same, my lady. I can help the family with the knowledge I have, and that is the greatest happiness for me. I am delighted to have brought the mist flowers back to the Duke's office. Surely, the Duke must be pleased. And I truly thank you, my lady." Feeling their sincerity, Camilla momentarily didn't know how to respond. She wondered, What are these people? Why are they so kind and pure? Even though they were ghosts, they radiated a light akin to angels. Are they regretful that they can no longer bring joy to others? Do these two old men enjoy serving others and being commanded? Do they have no real desires? Thinking this, Camilla stood up and nodded. All right, I understand. She gracefully lifted her dress and curtsied before them like a proper lady. Since you have given without expecting anything in return, I will cooperate. Please continue to look after me. After this, time quietly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. In the castle kitchen, a few glasses of purple liquid sat on the table. The head chef, Gerard, stared at the glasses, trembling in fear. His voice quivered, "Why, you know how to make this?" Standing opposite him, Camilla confidently nodded. "Of course. Don't you see?" After showing Gerard the soup made by Pei, Camilla had started cooking every evening, naturally with Pei's ghost cooking through her body. Once again, Gerard found himself kneeling before her, but his mind was filled with questions. How did she get such a beautiful color? Did she discover some secret recipe left by Master Pei? Moreover, many strange things were happening. Gerard glanced at the lady before him. How can she find the tools and ingredients, as if she's been working here for years? What he couldn't see was that the ghost of the former chef was guiding her all along. Unable to find an answer, Gerard pointed at the glasses on the table and asked, "My lady, may I try some?" Camilla nodded, "It's extra, go ahead." Upon hearing that, Gerard immediately tasted it, unable to contain himself. "It's really delicious. So good it feels unreal." Over the years, he had made similar dishes, but none had ever matched this flavor. Camilla stepped closer and asked, "So, is it good?" Gerard, stiff and flustered, awkwardly replied, "It's not bad." Hearing his tone, she immediately knew that this stubborn man still had some pride left. So, Camilla provocatively asked, "Do you want to know how to make it? If you do, you'll have to act cute and flatter me, ha ha." Although Gerard was embarrassed and prideful, faced with the temptation of learning the recipe, he gritted his teeth and put on his cutest act. "My lady, like this." Camilla was so shocked by his pitiful attempt that she almost fainted. "Oh my God. Stop it. Stop it right now. Don't purse your lips like that, it's disgusting." At that moment, Butler Rue popped his head in and asked, "My lady, are you finished?" Camilla quickly replied, "Wait just a bit longer, Rue." She then added a few more ingredients to the purple liquid in the glass. Afterward, she handed the glasses to Butler Rue. "I'll be counting on you again today, Butler." The butler happily accepted them and turned to leave. As he walked away, he silently smiled, glancing back at the scene behind him. It was Camilla holding the chef captive, making him kneel before her, pleading, "My lady, my knees are still strong, they don't hurt at all." The sight made the butler chuckle to himself. How is she able to make that stubborn Gerard obey so easily? He didn't know why, but recently, Lady Camilla had become quite interesting. How did she change so suddenly? Meanwhile, in the Duke's room, it seemed the Duke was busy entertaining some guests from afar. There was a knock on the door, and the Duke coldly responded, "Come in." Butler Rue entered, holding the glasses. "My lord, the lady has sent this for you." She even prepared enough for the guests. Hearing this, one guest exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my! You mean the lady made all this herself?" They all began to taste the beautiful purple drink. Although they were skeptical at first, upon tasting it, they were astonished. "Oh, it's delicious. Did the lady really make this?" The taste of fresh grapes exploded in their mouths, as if they were savoring real, juicy grapes. Even the pickiest of guests smiled in satisfaction. "This is amazing. I'm so jealous of you, Duke." Despite the compliments, the Duke maintained his cold, calm expression. He then smiled slightly and said, "She said she didn't need to, but she still insisted on sending it." A nearby guest immediately chimed in, that's why they say having 1 or 2 daughters is a blessing. This is simply divine. Having served the Duke for many years, Butler Roo had a good sense of his mood. He wondered why the Duke had changed the meeting time, but now it seemed clear. He wanted to show off the ladies' cooking. Among the guests, one man set down his glass and nodded, "It's truly good." Lady Camilla, who always caused trouble, seems to have calmed down. I bet she feels guilty about the accident at the previous banquet, and made these treats especially for the Duke. He laughed boisterously, showing no decorum. Causing the person next to him to frown in anger, "You idiot, shut up." The Duke's expression also turned icy as he coldly replied, "Didn't you say you couldn't drink wine? If so, then I suppose you can't have a dish made from wine either." The smile on the young man's face froze. The Duke shot him a frightening glance. "I can't ignore my daughter's kindness, so I'll take your portion. Bring it here." Before the man could react, Butler Roo, knowing the Duke's intent, immediately snatched the glass from his hand. Everyone quietly observed the scene, leaving the foolish man to wonder if he had done something wrong. That night, Camilla strolled through the castle halls, chatting with the ghostly chef. "What do you plan to make tomorrow?" Chef Perry, floating beside her, replied. "I have a special sauce recipe, and I'm thinking of using it for an appetizer." "Oh, really? Will it be for meat or fruit?" At that moment, she noticed a figure standing by the wall nearby. Camilla stopped in her tracks and spoke softly. "What are you doing here, brother?" Ravi was startled when he heard his sister's voice. He stepped out of the hallway, standing opposite her, pondering for a moment. Then, with a cold tone, he asked, "What on earth are you doing?" Facing her brother's question, Camilla looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" He frowned and said to her, "You keep going into the kitchen every night. Why are you making such a fuss, doing things you've never done before?" Hearing this, Camilla sighed and shrugged, "I was just cooking." "Why are you asking?" Ravi pondered for a while, then ran his hand through his blonde hair, saying, "Do you think the Duke will see you as part of the family just because you're doing this?" His strange attitude made Camilla very uncomfortable. Who cares about the Duke? Why is he acting like this? Isn't everyone living their own life? He never cared about me like this before. It seemed Ravi sensed her confusion, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, "They will never accept us." His words stunned Camilla. So, he was referring to their attempts to gain favor in the past life. Ravi's voice echoed, "Stop doing these pointless things. In the end, it'll lead nowhere." Camilla smiled and nodded, "I know. I know they don't care about us. And it's not like I want to be recognized as part of the family or anything. I just don't want to die, and I want to live," she said, then immediately left, not dragging the conversation with her brother any longer. Ravi was left alone, staring in surprise at his sister's retreating figure, not understanding what had just happened. Yes, everything Camilla had done up to this point was only to keep Sia's soul within her from dying. That was all. Family. Such a useless thing, she didn't need it. Sia had experienced countless dreams in this world, dying over and over again under the concept of family. Her heart had become completely hardened. The next morning, sitting in her room, Camilla calmly enjoyed a cup of warm tea while the two ghosts of the butler and the chef whispered to each other. Of course, Camilla noticed their stares and sighed helplessly, turning to ask, "What is it?" "If you want to ask something, just ask." After hesitating for a moment, the butler's ghost spoke up, "Yesterday, you told Master Ravi that you wanted to live. What did you mean by that? Are you unwell?" The ghost of Chef Perry, hovering nearby, interjected angrily, "You can't die, lady. I still have many dishes I want to cook." Faced with their questions, Camilla didn't know how to respond. Should she just say, "I know I'm going to die in the future, so I'm trying to survive now"? If she said that, how would they believe her? They might leave, thinking she had gone mad. So, Camilla put on her best acting performance and replied, "Well, doesn't everyone want to live?" Even though her response wasn't entirely convincing, the two ghosts were still persuaded and nodded. Yes, yes, of course. Everyone wants to live, after all. At that moment, an idea crossed Camilla's mind. Since these two were ghosts and could move freely around the mansion, maybe they knew where it was buried. She stood up and seriously asked, "I have a few questions for you both. Do you know about the flower garden incident from before?" The garden incident she referred to was when she dug up the entire garden searching for the ring her mother had left behind. The servants had stolen the ring and secretly buried it in the garden. That was why Camilla had dug up the rose garden and been scolded. She hadn't defended herself, so everyone thought she was just being cruel as usual. On that day, the Duke had been very angry and scolded Camilla, worried that one day she would destroy his beloved Misty Garden. Returning to the present, under the ghost's guidance, Camilla went to a corner of the rose garden and started digging. "Are you sure it's buried here?" In the real world, every time she dreamt of Camilla being criticized for digging in the garden, it drove her mad. It was frustrating, but in the dream, she never fought back. Now, things were different. With the ghost's help, she had actually found the keepsake, her late mother's ring. Seeing this, the chef's ghost, floating nearby, asked in confusion, "Good heavens, Camilla. You could have asked us for help before. Why did you pretend not to see us?" Camilla smiled awkwardly and replied, "Yes, I think I was out of my mind then." Recalling the unpleasant event, the butler's ghost appeared beside her and asked seriously, "Lady Camilla, should we take revenge now? As ghosts, we can do a lot." Seeing his expression, Camilla was speechless. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. "No need. I'll handle it myself. Thank you for telling me where the ring was." Her eyes lowered slightly, casting long lashes that created shadows on her pale cheeks. "It's you all. You're the ones who started all this, aren't you? Well then, now you shall reap what you sow." Camilla let out a twisted smile and returned to her room. A while later, 3 servants, 2 men and 1 woman, were summoned outside Camilla's room. The last man to arrive noticed his 2 companions and asked, "Did she call you here too?" The 2 maidservants nodded and whispered, "Why would she call us here suddenly? Maybe she wants to scold us, because her relationship with the Duke has gotten better recently. Ha, with her personality. I bet my earrings that she'll lose her temper in front of the Duke and fall out of his favor." Carrying these malicious thoughts, the 3 of them opened the door and entered the room. The moment they saw the scene inside, all 3 showed looks of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. A loud scream rang out, but they quickly stifled it and rushed into the room. What terrified them was the sight of Camilla lying unconscious on the sofa, looking as if she were dead. "What's going on? Is she dead? Hurry, check her." In the chaos, the 3 servants were so scared that they sat down on the floor. One maid gathered her courage and approached to check on Camilla. Seeing the pills scattered on the floor, she gasped in fear. Did she commit suicide with these? Thinking quickly, she turned to the others and said, "Quick, lock the door." They immediately closed the door and locked it from the inside. The room fell silent again, but the heavy atmosphere suggested that none of them were in a good mood. Fear took over their minds, and they kept asking each other, "Is she really dead?" Just then, the maid standing closest to Camilla noticed something on the table. It seemed to be a letter, sealed with a bright red stamp, as red as blood. The 3 of them huddled together to examine the letter. It looked like a final note Camilla had left before she died. Reading its contents, the 3 servants turned pale with fear. The letter revealed that Camilla had dug up the garden because the servants had hidden her mother's keepsake there. As a noble lady, she felt ashamed of being bullied by the servants and asked her father for revenge. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, one servant quickly suggested, "We have to get rid of this letter. If it reaches the Duke, we'll be done for. We can't die with her." Just then, Camilla, who was supposed to be dead, slowly opened her eyes and burst into a strange, monstrous laugh. At the same time, her voice echoed, terrifying the three servants to the point they almost wet themselves. You really think you're that lucky, don't you? Slowly sitting up and caressing her blooded face, Camilla continued in a sinister tone, do you think you'll always be the first to find out everything? The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Even the terrified expressions on the servants' faces froze at that moment, and then came a blood-curdling scream. Oh God, she's not dead. Could she be a ghost? Seeing how scared they were, almost fainting, Camilla nodded with satisfaction, and kindly explained, I'm quite good at playing dead, aren't I? Hearing her words, the three servants were shocked to realize the person before them was still alive. She's been making fools of us this whole time. Impossible. How could a dumb Camilla pull this off? Watching their expressions change constantly, Camilla feigned innocence, I thought my performance was pretty convincing. You all know I go to the kitchen every night, right? What do you think will happen if I don't show up anymore? What if someone comes looking for me and finds me dead with this letter in my hand? You've been fooled, but others will be fooled just like you. The more she spoke, the paler the servants' faces became, until they screamed, Are you threatening us right now? Camilla calmly shook her head, a threat? Threats are for those who have something to offer. As she said this, she moved closer, her terrifying face inches from the maids, and why would I threaten bugs like you? Bugs are meant to be squashed. By the way, I don't care to see insects buzzing around anymore. So what should I do now? Hearing her sharp, commanding words, the three servants trembled and knelt, pleading, Miss, we were wrong. Please forgive us. We swear it won't happen again. Hearing their desperate pleas, Camilla smiled and nodded in satisfaction, good. Now, you know what to do, don't you? The maid looked up, confused, what do you mean, miss? Camilla's smile immediately vanished, replaced by an icy cold demeanor that sent shivers down their spines. I want you to find that ring. Now? Whether it was Camilla's terrifying expression, or her overwhelming aura, the three servants scrambled out of the room, skirts flying, understood, we are sorry. We'll find that ring immediately. Watching the three mice flee, Camilla let out a frustrated sigh, finally, they are gone. Acting like a villainess is truly the best way to relieve stress, huh? Though, performing like this really wears me out. As she spoke, she caught the gazes of two ghosts in her room and turned toward them. Oh wow, that was surprising. She really might kill someone if stood up. Was that really just acting? Hearing the chef's comment, Camilla proudly puffed out her chest. I won an award for playing the villain, you know. I even beat the lead actress in the same film. Ha ha. Her strange words confused the two ghosts. An award. What's that? Is it something given to people who act well? Camilla didn't want to explain much, so she just nodded dismissively, yeah, something like that. After a moment of contemplation, the butler, Rui, spoke, by the way, Miss Camilla, didn't you already find the ring? Then what was that order to the three servants about? Camilla nodded with a satisfied expression, exactly. It would be impolite not to give back as much as you've received, wouldn't it? They need to reap the rewards of their hard work, ha ha. Digging through an empty rose garden in search of a ring, what awaits those three servants now? They dug from afternoon until the sun set, nearly tearing up the entire rose garden, but still couldn't find the ring. I'm sure it's here. I buried it right here. Tears of despair rolled down her cheeks, but there's nothing here. Could one of you have dug it up and sold it? No, that's impossible. The other two can't be that stupid. Just then, someone approached the garden, coldly addressing them, making them jump. What are you doing? Why are you digging here? When they saw who it was, the three servants gasped in fear, it's the butler, are you? His cold face looked ready to kill. A little while later, in the Duke's study, after hearing the butler's account, the Duke angrily slammed his hand on the desk, what? They really stole the heirloom. The butler, are you, nodded, yes, that's what the maid in the rose garden said. Earlier, I believed Miss was digging there to find the ring. This news left the Duke stunned, staring at his hand. He truly didn't understand. If his daughter had told him, he wouldn't have scolded her. But why didn't she say anything? With his thoughts in disarray, the Duke immediately ordered, "Call Camilla here." The room returned to silence as the butler left, and the Duke was lost in his own thoughts. It was rather awkward talking to someone who had just become his stepdaughter. He knew that. But to be teased by the servants in the mansion, how had his daughter been treated by them? A moment later, the door opened and Camilla entered, smiling as she greeted the Duke. "Father, did you call for me?" But inside, she was fuming. "I just dealt with those maggots. Now what's the problem? Did Ravi cause trouble again?" But the Duke's next words shocked her. "I heard you lost the ring. Why didn't you tell me the truth last time?" Seeing her confused face, the Duke repeated, "Camilla, why didn't you tell me right away last time?" Seeing her father's frown, Camilla was momentarily speechless. What is this? Why does he look so sad? But if she had told him last time, would he have believed her? Seeing that his daughter remained silent, the Duke sighed and continued. "You should have told me a long time ago." The Duke's voice was gentle and hesitant, something a trained actress like Camilla easily picked up on. She wondered, could he be regretting what happened? In reality, while she was dreaming, Venus' soul had witnessed that person kill Camilla dozens of times. The cold back turned toward her still terrified her even now. Thanks to recent efforts, Camilla felt a little better, but they weren't that close, right? Lost in her thoughts, after a while, Camilla pitifully answered, "That's because you're always busy with your own work. I didn't want to bother you with my problems. I'm really sorry for not being good enough. I tried to handle everything myself." Hearing this, the Duke couldn't control his emotions and stood up, slamming the table. "Why are you apologizing? The ones who should be apologizing are the ones who should be." His loud voice softened and stopped. "Camilla, next time, whatever happens, you must tell me first, understand? You must always tell me first." Faced with his words, Camilla could only widen her eyes. Why was he looking at her so fondly? Didn't she only wish to regain enough reputation to avoid being killed? But if this continued, she wouldn't be able to escape, right? With that thought, she returned to her room and kept studying the marked locations on the map. When the two ghosts asked, she replied, "I'm reading the map and wondering where I should run to if necessary." The cook, Perry, curiously asked, "Run? What do you mean?" Camilla looked up, sulking, resting her chin on her hand. "Don't worry about it." Camilla had once thought it would be great if things went smoothly. And she didn't have to flee, but plans rarely went as hoped. What trouble was Ravi going to cause now? She couldn't fully trust the Duke's somewhat conciliatory attitude. Who knew when he might change his mind? And more importantly, the time for that person to return was near. A crucial figure, the key to this story, the Duke's eldest son and Camilla's older brother, Ludwig Sophil. Ludwig Sophil, Camilla definitely had to be cautious around him, because once he returned, he surely would. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the maid's footsteps approaching. "Miss, the Duke would like to have tea with you." Glancing at the maid, Donna, Camilla nodded. "Tea? I see." Now that he kept inviting her to tea, it seemed she had gained more favor. This wasn't a bad thing. Everything was still under control, so Camilla stood up to leave. "If there's nothing else, I guess it's time for tea." However, when she stepped into the room, a sense of unease began to creep over her. This wasn't someone who would normally have tea with her. So why was Ravi here? Clearly, the Duke had invited her, but here were both her brother and the Duke. Seeing his sister, Ravi smiled kindly. "You're here. Please sit." Camilla smiled in return. "Yes, thank you very much." But inside, she cursed him 100,000 times. "You two-faced snake. Why aren't you this kind and gentle when it's just the two of us? By the way, compared to the last time she met him. Ravi seemed to be in a good mood today. Seeing his spring-like expression, she could tell what kind of mood he was in. But Ravi being in a good mood was a rare occurrence. Had something good happened to him? Just as she thought that, Ravi's voice rang out, "Father, my thesis has been selected for presentation." Hearing this news, Camilla internally exclaimed, "Oh, so the day has come." The Magic Tower, once a year, invites wizards to give presentations, and each year only the most talented and experienced are allowed to present their theses. In simple terms, Ravi being chosen meant he was one of the elite. Now, Camilla understood why the sly fox couldn't hide his joy. But what should she do, as the time had come? At that moment, Ravi enthusiastically turned to the Duke, "Father, if you have time." Before he could finish his sentence, the door burst open, and the aide, Jacques, appeared, breathless from running. "Your Grace, there's big news. We've received word that young Master Ludwig has located the rebels' hideout, and has defeated all of them. This great victory is thanks to Lord Ludwig's plan." The Duke, thrilled by the news, stood up immediately. "Is that true?" Jacques nodded excitedly. "Yes, it's direct news from the royal palace. His Majesty is so pleased he personally sent a letter to Lord Ludwig." Upon hearing this, Ravi's expression darkened, while the Duke was so delighted he laughed heartily. "Amazing, isn't it, Duke? Lord Ludwig is truly remarkable." Hearing his father and the aide laughing and talking, Camilla silently glanced at her brother. In the end, what had she been hoping for earlier? Her poor brother Ravi really had no luck. Worse yet, the celebration for Ludwig's return would coincide with the presentation at the Magic Tower. Perhaps unable to bear the atmosphere, Ravi stood up and said, "I'll take my leave." The Duke looked puzzled. "You can stay longer if you want." Ravi smiled, "I just remembered something I need to do." At this opportunity, Camilla also stood up. "Father, I'll take my leave too." "All right then, I'll see you both another time," the Duke said with a smile, then turned back to discussing his eldest son's achievements with his attendant. He decided to hold a celebratory banquet for Ludwig's return. The door closed, blocking out the Duke's joyful laughter. Ravi walked ahead, cold and lost in his chaotic thoughts, unable to shake them off. He wondered if all his hard studying had been a waste of time, only to be treated like this. Clearly, his father's reaction to his accomplishments and his brother's were worlds apart. Perhaps he should have studied offensive magic and gone to the battlefield instead. Just as these negative thoughts overwhelmed him, Camilla's sudden voice interrupted, "Brother Ravi, you're doing better than I thought. Being selected to present at the Magic Tower and all." Turning to see his sister smile, Ravi cautiously asked, "Are you mocking me?" Camilla smiled warmly and shook her head. "No, I'm serious. Only the best wizards get such an honor, right?" Saying that, she walked past him and gently placed her hand on his shoulder. "You've done well, brother." Ravi was stunned by his sister's words, and by the time he could react, she was already far away. These were the brief words he had longed to hear from his father. Watching his sister's figure in the distance, Ravi's face flushed slightly as he wondered, "That brat, why is she acting like this lately?" The Duke's castle was usually quiet, and today was no different. In her private room, Camilla sat before the mirror while her maid Donna stood beside her, continuously praising her. "My lady, this suits you so well. I'm sure you'll be the most beautiful one at the party." Camilla was now dressed in a stunning wine-red gown, a color that highlighted her porcelain skin and stunning beauty. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror, Camilla couldn't help but admire herself, thinking she really was quite beautiful. The maid Donna, clearly excited, picked up a comb and began brushing her lady's hair. "I guarantee you'll look just as lovely at the party today." Since Ludwig had returned, there had been endless celebrations, and Camilla was sure this was a step forward for the Duke's household, though it didn't seem fair. But after all, she also wanted to stand out at the party, and it was best to try on many dresses. Just then, Ravi entered the room, coldly reminding her, "Don't cause any trouble again, okay?" Annoyed, she glanced at him and asked, "What's this? Why are you picking a fight?" Ravi sighed and replied, "Because you've caused trouble at previous parties." Hearing this, Camilla raised her hand, cutting him off. "You're right. Can't even argue with that. Because your sister is pretty good at getting people in trouble, ha." Seeing his sister's odd reaction, Ravi didn't know how to respond. Why isn't she embarrassed at all? Normally, she'd say nothing at all. Something's definitely strange here. Seizing the opportunity, Camilla curiously asked, "Ravi, do you have new clothes for the occasion?" Ravi lowered his head and replied, "Don't you think I won't attend the party?" Before he could finish, his sister's next words made him widen his eyes. "I meant clothes for the presentation." Surprised that his sister remembered the date of his presentation, he turned his head away, coldly saying, "Just forget it." Yet inside, his emotions were in turmoil as he kept telling himself, "I must be going crazy. What does it matter if Camilla remembers that day?" Seeing her brother's reaction, Camilla kindly reminded him, "If you don't pick something nice, you'll be compared, you know." Ravi shook his head. "Why bother? No one cares about clothes. You should focus on not causing trouble at the party." Mentioning her past mischief, Camilla nodded in agreement. "I can't deny it. Yeah, I did pull her hair after all." Seeing his sister clench her fists, Ravi felt utterly helpless. Good grief, why am I even here? On the bustling streets, everyone was preparing for a grand celebration. Among the sounds of laughter and chatter, Ravi wandered aimlessly. "So, it seems like there's even a festival outside the Duke's territory, huh? Even the commoners are only talking about Ludwig." His mind was consumed by random thoughts, and Ravi clenched his fists, telling himself, "Stop thinking about this. You've been fine without family for a long time now." Today, the sky above the magic tower was clear and blue. The ceremony host stood before everyone and announced, "Next up is the presentation by our top mags. First is Ravi, the son of the Duke. Following him is David, a handsome young man with sharp, snake-like eyes and a barely there smile." Facing the man before him, Ravi seriously questioned in his mind, "What's with him? Every time I see him, he glares at me. Why's he being so friendly now?" David, noticing his gaze, asked, "Are you ready?" When Ravi answered, "Mostly," David suddenly spoke loudly, drawing everyone's attention. "What? The ace of the magic tower, Lord Ravi, says he's only mostly prepared." Not understanding why David was shouting, Ravi overheard some people next to him calling out to David, "David, don't worry and do well. We believe in you, big brother." David smiled and waved to his family, thanking them. Then he smirked and glanced at Ravi. "So, who from your family will be here, Ravi? No way no one will come, right? After all, if they are family, they'll show up." Seeing the taunting expression on the jerk in front of him, Ravi instantly realized why this guy was being friendly today. He knew Ravi's family neglect was his weak spot, and was using it to provoke him. A cunning, despicable, and scheming bastard. Faced with these words, Ravi was silent for a long while, then remembered his father's reaction when he'd mentioned his presentation. He hung his head, as if wounded by David's words. Suddenly, Ravi narrowed his eyes, reached out, and placed a hand on David's shoulder, startling him. Ravi's cold voice echoed, "So, bragging about your family is what you do best. I heard your professor helped you a lot with your thesis." Patting David's face, which had turned pale with fear, Ravi smiled and added, "Mun is a wonderful thing. So, take good care of your family, because when you don't have one, you won't have anything left to brag about." The words pierced David's heart, and he grabbed Ravi's collar in fury, shouting, "You bastard." But just then, footsteps sounded, cutting him off mid-sentence. Long hair fluttered in the wind, and the sweet scent of flowers wafted through the room. Everyone gasped in surprise at the sight of the stunning figure of Lady Camilla, the Duke's daughter. Camilla had arrived at her brother's party. Seeing her brother's condition reminded her of her past life as seer, a girl constantly gossiped about for being neglected by her parents. Her father had been the man on the news, the one everyone whispered about, the man who had planned to kill his own child before committing suicide. Her parents had fought fiercely because her father believed her mother was having an affair, convinced that the daughter he had raised wasn't his own. "This child isn't mine, is it? If she were, I wouldn't despise her so much." Standing outside in the yard, young Sia had silently watched her parents argue, having grown used to it. Whenever she saw the Duke's two children, Sia was reminded of her previous life, a time when she had received no love from her parents or anyone else around her. In the past, at least Donna had taken good care of Camilla. If in her previous life she hadn't become a famous actress adored by the public, then she would surely have gone crazy like Ravi and Camilla in this world. That's why she was here today, appearing splendidly as part of Ravi's family. Disregarding the initial chaos of the speech, it was soon Ravi's turn to present his thesis. Watching her brother step up to the podium, Camilla sighed internally, slightly annoyed that Ravi was using her for his plans. But Sia still worried that he would always be lonely in the family like she had been in her previous life. Perhaps it was the empathy of those who share similar circumstances, even if they were in different worlds. So Sia decided to support both, her brother Ravi and the body of Camilla she inhabited. Both should not lose to these foolish people and waste time on unpleasant things. And this time, let's start a different life, one that truly belongs to the two of them and has real meaning. Sia had watched both for 20 years in her dark dreams. Now, she hoped to change something in this destiny. The sunset fell over the magic tower, and the speeches of the most talented students concluded. Camilla lifted her skirt to leave, but was called back by her brother. He seemed annoyed and coldly asked his sister, "So exactly why are you here? And what about that dress?" Although Ravi found satisfaction in the displeased face of that guy David, who was completely enchanted by Camilla's beauty, he had delivered a very poor presentation. Ravi felt satisfied but also somewhat irritated, wondering, "Camilla, when did you learn to use your looks like that? I knew something was off lately." Faced with her brother's curious gaze, Camilla coldly replied, "I don't know either." "I said I don't know why I'm here," Ravi asked impatiently. "What kind of answer is that?" Camilla responded, "I just came because I wanted to." In the end, they fell into silence, staring at each other. Out of options, Ravi turned and sighed, "Why did I expect you to answer properly?" In his heart, he thought, "This silly girl, I should have held back, but now I regret asking." Clearing his cluttered thoughts, Ravi reminded his sister, "Hey, you should go home now. Aren't you going home? Hurry up." Camilla found herself dumbfounded by her brother's speech. Then she couldn't help but chuckle at his expression, thinking, "What is that look? He acts like he's been waiting for me." After a moment, she stepped forward, standing beside her brother cheerfully. "Ravi, did you know your face is cuter than your neck?" Seeing his sister's cheerful smile, Ravi was baffled, wondering what that meant. The night fell over the Duke's castle, and the sky sparkled with beautiful stars, enchanting everyone. Meeting his son, the Duke patted Ludwig on the shoulder, praising him, "You did well, make sure to enjoy the party when you arrive." Standing opposite the Duke was none other than the eldest son in the family, a handsome young man with silver hair like the Duke and a similarly cold demeanor. His eyes lowered slightly as he replied, "It's nothing, father." Referring to the party, the Duke awkwardly remarked, "Due to Ravi's speech, you two couldn't attend the party. It's my fault for not arranging this properly. Now, you should rest, my son." Hearing this, Ludwig politely nodded, "Yes, thank you, father." Afterward, he stepped out of his father's room, strolling down the dimly lit hallway with moonlight filtering through the windows. As he walked, he appeared to be lost in thought. Just then, he glanced out the window and muttered, "Camilla is taking care of Ravi. That seems interesting." After Ravi and Camilla returned from the magic tower, they stood hesitating at the front door. Camilla thought to herself, the party must still be going on at this hour. In fact, she had eaten dinner earlier to avoid meeting Ludwig. Noticing his sister's contemplative demeanor, Ravi suddenly asked, "Camilla, at least I'll make an appearance. What will you do? Camilla truly did not want to meet that person, so she smiled and replied, I feel a bit tired, so I'll go to my room. You go enjoy the party. In her dreams, Camilla had often died at Ludwig's hands, yes, Ludwig Sophio. With those hands, Camilla's heart had been pierced, and her head had fallen countless times. Though it was only a dream and a command from the Duke, Sia could not forget those numerous deaths. The next morning, strolling through her father's misty flower garden, Camilla picked flowers, sighing. Looking at these blooms, she could at least guess the Duke's mood. But with Ludwig, she couldn't tell at all. It seemed like it had just rained this morning. The flowers looked a bit damp and gloomy. Camilla suddenly realized she had been sighing unconsciously, and decided to stop worrying about those things. At least during this time, she wouldn't die if she could win the Duke Sophio's favor. This challenging and muddy road was nothing compared to the time she spent on the runway in her previous life. Besides, if someone walked on the golden brick road. Just as she thought this, a deep voice called out to her from behind, Camilla. When Camilla heard the voice, she recognized it as Ludwig's. Surprised, she stumbled over a small stone at her feet, but fortunately, her innate acting skills allowed her to twirl like a dancer and stand firm, smiling at Ludwig. She had only guessed before, but now she saw Ludwig's face standing right behind her, arms raised as if to catch her. Camilla was completely frozen, not knowing what to say. Basically, she didn't want to meet him. Why was Ludwig here, and what was with that posture? It's best not to disturb him, thought Camilla, as she tried to stay calm, took a deep breath, and smiled brightly as if she had never smiled before. Dear brother, why are you here? I just picked some flowers as a welcome gift for your return. It's great to meet you here. Please accept them, she said, handing the dew-laden branches to Ludwig. He silently accepted the flowers, lost in thought. Noticing his unusual expression, Camilla shyly wondered, what's wrong? Doesn't he like flowers? Why is he so unresponsive? Feeling awkward, she decided to leave, so she said, I'll be going now. Before Ludwig could react, Camilla immediately dashed away. A moment later, Ludwig entered the house, facing the curious gaze of the butler. What are these flowers for? Ludwig pondered and replied, I received them as a gift. This answer puzzled the butler, who thought, who would give flowers to this cold-hearted man? Even the surrounding servants murmured about Ludwig receiving flowers. Butler Ryu extended his hand politely and said, Please give them to me. I'll take care of them. To his surprise, Ludwig indifferently glanced away and shook his head, No, it's mine. Feeling misunderstood, the butler quickly explained, No, I didn't steal them, but before he could finish, Ludwig stared at the bouquet in his hand and softly said, For the first time, that child gave me a gift. His nonsensical reply left the butler stunned. What child? However, Ludwig had no intention of continuing, which frustrated the butler. Where did he learn to stop speaking in the middle of a sentence, knowing it makes people curious? I won't bother anymore, the butler thought as Ludwig left, I'll head to my room first. Walking down the sunlit and breezy hallway, Ludwig's cold expression softened a bit, and he started to recall that smile and the first time he was called brother. That afternoon, the family of 4 had dinner together. At the dining table, Camilla felt restless, thinking she might go crazy. She believed that Ludwig's return was why Ravi was silent today, so she had to carefully observe both of them to prevent anything from happening. A plate of steak was placed in front of Camilla. Ludwig immediately thought of something and reached for the steak in front of his sister. I'll swap plates with you, Camilla stared, mouth agape, unsure how to respond. What? Is my piece of meat larger or something? Why swap without asking? While Camilla shot daggers at her brother, Duke turned to his second son and asked, Ravi, how was the presentation? Ravi was taken aback for a moment, and the Duke continued warmly, I'm sorry, I should have paid more attention. Hearing this, Ravi smiled and shook his head quickly. It's nothing, thanks to you, it went smoothly. The most surprised person at that moment was Camilla, She never expected the Duke to care about Ravi. She thought he would only talk about Ludwig. Not stopping there, the Duke looked at his daughter and called her name. Camilla, you'll be returning to school soon, right? When her father mentioned this, Camilla blankly started to realize the reality. Oh right, she was still a student, and since it was spring break, she had to go back to school. Damn it. Are you sure you don't want to change your major? Camilla smiled shyly, looking at her plate and replied, ha, that major. At first, I think I'll study hard and try my best. Mentioning school made her ponder. The upcoming semester would be quite challenging, and things would get complicated, making it harder to control than it is now. If possible, she didn't want to deal with certain people at school, at least two. The more she thought about it, the more her head ached, and at that moment, the Duke cleared his throat and said, ahem, and also, we have new chocolate, and I heard it pairs well with tea. And the dew-laden flowers are a bit wilted, right? Camilla, hearing this, covered her mouth and smiled at her father under her brother's doubtful gaze. Ah, I understand. I'll bring some fresh flowers to your room. Seeing his sister's carefree demeanor, Ravi couldn't help but whisper, don't you understand what he means? Camilla tilted her head, eyes wide, what do you mean? Chocolate and tea. Did I miss something? As for the dew-laden flowers, I brought them late because I gave them to Ludwig already, and I've had tea with the Duke whenever I brought flowers. So what's so strange about that? Camilla assumed there was nothing important, so she continued enjoying her delicious meal. Noticing his sister's demeanor, Ravi suddenly chuckled to himself. This is the first time father has requested to share tea like this. He must really like Camilla lately. Thinking of this, he suddenly froze, realizing, oh my God, why am I feeling so proud? A while later, in the Duke's study, Ludwig was reviewing a pile of ledgers when he suddenly asked, what is it? Father, I'm organizing the dessert shop listed here. Since that child doesn't like apples, I'll remove this shop, okay? Hearing his son's words, the Duke curiously asked, how do you know? Ludwig didn't answer the question, but instead asked his father a different one. I heard that some servants played tricks with Camilla's meal. How did you handle them? Mentioning this, the Duke pondered for a moment before replying. I made sure that anyone caught cannot work in our family or other families. It seemed that the conversation between the father and son changed rapidly as they shifted to an unrelated topic. So it failed again this time. Ludwig looked down in disappointment and bowed to his father. Yes, I'm sorry. The Duke had long anticipated this result, so he waved his hand dismissively. No need to apologize. It's not your fault. Ludwig raised his head and took a sparkling crystal pendant from his pocket. Spirit beasts. This time, we won't be able to find it. Asan blended with the wind, whose it was unknown. In this empire, there are 3 Duke families with 3 guardian spirit beasts, the white tiger of the Sophio family, the black wolf of the Sepria family, and the red eagle of the Davelin family. The Sophio family also had a spirit beast, but the previous Duke Sophio died suddenly from poison. Because of this and unable to pass the spirit beast to the family, the Duke knew that no one would be foolish enough to ignore the Sophio family just because they lacked a spirit beast. However, the other 2 families were still making him feel the pressure. For 3 generations, the Duke's family has traveled with this pendant, but until now it has been useless. The Duke often tiredly wondered if he should give up searching for the spirit beast. Ludwig, understanding his father's feelings, sighed softly beside him. Then the Duke suddenly stood up, striking the table decisively, and said, no, we can't give up. Every time those 2 flaunt their spirit beasts, it drives me crazy. What's so glorious about that? Keep searching, Ludwig. We cannot give up on this matter. At the same time, Camilla strolled through the castle garden with a distressed expression, her hands continuously rubbing her stomach, sighing as she felt unwell due to stomach pain. At that moment, the ghost of the butler appeared beside her and called out, Camilla. She stopped and turned to ask, what is it, butler? Miss, there's someone I want you to meet. Seeing the butler's ghost's expression, Camilla was curious. The person must be a ghost, right? Butler Darius nodded in confirmation, yes, but when it comes to ghosts, Camilla seemed uninterested and turned away. If it's a ghost, then I won't go. However, the butler's next words suddenly became tense, making Camilla suspicious about why he was acting so serious. Then the ghost he wants you to meet must be something unusual. Thinking to herself, she smiled sweetly, causing the butler to want to cry, I'm feeling unwell. So I want to return to my room, okay? Though she wanted to escape this matter, faced with the butler's pitiful face, Camilla still felt uneasy, especially since he had helped her many times. But didn't he say he had no wishes? Once the ghosts gather before her, this matter would drag on forever, and she must set some limits. After resting, she tried to resist the butler's pitiful appearance and waved goodbye. I'll see you later. Hearing the yes from his mouth, Camilla secretly smiled, thinking he would give up, and it would probably be fine. Indeed, Camilla thought the butler would have to give up, but in the following days, from morning till night, he continuously appeared before her with a pitiful look that startled her, even waking her in the middle of the night to apologize. Sorry for interrupting your meal, but miss, that person really wants to meet you. Can you come just once, just once? He kept nagging in her ear, making Camilla extremely irritated. She had been naive to think he would easily give up. Was Butler Darius always this stubborn? Camilla could no longer bear it, yelling in anger, stop it. Before her stood the extremely pitiful figure of Butler Darius. Miss, please, hoo-hoo, I'm begging you. Giving up, Camilla sighed and clicked her tongue, nodding, fine, I'll meet once. Upon hearing this, Butler Darius was so delighted that he nearly jumped up to cheer. Thank you very much, miss. Referring to the ghost, Camilla asked bluntly, is it a haunting type? But it seemed Butler Darius didn't quite understand what she meant by haunting. You're a type of soul trapped in one place and can't go anywhere else. That's why you can't bring that person here, right? Hearing her explain, Butler Darius excitedly nodded. You're right. That person cannot move freely. With just that little information, miss, you've guessed it. That's wonderful. Ignoring the butler's flattery, Camilla asked seriously, so where is that person now? Miss, please rest assured. I, your butler Darius, will personally take you there. A little later, walking along the path in the castle's vast grounds, feeling the warm rays of sunlight shining down, Camilla thought, if anyone tried to guess where a haunted spirit would be, they would say a funeral home or a grave. However, normally, ghosts don't haunt such places because they don't want to see their own corpses, so they avoid being near those areas. It should be like that. But why are there so many ghosts here? Camilla, annoyed, asked when she saw countless souls floating inside the Duke's castle cemetery, seemingly sensing her discomfort. The butler quickly pointed ahead, just a little further. Observing her surroundings, Camilla pondered, could it be because this was the graveyard for those with great contributions to the family? She guessed that those buried here were honored. But in the end, it was still just a cold graveyard. Miss, hurry up. This way. Under the butler's guidance, Camilla arrived at a separate graveyard, which was quite splendid. Anyone could see that this was the resting place of high-status individuals in the family. To be fair, today the sun was blindingly bright. On such a warm, beautiful day, having to enter these cold graves was something to complain about. A moment later, the butler stood in front of a grave, smiling. Miss Camilla, we've arrived. Camilla immediately stopped and heard another man's voice say, is this the child? The butler immediately bowed respectfully to the man and replied, yes, it is, sir. Camilla's eyes widened when she saw the spirit before her and simultaneously looked at the person's gravestone. If he was the 39th Duke, as written on the gravestone, then he must be very ancient, as now it was the 42nd generation. The spirit was the soul of the 39th head of the Sofio family, named Hochio Sofio. Standing before Camilla, the spirit smiled and asked, can you really see me? Camilla stepped closer and confidently replied, yes, and I can hear you speak too. Upon receiving her confirmation, the spirit laughed heartily. Finally I can see the conclusion, and that's why I wanted to call you here. Not allowing him to finish, Camilla politely interrupted, before that, can I ask you something? The 39th head of the Sofio family, Hochio, was a bit surprised but nodded in agreement, telling her to go ahead and ask. I want to ask if this is hereditary, about the hair. That was quite surprising because the 39th head of the Sofio family, Hochio, had a completely bald head that reflected the sunlight. Skipping over the hair issue, the 39th head of the Sofio family began to recount the past. The head's duty was to indicate where the new spirit beast would be born for the successor. But since he had been poisoned, he couldn't do that. Now that the opportunity has come, hearing his solemn tone made Camilla serious, not missing a word. Because you are the only one who can find the spirit beast, Camilla, please help me bring the spirit beast back to the family. After confirming everything clearly, Camilla was silent for a moment, then gasped in shock, what? Me? In her study, Camilla was currently enjoying a warm, fragrant cup of tea. Although she knew this was unfortunate, what did the 39th head want her to do? After all this time, if she suddenly found the spirit beast that previous generations could not find, what would they say? Setting the cup down on the table, Camilla could partially guess the scenario that would unfold in the future. Countless questions were raised by everyone, including the surrounding families, about how an ordinary girl in the family could find a spirit beast. This curiosity would put her in an extremely passive position. Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. She wondered if she should act like a fortune teller, showcasing her predictive abilities. And what next? Telling everyone that the spirit beast's egg was in a lake. Surely, they would all call her crazy. The more she thought about it, the more her head throbbed. But who knew what would happen? What if finding the spirit beast's egg could reduce her chances of execution? Was searching for the spirit beast on her own a good idea? A new day began, and Camilla went to the cemetery, where she had previously met the ghost of the 39th patriarch, Herschel. The butler, Darrell, floated around, admiring and continuously praising her. My lady, you look so beautiful today. Hearing that compliment, Camilla turned, smiled awkwardly, and asked, so, you're saying I wasn't beautiful before? The butler hastily waved his hands in panic. No. I meant that the black dress suits you very well. Camilla was so absorbed in her own thoughts that she didn't notice a few people standing nearby. That group saw her and immediately began whispering to each other. I know we are here today for your mother's memorial, Berto, but why is Lady Camilla here? They turned to ask Berto, the eldest son of the Davlin family. What's more, it's odd. Lady Camilla isn't even paying attention to you, Berto. Could it be that she didn't see you because you're too far away? Impossible. If it were Berto, she would run over immediately, they speculated anxiously while Camilla was lost in thought, troubled over the spirit beast egg she might find. Hearing his friends whisper, Berto smiled and shook his head. Don't say that, it's rude to Lady Camilla. One friend awkwardly replied, but it's true. You're always so kind to everyone. And that's the problem. Didn't she steal something from you before? Berto smiled and shook his head. No, I lost it, and she just happened to find and keep it. His friend gave up. Right, with your tidy nature, it was completely accidental that you lost it. But I must admit, she does look a bit different today. Honestly, I can't take my eyes off her. They were completely captivated by Camilla's beauty and noticed how much her aura had changed. Not wanting to stay any longer, Berto coldly walked away. If you two don't have anything else to do, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. After a few steps, he paused, glanced back at Camilla, and smiled quietly. Camilla Sofiel, why is she here? That night, in her cozy room, Camilla lay on her warm bed, with the mystical moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating the room. In the middle of the night, she suddenly woke up, incredibly thirsty. Was it because she had been thinking about water all day that now she was so thirsty? How was she going to get something from the water? Frustrated, she got up and out of bed. Even worse, the teapot in her room had run dry. At this hour, she couldn't call Donna, so she had to go fetch water herself. As she walked down the hallway towards the kitchen, Camilla looked like a princess bathed in the mysterious moonlight. When she reached the quiet kitchen in the castle, she was even more shocked to see light inside. Huh? Who could be in the kitchen this late? He, Camilla the curious cat, let's peek for a bit. Amused, she eagerly opened the kitchen door. When she saw who was inside eating, she was startled. Oh my, why is it Ravi? Taking a moment to recover, she walked in and asked, "Are you eating, brother Ravi?" Ravi was equally surprised to see his sister. He looked serious and asked, "Why are you here at this hour?" Camilla replied, "I came to get water. It's late, so I couldn't call a servant, so I came by myself." Saying that, she sat down in front of her brother. "And what about it? Why are you sitting here?" Seeing her brother's annoyed face, Camilla smiled contentedly, "Ha, just keep eating, don't mind me. I love watching mukbangs." Ravi looked dumbfounded. "What did you just say?" "Never mind, do whatever you want." Ignoring her intense gaze, he focused on his meal. Watching him devour his food, Camilla suddenly felt her eyelids grow heavy. She'd heard that some people get sleepy watching mukbangs. And it seemed to be true. After eating for a while, Ravi looked over at his sister with a puzzled expression. "Hey, if you're sleepy, go back to bed," he said. With her eyes half closed, she stubbornly replied, "I'm not. I swear." "Then open your eyes and talk." "I already did." After arguing with her brother for a while, she finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed onto the table, falling fast asleep. "Mom, she fell asleep already. I can't believe this," Ravi muttered to himself. Normally, he would have felt annoyed and left her there. But now, it was strange. Ravi sighed, stood up, and walked over to her. He no longer wanted to leave her behind like before. Seeing his sister sleep talking, Ravi was startled and wondered, is the kitchen cold? He figured he would take her back to her room, as she couldn't sleep here. Just as Ravi was about to lift her, a voice startled him from behind, "Go ahead and keep eating, Ravi." He quickly turned around to see his older brother, Ludwig, approaching. "I'll take Camilla back to her room," Ludwig said. Ravi quickly waved his hands, "No need, I can do it." But before Ravi could continue, Ludwig stepped forward, lifted Camilla into his arms, and said, "It's fine. I can handle it." Watching this, Ravi felt as if he was seeing a ghost. He couldn't understand why his brother, Ludwig, was acting this way. Hearing Ravi's panicked tone, Ludwig shushed him, "Quiet down, or you'll wake Camilla." But why was he so concerned about Camilla? Something strange was happening, and Ravi had no idea what it was. The next morning, Camilla woke up because the sun's rays were dancing on her face. Groggy, she curled up in her warm blanket. At this moment, her consciousness finally clears, and she starts to wonder, when did I fall asleep? More importantly, when did I get back to my room? I don't remember anything at all. The last thing she remembers is seeing her brother still eating in the dining room. Oh my God, was it Ravi who brought me back? I must have caused so much trouble last night. She guesses she's about to hear him complain when they meet, knowing Ravi's personality. But last night, Camilla had a nightmare she hadn't had in a long time. In the dream, Camilla was sobbing and begging, clutching Ludwig's cloak, "Please don't kill me. I really want to live, please, don't kill me." Faced with her, Ludwig's expression was unclear, but he replied, "I won't kill you." Hearing this, Camilla was momentarily stunned, then broke into a wide smile. Yes, thank goodness, thank goodness. Remembering the dream, she felt like turning to stone, covering her face in embarrassment. Why did I smile when he said he wouldn't kill me? How stupid. It was just a dream, yet I cried and laughed like a madwoman. Am I a child or what? What am I doing with myself? Later, in the hallway, when she saw her brother's figure from behind, Camilla called out, "Brother Ravi." Hearing his sister's sweet tone, Ravi gritted his teeth in frustration. "Can't you call me normally?" She giggled. "I did call you normally." He retorted, "I'll smack you, you hear?" "Fine, fine. I was a bit embarrassed last night, so I'm pretending to be nice today." "Isn't that a good thing?" Ravi was confused, and her next words left him speechless. "Your little sister is lighter than you thought, huh? Last night, when you carried me, you must have been surprised, right?" "Ha ha ha, your sister is so light." Ravi wanted to say something but stopped, while Camilla observed his annoyed expression and smiled. All right, I get it. I'll stop now, so don't glare at me like that." As the two siblings were chatting, footsteps echoed nearby, causing them to pause. It was none other than their eldest brother, Ludwig. Camilla was very surprised, wondering why he was there so early in the morning. Strange. But to survive, she had no other choice. So, she flashed a bright, flowery smile, lifted her dress, and curtsied, "Good morning, dearest brother." Caw, 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 the sound of a crow awkwardly broke the tense atmosphere between the three. "It's a lovely day today, isn't it, brother?" She smiled outwardly but cursed silently. Why isn't he saying anything? After staring at Ludwig's expression for a moment, Camilla finally noticed he had a bit of a reaction. But then Ravi stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder, and asked irritably, "Why do you treat us differently? Why do you use such formal language with Ludwig, but speak so casually with me?" Seeing her brother's irritated look, Camilla sighed internally. Why is he acting so childish right now? He wants to argue over something as trivial as language. He always called her hey anyway. With a smirk of contempt, she replied, "Why are you asking something so obvious?" Ravi, now furious, demanded, "What do you mean, obvious? You clearly only respect Ludwig." "Well, that's because you're my real brother and a true family member." Her words left Ravi stunned, as if he had fallen into a cloud. Seeing his frozen expression, Camilla huffed and turned away. Why is he so surprised and awkward about it? Didn't he think of me as his real sister before? Ravi held it in for a moment but eventually couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Ha, what on earth is this? Now what? Why are you laughing? You look so gross." Perplexed by her brother's strange behavior, she turned her attention to Ludwig, who still had an icy expression. What's wrong with this guy now? Why are neither of these men acting normal? Who am I supposed to please here? During lunch that day, the tension in the atmosphere became even heavier. Seeing the solemn face of the Duke, Camilla felt like her hands were tied. What's with all the men in this house today? They all have weird moods. Forcing a stiff smile, she asked, "Father, is something the matter?" The Duke sighed, "No, nothing. I just heard that scoundrel is coming soon, and I'm wondering why I'm feeling so irritated." That scoundrel was D.A. Velan. He was coming today to discuss business. D.A. Velan was both a friend and a rival of Duke Sophio. He was the Duke of D.A. Velan. Seeing his daughter's surprised face, the Duke continued, "I heard Betro is also coming." At the mention of Betro, Camilla suddenly felt everyone at the table's gaze on her. What's going on here? The moment Betro's name came up, everyone's looking at me. Yeah, of course, Camilla understood why. As for Betro, well, his full name was Betro D.A. Velan. He was one of the 5 people Camilla least wanted to see at the upcoming academy gathering. She still wondered why past Camilla liked someone like him, but she had secretly harbored feelings for Betro for a long time. She had even gathered the courage to ask him to be her date at the upcoming ball, only to be politely rejected. "I'm sorry, but I already have a date." Camilla's face had turned completely red, as she stammered, I see. "Well, if that's the case, there's no helping it, ha ha. It's fine, really. Lord Betro already had a date. So it couldn't be avoided. He didn't reject her because he disliked her, right?" Naive Camilla had optimistically thought so, until she saw the girl accompanying Lord Betro at the ball. "Oh my, Lady Camilla, hello." Camilla awkwardly returned the greeting, thinking to herself, so, Betro's date is Chula, huh? Chula left Betro's side, walking toward her with a malicious smile. "You look lovely today. But do you know what I've been hearing lately? I heard you asked to be Lord Betro's partner, but got rejected, right?" Camilla, innocent as always, quickly waved her hands. That's because he already had a partner," but before she could finish, Chula interrupted with a smile. "That's not true. I just asked him to be my partner 2 days ago." Chula's words shattered the last bit of illusion in Camilla's heart, leaving her frozen in place while Chula's mocking laughter echoed in her ears. Oh dear, Lord Betro. If he didn't like Lady Camilla, he should have just said so. But really, who in their right mind would want to partner with you? You fake lady. You're nothing but a phony noblewoman, ha ha ha. Each malicious word, along with Chula's cruel laughter, felt like icy daggers to Camilla, freezing her to her core. Those words struck deep into the wound buried in her soul. That's why Camilla had lunged at her, pulling her hair and giving her a beating. That became the infamous incident of the party. Fortunately, everyone just thought it was typical wild Camilla, unaware she was trying to hide the insult of being called a phony noblewoman. Seeing his daughter's gloomy face, the Duke gently advised, "Camilla, if you feel uncomfortable, just tell me." Before he could finish, Camilla took a bite of her sandwich and smiled. "Don't worry, everyone. My feelings for Betro are long gone. I've forgotten him, so there's no need to worry about me anymore. After all, it was Camilla who liked Betro, not me. Though this is her body, the soul inside is actually Sia's, from modern times." Judging by her family's expressions, they seemed quite confused. That was understandable since the incident at the party wasn't long ago, and Camilla had always followed Betro like a shadow. It made sense they wouldn't believe her. The Duke, tired, rubbed his forehead and sighed. "I don't know why Devlin is coming here. I bet he's just using business talks as an excuse to brag about his magic beast." Magic beasts again. Just hearing about them made Camilla's headache worse, reminding her that she needed to find a magic beast for herself, but she couldn't even swim. She sighed heavily at the thought, which caught her family's attention. "Camilla, what's bothering you?" Camilla awkwardly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just worried because father looks so worried." Her sweet words successfully brightened the Duke's mood, while her brother Ravi stood frozen, mouth agape. "Ha ha, don't worry, my daughter. Eat up before it gets cold." Camilla smiled and nodded. "Yes, father, you should eat too." While they dined, the head chef pushed a cart toward the table. Noticing the new dish, the Duke asked curiously, "Gerard, what's this dessert?" Chef Gerard, setting the dish on the table, replied, "Lady Camilla specifically requested this, my lord." It was a greyish drink mixed with some black round seeds that didn't look very appetizing. "This is black bean juice with cream," Camilla explained as everyone stared at the odd-looking drink. "Black beans are great for hair. It may not be genetic, but we should be careful, right, father?" The Duke didn't really understand what she meant but chuckled. "Isn't having more hair better, anyway?" Ha ha. Camilla wondered if Ludwig would drink this, but he continued his meal in silence, not saying a word. That afternoon, as expected, a distinguished guest arrived at Duke Sofio's castle. A man with bright red hair and a crimson cloak patted Ludwig on the shoulder, praising him. "It's been a while, Ludwig. I heard you returned victorious. You've gotten even more handsome since I last saw you, ha ha." The loud voice and ever-present smile belonged to none other than Duke Devlin, who owned the Red Eagle magic beast. Turning to Duke Sofio's irritated expression, Devlin smiled. "I guess you're full even without eating, having such a handsome heir." Duke Sofio replied coldly, "Stop the nonsense and come inside." Just then, Devlin's eyes caught sight of two people emerging from the mansion. It was none other than Camilla and Ravi. Seeing them, he snorted, clearly displeased, and turned his head away. "All right, let's go inside. Watching him walk away, Camilla sensed the distance in his demeanor. It was all the same to her. Devlin saw no value in acknowledging her or Ravi. Likely because he valued bloodlines above all. She and her brother were merely outsiders, not blood-related to Duke Sofio. Now that she thought about it, he probably wasn't thrilled that she had liked Betro. But sorry, old man, even if you gave me your son now, I wouldn't want him. As she drifted off in thought, a voice called out from behind, "It's been a while, lady." Camilla turned around, startled, and saw a handsome man with bright red hair like Duke Davelin's. It was none other than Betro, and yes, he was good-looking. No wonder the old Camilla had been so infatuated. Knowing full well his friendly gestures would be misunderstood, Betro still did them. This was the type of person Sia despised, but outwardly, she remained polite. "It has been a while, Lord Betro." Betro, looking thoughtful, said, "Yes, it's been a while since the last party. I'm sorry I didn't help back then, but..." He trailed off, covering his face in feigned embarrassment. It made Camilla want to punch him, but she smiled and said, "I understand." In reality, she remembered how he had quietly slipped away. With a charming smile, Betro said, "I've heard the gardens here are lovely. I'd love to take a look." Camilla smiled back and confirmed, "Yes, the gardens here are indeed beautiful. If Lord Betro would like to see the gardens, I'll have a servant show you around." Butler Rue, standing nearby, immediately responded, "Yes, my lady." Betro seemed a bit surprised that Camilla would just hand him off to a servant like that. Regardless of what he thought, Camilla curtsied and turned to leave. "Well then, enjoy the scenery." Watching her walk away, Betro remained thoughtful, while the butler approached and said, "Shall we go?" "This way, my lord." As he followed the butler, Betro couldn't help but glance back at Camilla. He caught the gaze of her brother, Ravi. Camilla's dress fluttered lightly in the breeze, captivating everyone. After a while, Betro rubbed his head and let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, inside the room where the two fathers were chatting, Devlin proudly smiled and said, "So, I hear you still haven't found your familiar." Upon hearing this, Sofio immediately became irritated and interrupted, "Have you forgotten why you're here?" Devlin chuckled and got to the point, all right, let's talk business. I heard you found some rare minerals at the new mine you acquired. Why don't you let my trade guild handle the inspection?" Duke Sofio cut him off. "Why should I let you handle it?" "Well, you don't know what it's for, do you? The Devlin family will help you. So when you start selling, why not consider our partnership?" Duke Sofio coldly rejected him. "No need, thanks. Even though you Davelins have more connections than me, I'm not handing it over to you." As the two old men were fiercely arguing, the sound of the door opening made them pause. Camilla entered with her sweet voice, "Father, I brought some desserts for you too." "Oh, Camilla. Come on in. I can smell a faint scent of tea in the air," the Duke remarked. "Is this a new tea? I haven't seen it before." Camilla pushed the cart closer and nodded. "I heard you haven't been sleeping well lately, and this tea is perfect for calming nerves." Of course, she had chosen this moment deliberately. In any era, a child who knows how to care for their parents is always something to boast about, especially in front of guests. "Father, I'll bring you another cup before bed." The Duke smiled and nodded at his daughter. "All right, thank you. Why don't you join us for tea?" Camilla showed a brief look of surprise and concern. "Are you sure? I won't be a bother, will I?" "Ha ha, what bother? Come, sit down," the Duke said warmly, and Camilla sat beside him. Meanwhile, she quietly observed Duke Davelin's dark expression. He didn't seem too pleased, but she didn't care. However, when she looked at him again, her eyes widened at what she saw on his shoulder. Was that a familiar? A small, fiery red bird, incredibly cute and vibrant. In her eyes, she could see things others couldn't, like spirits before, and now, even familiars. It seemed no one else could see the familiar. No one noticed the bird on Davelin's shoulder. Was it like a spirit until summoned by its master? After some more arguing, the Duke, feeling thirsty, took a sip of the tea his daughter had brought. "Ah, today's tea is really good," he said. "I am glad you like it, father." Of course, the tea was good, as it had been brewed by Ravi, the butler who had always known the Duke's tastes. Just as Camilla caught Duke Davelin's gaze, the little familiar was pecking at his bright red hair. Out of courtesy, she pushed a cup of tea toward him and asked, "Would Duke Davelin like a cup?" "I hope it suits your taste." Davelin pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Camilla kindly poured him a cup of tea. Watching the man in front of her taste the tea, Camilla felt secretly pleased. "Delicious, right? Ha ha, I bet you'll want more, old man." But her thoughts were interrupted by the familiar's fiery red head, as if it were looking straight into her eyes. In the stillness of the room, the magical voice of the familiar echoed, leaving Camilla astonished. "Can you see me, girl? Oh my, what's going on?" She thought only the master could hear the familiar's voice. Camilla forced a smile, pretending she didn't hear or see anything, but the familiar's voice continued, "Girl, you have a pure soul." Just as Camilla was praying for the familiar to stop talking to her, Duke Davelin's voice called out, "Jessie." Immediately, flames burst from his shoulder, and the majestic, phoenix-like familiar emerged, reborn from the fire. The bird perched on Duke Davelin's shoulder, scanning the room with its eyes. It looked completely different from the tiny, cute form from earlier. So, the familiar's name was Jessie, just like the Korean chocolate drink, Camilla thought, observing its transformed form. It had grown much bigger. It only fully manifested when summoned. Like a real spirit. Seeing his old friend call out his familiar, Duke Sophia grew annoyed. "Why are you summoning your familiar out of the blue?" Davelin smiled, "I just wanted to admire it. You might not know, but familiars are beautiful creatures you can't take your eyes off. Then take it home and admire it all you want." Sophia retorted coldly. "Don't be so harsh, ha ha," Davelin laughed. Watching their conversation, Camilla sighed. This Duke Davelin sure knew how to annoy people. Camilla hadn't planned on interfering in their conversation, but suddenly, the red eagle familiar glanced her way. It then soared through the air, circling the room with its fiery red wings. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, it spread its enormous wings and flew toward Camilla. Duke Davelin was frozen in shock, watching his familiar leave his shoulder and land on the girl. The red bird rested comfortably on Camilla's lap. Flustered, Duke Davelin called out, "Jessie, come here." The familiar looked at the Duke and then arrogantly shook its head, elegantly refusing. Seeing this, the Duke grew angry and shouted, "Jessie, I told you to come here." But the familiar's next words left him speechless. "I don't want to. I like it here. This child has a soul as pure as a newborn." Hearing the familiar's words, Duke Davelin was left stunned, while the familiar kept repeating that it liked the girl. It seemed these strange creatures really took a liking to Camilla. Not knowing what to do, she smiled and apologized to Duke Davelin. Duke Sophio, who had been quietly watching from the side, smiled teasingly, "I think your familiar likes my daughter more than it likes you, old friend." Davelin's entire face seemed to flush red, as he stood up and shouted, "What are you talking about? It listens to me better than anyone. Come here, Jetty." Davelin almost yelled, but the little bird stayed still on Camilla's lap, not moving at all. The room fell into an awkward silence. Until Sophio's hearty laugh broke the tension. "Ha ha, so much for obedience, huh?" Davelin's expression began to crumble, like a candle flickering in the wind. He called out to his familiar, but it didn't respond. Even Camilla, who was equally uncomfortable, didn't know what to do in this situation. Time passed, and a few days later, at the Imperial Academy, Donna, the maid, stood next to the carriage and worriedly asked her lady, "Are you sure you'll be all right, milady? Maybe you should change majors, like the Duke suggested." Camilla smiled and shook her head, reassuring her, "It's fine, I'll be back soon." Seeing Donna's worried expression, Camilla thought to herself, why is she so anxious? But it was understandable. After all, Camilla felt quite alone here too. She had a lot to worry about, especially after choosing that major. In one of the empty courtyards of the academy, the sound of students practicing swordplay echoed continuously. They were training by sparring with each other under the supervision of a referee, and this was none other than the academy's swordsmanship department. The Sophio family was famous for their swordsmanship, boasting 2 master swordsmen, and being renowned across the continent for their exceptional skills. That's why Camilla had chosen this major, to prove that she, too, was part of the Sophio family. Thinking about it made Camilla sigh dejectedly. But you need talent to choose this major, she thought. Why was I so stubborn before? Why did I pick this when I clearly wasn't good enough? Sia, of course, understood Camilla's thoughts from before. Perhaps this was her last resort. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Camilla silently mused, anyway, it was this body that made the choice. It's possible Camilla might return to it, so I might as well stick with it. Some things are preordained by the heavens, she thought. Maybe I should just take a nap. Camilla was invisible in the school, and even the teachers didn't notice her. So it wouldn't matter if she slept. There was a shaded spot nearby that seemed perfect for a nap. But as she looked towards it, Camilla noticed a spirit standing under the tree. Oh my God, what's that stabbing through his chest? She immediately turned her head away, hoping they wouldn't make eye contact. She discreetly looked around for another shady spot, but to her dismay, that was the only shaded tree in the entire courtyard. There was only one spot. Frustrated, Camilla stood up and walked over to the tree. The spirit was still standing there, looking off to the side. Ignoring him, Camilla sat down under the tree, leaning her back against it. Even though she was so close, the spirit didn't glance at her. Thank goodness. He seemed solely focused on the sword match. Whatever, just let him be. Watching her actions, some students nearby started whispering, "Hey, isn't that Lady Camilla? She's sleeping during class." Betro, standing in the back, also noticed her and couldn't help but recall her previous embarrassed expression. Betro smiled and commented, "She feels like a completely different person." A spirit with a sword pierced through his chest. Meanwhile, Camilla slept peacefully under the tree, oblivious to everything around her. The onlookers were confused. Who sleeps during class? Oh, it's Lady Camilla. Has she lost her mind? Betro, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh before heading back to class. Let's go. We should head to class. Even though everyone was bewildered by Camilla's apparent transformation, it was time for class. She seems like a completely different person now. She's so carefree in class. As the group left, one of them accidentally bumped into someone. The guy got angry and cursed, "What the hell was that?" Hearing the curse, the other person turned around coldly and asked, "Did you just say something to me?" Realizing he had bumped into Asan, the guy turned pale and quickly shook his head, No. I'm sorry. I apologize, Asan." Asan smiled, seemingly friendly, and replied, "Don't apologize, because I'm not going to." People feared Asan because Sephra was a family of great wizards. As the eldest son of the Zico family, Asan possessed formidable strength, unlike other wizards. He also had extraordinary physical prowess, but his greatest flaw was his lack of humanity. Last year, there was a famous incident. A transfer student, unaware of Asan's reputation, challenged him. That student was beaten so badly he almost died. Right before the student took his last breath, Asan healed him, only to beat him again. This cycle of beating and healing repeated. Those who witnessed and experienced it thought Asan had gone mad. Back in the present, as the tension escalated, Betro stepped in to calm things down. "Come on, let's stop this. No need for a fight. It's just a misunderstanding, right?" Asan, he already apologized, so let's leave it at that. Facing Betro's friendly smile, Asan coldly asked, "Are you some kind of clown? I wonder if you'd still be smiling if you got hit." Betro, still smiling, remained silent for a moment before responding. I'm kind of curious about that myself. But let's stop here, Asan. Asan shook his head. What if I don't want to? As soon as he finished speaking, Asan swung a fist at Betro, but Betro managed to block it. Asan's expression remained as cold as ice, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. Don't call my name so casually. I don't want to hear it. Just then, the angry voice of a nearby teacher rang out. What are you boys doing? With the teacher's presence, Asan controlled his temper, clicked his tongue, and said, this is so embarrassing. From now on, stay out of my way. He left coldly, pausing briefly as he passed the still sleeping Camilla under the tree, and stared at her for a moment. In his mouth, he muttered something, saying the girl's actions were suspicious. Could she actually see it? After a sound nap, Camilla woke up and made her way to class, but she noticed something incredibly annoying. Ghosts were floating everywhere around the school. In the courtyard, in the hallways, and even on the rooftops, it was all full of ghosts. Even inside the classrooms, the same thing. With so many ghosts, isn't this basically a haunted school? In moments like this, she thought it was better to take another nap. As she laid her head down on the desk, ready to drift off, someone coldly called her name, Lady Camilla. Seems like my class isn't interesting to you, huh? Camilla tiredly lifted her head to face the shrill, annoying voice of the teacher in front of her. She remembered this professor. This woman couldn't even raise her head in front of Duke Sophia, but she enjoyed feeling superior by bullying Camilla. There were others sleeping around, so why did this snake in purple with glasses choose her to pick a fight with? Confronting Camilla, the professor raised her voice. Are you saying my class isn't worth your time, or are you just so confident that you can solve the problem on the board? Well, come up here and show me then. Realizing the professor was intentionally provoking her, Camilla, irritated, stood up and walked straight to the board. These exercises were easy for her, given that she had already graduated from university in her previous life. In reality, since Sia was an orphan, more accurately, abandoned by her parents, she didn't want to be a bad student for those reasons. Though she had little time to sleep due to her life in the entertainment world, she never gave up on her studies. More than that, Sia had grown tired of observing Camilla's life at school for over 20 years, watching it through a dream from a third-person perspective. She had even completed midterm exams from schools in this world over 10 times, so she easily solved the exercises on the board, leaving the professor wide-eyed in disbelief. After finishing, Camilla set the chalk down and confidently asked, "Can I sleep now?" The professor was so overwhelmed by Camilla's presence that she stood there, speechless. That afternoon, as Camilla returned to her familiar carriage, with the warm sunlight shining from outside, she felt all her energy drain away. Spending half a day at school felt like filming 3 movies. Why were there so many ghosts and annoying people at school? The smooth ride of the carriage was making her sleepy. She didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually, the carriage stopped in front of the Duke's mansion. "Lady Camilla, we've arrived." Camilla stepped out of the carriage, still yawning. She couldn't understand why she'd been so sleepy all day. At that moment, her eyes widened as she looked up at the beautiful sky, where the honey-red sunset danced on the treetops and the distant mountains. Come to think of it, this was the first time she'd been able to peacefully watch a sunset since arriving in this world. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of flowers, making her feel at ease. Despite her troublesome situation, the sky was beautiful today, and she had to enjoy it. Suddenly, the Duke's voice startled her, "Camilla." She turned around to see her father standing at the doorway. "Welcome home, my daughter." Camilla froze at her father's words. Was he really here to welcome her? Such a simple thing for a daughter returning from school. This simple gesture was something that neither Camilla nor Sia had ever experienced before. Reflecting on her terrible past, tears started forming on her beautiful face. This stunned the Duke, and Camilla also wondered what was wrong with her. Am I crazy? Why am I crying? The Duke hurried over and asked, "What's wrong, my dear? Why are you crying?" Though she couldn't explain it, it was the first time she had heard such words. She had never been welcomed home in her entire life. All that had ever awaited her was cold, dark solitude. The cold darkness had always welcomed the poor little girl. A miserable childhood, and her emotions had long grown numb to these experiences. Her warm heart had slowly hardened through the hardships of life, even when her mother passed away. Even when her wretched father came demanding money, she hadn't shed a single tear. Yet now, upon entering this world, hearing her father welcome her today, she couldn't hold back her sobs. Was her heart not entirely hardened, but simply closed off to protect itself? Struggling to suppress the turmoil inside, she smiled brightly at the Duke. "Father, I'm home." Was she now able to say the words she had never said before? For the first time, she could say it to her father, "Father, I'm so tired today." The Duke, surprised by his daughter's reaction, gently patted her head. "Yes, welcome home." A little later, in her bedroom, Camilla, embarrassed to the point of blushing, punched and kicked her poor pillow. "Oh my God, I'm so mortified. Why were they all outside to witness that scene? Brother Luke and Brother Ravi, and a ton of others standing there watching." As she was wriggling in embarrassment, her poor stomach grumbled, signaling it was empty. With a sigh, Camilla got out of bed. "I'm starving, that's enough embarrassment for today. I need to survive and not die of hunger here." She changed her clothes and headed to the kitchen to find something to eat. As soon as she stepped out of her room, she bumped into a figure, and his cold, irritated voice echoed. "Why are you always so slow?" The person waiting for her in the hallway was none other than her brother, Ravi. Looking at his face, Camilla wondered what was up with him. Could it be that he was waiting for her? Thinking that, Camilla smiled to herself, then turned to walk away. "Do you think there's any snail as beautiful as me?" Ravi was left bewildered. Where did that confidence even come from? Seeing her brother's nauseated expression, Camilla got annoyed. All right, no more jokes. Stop making that face." Frustrated with his sister, Ravi sighed like an old man and searched his pocket for something. "Here, take this," he said coldly, tossing her the item he just pulled from his pocket. Camilla examined it and asked, "Is this a bracelet?" Ravi nodded and told her to throw it away. "Throw that bracelet at anyone you don't like." His unclear statement left Camilla confused. She asked again, "Could you explain more clearly?" "It's a magic bracelet that can bind people. So stop acting like a child and just throw it at them." Hearing her brother's words, Camilla felt overwhelmed. What did he mean by giving her this? Did he think she was being bullied at school? Maybe it was because he saw her crying in front of their father earlier. Thinking that, Camilla's expression softened, and she smiled. Regaining her playful side, she chased after her brother. "Oh, Ravi, let's go together. Come on, call me properly." But then she teased, "But, Ravi, if I use this, won't people criticize me even more?" Ravi scoffed. "Don't worry about that. Just use the bracelet, you don't have much reputation to lose anyway." Time passed, and Camilla embarked on her journey at the Imperial Academy. Before Camilla knew it, another task awaited her, retrieving the mythical beast's egg. The hovering butler urged, "Miss, the water seems to have warmed up quite a bit already." Standing in front of the calm lake, Camilla sighed, "I think it's still cold." The butler, now wearing a mask, firmly explained, "It's not cold, miss. Many people are playing in the water at this time." I know, Camilla replied gloomily. There was no more excuse to delay searching for the beast egg. As the saying goes, the darkest place is under the lamp, and now she stood before the Lake of Spirits, one of the symbols of the Imperial Academy. According to the previous head of the Horschel family, the mythical beast's egg slumbered at the bottom of this lake within the academy. Camilla thought as she dipped her hand into the lake. She'd heard that Ludwig graduated from this academy, but did he not take the pendant to search for the beast? Well, who would go so far out of their way for that? Feeling the water on her hand, Camilla shivered. Good grief, it's still freezing. That liar said it was warm. The butler, nearly in tears, pleaded, Miss, Lord Horshall is anxiously waiting. Camilla coldly replied, let him wait a bit longer. He's waited hundreds of years, after all. Oh, my poor lady. Ignoring the butler's pitiful state, Camilla got up and walked away. We'll come back when the water's warmer. And stop lying and crying, I won't fall for it again. Do you always have to follow me to the academy? The ghostly butler Darua floated behind her, replying quickly, Lord Horshall is desperately waiting, miss. Camilla sighed, I understand how he feels, but that lake is really deep. Miss, you don't need to worry about getting lost in the lake. I've already scouted it to locate the beast's egg underwater. Please trust me and follow my lead, he said, his eyes sparkling with sincerity, leaving Camilla exasperated. I've never been afraid of water, but I'll do this later. As she walked away, she suddenly stopped, hearing voices near the forest. What's that? What did they just say? It turned out there was a man pressuring a blonde girl to have tea with him. Camilla overheard and thought, what a lame pickup line, how disgusting. The blonde girl kept refusing. But the man wouldn't give up. Do you not know your place? Your family isn't powerful enough to reject me. The man's cruel words made Camilla stop in her tracks, her face darkening. Talking about family and respect, huh? The man was now forcefully grabbing the blonde girl's hand, as she struggled and begged him to stop. At that moment, Camilla approached, coldly saying, maybe it's not your family that's the problem. But ****, did you sleep through literature class or something? No wonder your vocabulary is so poor. Not to mention your awful discrimination skills. It's not that she dislikes your family, she just doesn't. Like ****. Hearing her speak non-stop, the man finally recognized Camilla. I don't need your gratitude for realizing who I am, she said. After a moment of silence, the man approached and asked, are you here alone? Then, with a dangerous smile, he continued, hey, I can't believe you're both equally stupid, not knowing your place. Do you not understand the situation? Shut up and get lost. Facing his threats, Camilla smiled as she brushed her hair aside, my situation. Shouldn't you worry about yourself first? She smirked. Seth, second son of Count Hopley. Just turned 20 this year. You're the son of a concubine, not the countess, and you've been behaving like a brute since childhood. Her words infuriated Seth, who yelled, but Camilla ignored him and went on, 3 years ago, on March 15th, you kidnapped and assaulted the daughter of Viscount Saba. I can't believe you're such a piece of trash. Of course, everything was covered up with a large sum of money. And it didn't stop there. Last year, the second daughter of Baron. Listening to the butler's account, Camilla recounted the man's crimes, feeling disgusted. Aren't these the actions of a total scumbag? Hearing her list his misdeeds, Seth became terrified. You're wondering how I know all this? Well, I'm curious about that too. As Camilla continued her nonsensical remarks, Seth's face darkened, his voice turning cold. Hey, I told you to answer me. How do you know about these things? He grabbed Camilla by the collar. Answer me right now. You know what I've done, so you should know what comes next, right? As he spoke, a stiff grin appeared on his face. Isn't it strange? Why didn't any of those girls speak up even after I did that to them? Their families quickly covered up the assaults. So what makes you think a duke's daughter will be any different? At that moment, the blonde girl screamed in fear, stop it. She didn't do anything wrong. Facing Seth's violence, Camilla thought angrily to herself, I can't believe someone's mind could be this rotten and decayed. Since there was no one around and she had no reputation to protect, Camilla took off the bracelet her brother had given her and threw it at Seth. The bracelet immediately bound him, rendering him immobile. He panicked and shouted, what is this? Let me go. I said let me go. Camilla casually waved her hand, making the bracelet lift him into the air, causing him to nearly wet his pants in fear. Her brother's advice echoed in her mind. This is a magic bracelet that can bind people, so stop acting like a child and just throw it at them. This bracelet is really useful. You're the best, brother, thought Camilla, as she listened to the pitiful cries of the jerk, feeling a great sense of relief. If you keep making noise, I'll drop you from up there. Your face might be ugly, but I bet you don't want to die, right? Falling from that height would only end with your body shattered into pieces, she said, and the jerk, crying and scared, dared not make another sound. However, Camilla had no idea how to unlock the bracelet. Her brother had never taught her how to release it. Just then, she heard the voices of a few more men coming from behind. Hey, what are you doing here? Shoot! We were looking for you when you didn't return. Didn't you say you'd be fine on your own? Upon seeing his friends, the jerk urgently shouted. Hey, you guys, grab her. Catch that girl. In the blink of an eye, Camilla was surrounded by these crazy men. Looking at their unfriendly faces, she realized that the jerk had accomplices. Now, what should she do? The men advanced closer while Camilla backed away. If she ran now, would she be able to escape safely? But before she could act, she bumped into someone standing behind her. Camilla turned around, shocked to find her brother, Ludwig, standing there. What are you doing here? She asked. Ludwig coldly replied, I just happened to be passing by. Of course, Camilla couldn't believe this explanation. How could he just happen to pass by when this place was so far from any main road? It was strange, but now wasn't the time to question it. Thinking quickly, she grabbed his sleeve with her delicate hand and pulled. Before she could say anything, Ludwig asked in a cold voice, Is it them? The ones who made you cry? Camilla froze, not knowing why he mentioned that, but she quickly nodded. Although she didn't understand why he suddenly appeared, she decided it was best to just nod for now. Yes, it's them. Recalling his sister's tears from before, Ludwig's expression darkened instantly. Camilla, step back, he ordered, then advanced towards the thugs. Standing behind her brother, Camilla watched the terrified faces of the jerks with satisfaction. You guys are doomed now, she thought. But what would have happened if Ludwig hadn't shown up? Leaving her brother to deal with the thugs, Camilla moved closer to check on the blonde girl still sitting on the ground. She seemed terrified and kept apologizing. I'm so sorry, and thank you, lady. I deeply apologize. It's all my fault. Are you hurt? Now standing closer, Camilla took a good look at the beautiful girl's face and suddenly recognized who she was. At that moment, the blonde girl smiled and introduced herself. Hello, lady. My name is Leila. It was indeed Leila. Camilla recognized her because she was none other than a key figure in this world's story. Leila was the heroine of this tale. She was the first and only person to approach Camilla, the one everyone else avoided. But in her dreams, Camilla hated Leila. The reason was that both of them were adopted children, yet they had completely different lives and outcomes. In those dreams, Camilla had often shouted at Leila, I hate you. Get out of my sight. Though both were raised by adoptive parents, not their biological ones, why was Leila treated so differently? Why are you the one who gets all the love? And now even Betro is paying attention to you. Camilla had thought bitterly. Blinded by jealousy, Camilla had once kidnapped Leila and planned to kill her. But before she could do anything, the Duke had caught her. Faced with her father's cold expression, Camilla had been truly terrified. Camilla, you've crossed the line, her father had said. Returning to the present, Camilla silently reflected, so this is the time, huh? The moment when the entire Duke's family turns their back on her. I guess there's no avoiding the kidnapping and attempted murder incident. Now that she thought about it, Leila had just transferred to the academy around this time. She was the one who talked to Camilla the most. Just then, Leila's voice rang out again, You're Lady Camilla, aren't you? Please forgive me. Hearing her gentle apology, Camilla extended a hand to Leila. Are you planning to sit there forever? If you're grateful, don't follow anyone by yourself again, even if you're forced. As she helped Leila up, Leila smiled shyly and explained, I didn't follow him. Confused, Camilla asked, then why? Leila smiled sheepishly, at first, I was following you, Lady Camilla. I wondered why you went into the forest alone. It's dangerous. Now it was Camilla's turn to be dumbfounded. Huh? What? You know me? Leila cheerfully nodded, yes, of course. Everyone talks about you. They are always talking about what you're wearing, your jewelry, or whether your hair is tied up or braided today. Everyone notices. I even know what you're doing in class in the afternoon. Leila giggled. Camilla, hearing this, became quite annoyed. Although she knew she'd been getting more attention recently. She had no idea people were gossiping about her like this. But Leila didn't stop there, so I really wanted to meet you, Lady Camilla. Meet me? Why? Yes, of course. You, lady. Looking into Leila's sparkling eyes, Camilla felt a strange sense of familiarity. These eyes. I've seen them before. They were the same eyes that a new actress had when meeting Camilla for the first time. In those eyes was admiration, like a fan meeting their idol for the first time. At that moment, Leila clasped both of Camilla's hands, please teach me more from now on. As for Camilla, she was completely bewildered by everything that had just happened. She was still wondering why Leila cared so much about her. From now on, please teach me more. Everything was happening completely opposite to what Camilla had imagined. After chatting for a while, her brother's voice rang behind her, Camilla. Her dear brother had now finished dealing with those scoundrels, giving them a beating they would never forget. Indeed, as a swordsmanship master, he ended the fight quickly. Meanwhile, Luke also dropped that scoundrel to the ground and returned her magical bracelet. By the way, that bracelet was already broken. Sorry about that, her brother said. Camilla smiled and waved it off, it's fine, I'll just ask Ravi to fix it. Hearing that, Luke casually asked, Ravi gave this to you. Why did he do that? Camilla was startled and replied, why? If you really want to know, I don't know either. Maybe because he wants to take care of his sister, me. After all, he and I are siblings by blood, she said with a friendly smile. But for some reason, this answer seemed to trigger Luke, as he coldly crushed the bracelet in his hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to, he said. In her mind, Camilla cursed. Damn it, why did you break my bracelet? That night, as darkness fell, Camilla tossed and turned on her bed, her mind in chaos. It was so strange, because Luke was not the type to care about anyone. He was supposed to be obsessed with Leila. So why didn't he even look at her once today? The two people she had seen in her dreams, over and over, had always felt strangely drawn to each other from their first meeting. Then Betro and Ravi got involved, making it a complex, dramatic love affair. Just thinking about it gave Camilla a headache. They were supposed to meet for the first time at the market. Could it be that they met in the wrong place? Today, they met by the lake instead of the market. Could Leila's soul inside her body have caused a butterfly effect? Anyway, no use worrying about things with no answers, time to sleep. As she dozed off, a spirit appeared beside her and spoke, Miss, isn't it time to wake up? Camilla, still dreaming, mumbled angrily, go away. I said it's time to get up, the familiar deep voice repeated, causing Camilla to snap her eyes open in shock. What the hell? Sir Herschel. Standing before her was none other than the spirit of the 39th Lord, Herschel, with his shiny bald head. He waved cheerfully, saying it had been a while. Oh my God, how did you get here? Camilla wondered if spirits could suddenly teleport themselves. Herschel, seeing her curious look, explained that even he wasn't sure. I've been waiting anxiously for news from you, and suddenly today, I felt lighter, he explained. Camilla was speechless, thinking, wait, do ghosts have weight? Maybe he feels lighter because he thinks I'm going to help him fulfill his wish about the spirit egg. Camilla thought. Is this how you move spirits? Am I going to start seeing more ghosts? Seeing her deep in thought, Herschel reminded her, by the way, when do you plan to find the spirit egg? I already told you the location, so what's so hard about it? The spirit egg shouldn't be left alone for so long. Darui also appeared beside her and agreed, yes, I concur. This is the lifelong wish of our family, so please hurry up and fulfill it. Hearing them nagging, Camilla quickly interrupted, yes, I'll find the spirit egg as soon as possible. I just need to prepare a little. Prepare what? The two spirits asked curiously. Under their intense gaze, Camilla suddenly sat still, took a deep breath, and cleared her throat as if she was warming up her voice. She slowly exhaled, then used all her strength to scream loudly. The ear-piercing scream was so loud that it startled everyone in the castle awake. Worried, they all rushed to her room, banging on the door. Miss Camilla, what's wrong? Donna was the first to barge in, rushing to Camilla's side. Miss, are you okay? Not only the servants, but even the Duke was drawn by the scream, coming in with concern. Camilla, what's going on, my dear? Facing her father's worried face, Camilla shed pitiful tears. What's the matter, sweetie? Father, in my dream. Camilla sobbed as she explained, I saw a pile of cloth in your room, and then everything caught fire. I told you to get out, but you couldn't leave. Even in the middle of the fire. At this moment, Ravi rushed in as well, hearing his sister's words, and became even more confused. What's happening now? After hearing the whole story, the Duke looked both worried and amused. Ha, so you came to save me when I was stuck in the fire, huh? You must have been very scared. Camilla's tears were part of her brilliant acting, but there was another reason she screamed. Around this time of year, a textile factory owned by the Sophiel family had burned down. Camilla didn't know the exact time, but it was probably a week after Leila transferred to school. She did this to make it seem like she had a prophetic dream, gradually revealing her ability to foresee the future under the guise of being a seer. Just then, a servant rushed in, calling out anxiously, Your Grace, we've received some bad news. We've been informed that a fire broke out at a textile factory in the Beck area. There were no casualties since it's late, but it seems the factory will have trouble operating for some time. Upon hearing this, the Duke got up to leave. Is that so? Let's go back to my room and discuss this in more detail. As he left, the surrounding servants started whispering to each other, Hey, did you hear that? What the lady just said and what happened, it's exactly the same. It must be a coincidence, right? Yeah, probably just a coincidence. Listening to their chatter, Camilla smiled with satisfaction. This was just the beginning. The next day, while riding in her usual carriage, Camilla recounted her plan to the two spirits. You're saying this is bait? They asked. We are not fishing, so why the sudden bait? Camilla smiled and threw the question back at them. You two should think carefully. What will people say if I suddenly find the spirit beast egg? The family head Herschel pondered and replied, They will be happy. Yes, they'll be happy, but only for a moment. After that, what will happen? Won't there be countless questions about how I knew where the spirit beast egg was? And honestly, what would happen if I told them Herschel told me? Wouldn't they say the Duke's daughter has gone mad? That's why I need a perfect excuse for this information. Herschel, still deep in thought, continued, So, you're going to claim you know the egg's location because you saw it in a dream. Will people believe that? Camilla smiled confidently and nodded, That's why we need to cast more bait. After some time, the carriage finally stopped in front of a shop on the street. Camilla stepped inside, saying she needed to buy materials to prepare the bait. Herschel floated behind her, still pondering her earlier words, and curiously asked, So, how did you know there would be a fire at the textile factory? Was it really just a coincidence? Camilla shyly smiled and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. That afternoon at the Duke's residence, a man walking ahead spoke to Butler. Are you behind him, I think it will take some time for the factory to resume operations. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Just then, he stopped when he saw the person standing in front of him. It's been a while, Lady Camilla. Facing him, Camilla politely greeted him. It has, hasn't it, Count Simon? I assume you're here because of the factory incident last night. Count Simon smiled and confirmed, yes. Internally, he was amazed that the young lady knew he was in charge of the factory. He thought she had no interest in the family's business. After a moment of silence, Camilla spoke calmly, please don't worry too much, Count. Have you heard? They say blessings and misfortunes always come hand in hand. I have a gift for you, Count. Her words seemed out of place, hinting at something deeper. She brought out a gift box and presented it to the Count. Here's a gift for you, Count. The Count looked at the box, confused. This is the blessing I mentioned. Please take it. He accepted the box and asked, can I open it now? Camilla smiled and nodded, of course. Upon seeing the gift inside, the Count appeared both surprised and puzzled. A few days later, news spread among the servants. The news was that Count Simon's wife was finally pregnant, but the first person to know was Lady Camilla, who had suddenly given the Count a pair of baby shoes. She had said the Count would need them. Not only that, but they were shoes for a baby girl. Does this mean the baby in the Countess's womb is a girl? More rumors began to emerge. One of them was about Viscount Basil's new business partner. However, when Lady Camilla saw this person, she immediately shook her head. The Viscountess had a bad feeling, investigated, and discovered that the man was a fraud. Lady Camilla even predicted the death of the head maid's mother. She immediately told the maid to go home, because her mother had passed away, and indeed, it was true. More and more predictions were made, causing the household staff to begin to believe that the dream about the fire wasn't just a coincidence. Yes, it's truly amazing. The lady is even more talented than the famous prophet in the capital. In the Duke's study, Camilla was sitting and listening to her father speak. Camilla, how did this happen? I heard that maybe you had a prophetic dream. Is that true? Facing her father's inquiry, Camilla showcased her exceptional acting skills. I don't know, father. Sometimes I dream, but sometimes, I just see someone, and flashes of things appear in my head, like a daydream. Do you feel any pain anywhere? The Duke asked, worried, repeatedly instructing her to tell him if she felt anything strange in her body. Camilla smiled and reassured him, saying she would be fine. After a pause, Camilla continued in a somber tone, by the way, I've had a similar dream recently. Hearing about another dream, the Duke immediately became alarmed. Was it a nightmare? No, not a nightmare, father. But I'll look into it more before telling you any details. Seeing his daughter's determined expression, the Duke relaxed a little, but was still concerned. It's nothing dangerous, right, my dear? No, father, nothing dangerous. Seeing that her father had accepted the news, Camilla felt an inner joy. The bait had been cast, and now it was time to reel it in. In other words, it was time to go find the spirit beast egg. A few days later, Camilla went to the lake within the academy grounds, deep in the forest. Since she wasn't confident in her swimming skills, she at least had a ghost guide. With that thought, she turned and seriously asked butler Darryl, are you sure the lake isn't deep? Darryl smiled confidently, yes, my lady. Trust me. The lake isn't too deep, and I'm sure we'll find the egg. All right, let's go. I'll float ahead and lead the way. Watching him dive into the lake, Camilla sat down and dipped her feet into the water. Despite the time of year, the lake water was still cold. The lake was strange, seemingly unaffected by the weather. It was very cold, yet the water was crystal clear. Once Camilla's body was submerged, the butler resurfaced and shouted, over here, my lady. The spirit beast egg is right here. I see. I'm coming down. She took a deep breath and dove to the bottom, following the ghostly butler's guidance. Her eyes widened as she searched her surroundings, and they finally stopped when she spotted a small, transparent orb lying on the sandy bottom. Is that transparent orb the spirit beast egg? Camilla immediately reached out and picked up the tiny orb. The orb was quite beautiful, fitting perfectly in the palm of her hand. She was running out of air and needed to surface quickly. Just as she was about to rise, she felt a current behind her and quickly turned around. To her surprise, she saw the maid Donna swimming toward her with all her strength. A moment later, Donna managed to pull Camilla to shore, constantly shouting, "Miss, you mustn't die. I can't breathe." Camilla gasped, her vision blurry until she gradually regained her composure. Donna was worried and kept asking, "Miss, are you all right?" In reality, Camilla fainted because Donna startled her. "At least I got the spirit egg," Camilla said angrily, confirming the spirit egg was still in her bag. "What are you doing here? How did you get here?" Donna cried, explaining through tears, "Miss, how could you do this? Why did you jump into that lake? Were you trying to commit suicide?" Camilla was about to clarify it was a misunderstanding, but Donna's next words shocked her deeply. "Miss, if you die this time, everything will truly end." Camilla widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, "What did you just say?" Unable to control her emotions, Donna replied, "I said you can't go back to the past like before." A crazy revelation hit Camilla, leaving her speechless, staring at Donna in shock. After returning to the Duke's mansion, Camilla stepped inside, drenched, and the maids around her were extremely worried. Her brother, Ludwig, mysteriously appeared and draped his cloak over her, asking seriously, "Are they back again?" Camilla, feeling troubled, didn't want to explain, heading towards her room. "I am going to rest, dear brother." Ludwig stood still, watching her leave. Once in her room, the spirits of Hokio and Darui appeared. The two noticed Camilla seemed upset and approached to ask, but she coldly reminded them, "Please leave my room. Whatever happens in here, if you listen in or interfere even a little, I will never speak to you again." Her serious demeanor was different from usual, making both spirits helplessly agree, "We understand." Once the spirits vanished, Camilla coldly called out to the door, "You out there, come in." Hearing this, the maid Donna jumped and entered. "Miss, please have some warm tea." Not wanting to hear Donna's chatter, Camilla coldly interrupted with a question, "Forget that, who are you?" Donna smiled and explained, "What do you mean, miss?" "I am Donna." Camilla's voice turned deadly as she asked, "Do you want to die? Answer me properly. If I die this time, I can't go back to the past." "What does that mean? How did I end up in this world, and what is happening now? Who are you, and do you know something, Donna?" Faced with Camilla's pressure, Donna hesitantly revealed the truth. Camilla's earlier demeanor was truly terrifying. "Miss, I will tell the truth. Actually, I am the Soul Keeper until recently." Camilla was curious at her stammering, "So you are no longer the Keeper?" "I was fired because I made a mistake. I accidentally mixed up the positions of two souls, causing them to end up incorrectly." Camilla seemed to guess something and immediately asked, "You put in the wrong two souls? Does that mean you placed one soul into another person's body?" Donna nodded, "Yes, you understood quickly. Just like people choosing clothes that fit them, souls are most comfortable in their rightful bodies. If a soul enters an incompatible body, everything starts to malfunction." Donna paused for a moment before continuing, "This means that those around them start to ignore them, and they cannot receive love from their family." Camilla recalled her past in the real world, when she was abandoned by everyone. Hearing this made her feel a sinking feeling. Her face darkened as she repeated, "Ignored and uncomfortable, right?" Standing up in anger, Camilla slammed the table, "So you're saying the soul mismatched with the body is me, right?" Donna nodded, "That's right. From the beginning, the souls of Miss Camilla and Sia were accidentally swapped." You not only understood quickly, but also accurately assessed the situation. Camilla's expression darkened further, "Shut up. So all of this is because of the soul swap? Is that why I was tortured by my father in that life?" Even the fate of Miss Camilla in the dreams you saw was tragic, having to die at the hands of her own family. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Donna stepped back in fear. Miss, why do you have the slipper in your hand? Overwhelmed with fear, Donna knelt before Camilla, hearing her question, so you mean this is my real body? Donna quickly replied, yes. At this moment, all Camilla felt was anger, but she tried to suppress it. What's the reason? Camilla shouted angrily, if you knew you made a mistake, why didn't you return the souls to their original states? Why didn't you bring them back right from the start instead of waiting decades? Donna sighed and explained, it's not easy to take a soul out of a body as it sounds, especially when the two souls are in different worlds. Losing two souls like that could disrupt the laws of the world and break its flow. So there's a requirement that both must know of each other's presence. I'm sure you have seen this place many times in your dreams. Hearing this, Camilla continued. Does sensing each other mean that girl's soul has observed me in the modern world? Yes, Miss Camilla has observed Sia many times in her dreams. So it means that the soul of Sia actually belongs to this world, while Miss Camilla's soul belongs to the modern world. Then does that mean I can't return to the modern world anymore? Camilla asked coldly, receiving a nod from Donna. Which means if Camilla dies now, everything will truly end. Wait, that means I must have died multiple times in that world, right? Donna quickly replied, yes, Miss Sia has also been killed many times at the hands of her father. Mentioning her father in the modern world, he only threatened her for money, but never came back after that if there was still money. From what Donna said, Camilla guessed that she would ultimately die at the hands of that man. But wait, if that's the case, does that mean Camilla, I mean Sia, might die in the modern world? Donna confirmed that Sia also knew this truth. Miss Camilla is also trying to survive in the modern world and is working to eliminate the dangers threatening her life. That's right. With a new body that originally belonged to her, she still has to strive to survive, unless she's a fool, otherwise, she should have been prepared. The reason I, Donna, keep bringing both back to the past through dreams is that I've been waiting for an opportunity for the two of you to sense each other's presence. Sia is your name, but it feels so unfamiliar now. Originally, her soul belongs to Camilla's body, not to the body of Sia that she lived in for decades. Still, why did it take so long to sense each other? Speaking of this, Donna cried without tears. She didn't think it would take this long, and she also didn't have much power. At least, Miss Camilla here has sensed Sia's presence in the other world at the last moment, so after so many obstacles, this long cycle has finally been broken. You said you sensed my existence at the last moment. Remembering this, Camilla exclaimed. Then the soul you saw before dying from the chandelier was really Sia. If at that moment they lost that timing, both would be stuck in this endless loop forever, but fortunately, they sensed each other at that moment. So in both worlds, a time-space crack appeared, allowing both souls to return to the world that truly belonged to them. Looking at Donna's pitiful appearance, Camilla shouted angrily, why are you so proud of yourself? I mean, I want to beat you up, but I can't hit a woman or anything. Donna pretended to be in pain, but then smiled, oh, are you unhappy because I'm a woman? Before she could reply, a blinding light covered the whole room, causing Camilla to squint. When the light faded, in front of her stood a handsome guy with striking purple hair. Let me introduce myself properly, my name is Donna, and this is my original form. Seeing him transforming back and forth like that made Camilla dizzy. Regardless of what I see, are you a man? In fact, those who guard souls like Donna don't care much about gender. But if Miss wants clarification, then yes, he is a man. He transformed into a woman before to help Miss Camilla more closely, believing that in female form, he would be better than in male form. Hearing this, Camilla's face darkened. Wait, didn't you serve me when I was bathing? Donna awkwardly defended, as I said, we don't care about our own gender. But I've been fired and don't have much power anymore. I can't even see any souls anymore, hoo-hoo. Seeing his miserable state, Camilla sighed dejectedly. So the reason I can see ghosts is that I've had my soul swapped. Donna shook her head. No, that's just the power you were born with. As long as the two of you live your lives fully as you should, then I can return to work. Hearing the indifferent tone in his voice, Camilla was furious. But both have died painfully time and again, and it's all because of you. Call your superior here now. Camilla declared loudly, like a fire exploding. When staff make mistakes, the manager has to take full responsibility, right? Call the responsible person here. Donna continued to explain helplessly, but we are trying our best to fix the mistakes already. I mean, what have you all done? Miss, every time someone dies and sends a soul back to the past isn't something everyone can do, and we've also tried our best for both of you to sense each other's presence without harming either world. Hearing him explain at length, Camilla coldly replied, Don't explain anymore, I don't care. Donna sighed, insisting on explaining. Sia also has many innate talents, because she was born with them. All we can do is grant blessings, and luck to both of you. Mentioning blessings made Camilla think of her achievements in her previous life. It's true that every movie she starred in became a blockbuster, and was wildly popular. Could that be the blessings and luck they granted her? Then what about Camilla? What does she have while I'm here? Camilla suddenly asked, making Donna blush awkwardly. Talking about this is so embarrassing. She has me, and I'm right here to help her. She has me, and I'm right here to help her. After hearing this, Camilla felt disappointed and asked again, So my benefit now is just having you by my side? Damn it, get lost, you useless thing. Sitting in her private room, Camilla kept sighing in distress. So it means that Donna has been observing her all this time. Amazing, should she be grateful that Donna was stuck by her side to help her? But if Donna hadn't made a mistake in the first place, this wouldn't have happened, so that guy is really useless. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. At least she safely got the beast egg. Can this be considered a consolation amidst this mess? It's best to give this egg to the Duke right now. The longer she waits, the more unfortunate things will happen. Upon opening the door to leave her room, Camilla was surprised to see Donna in the form of a man, but strangely, all the surrounding maids weren't too surprised by his gender, or this strange appearance. What's going on? He smiled upon seeing her and greeted, Miss Camilla. She immediately approached and asked, What's up? Why are they so familiar with you? Even though you've changed gender. Donna excitedly explained the reason. That's one of the rare special powers I have when I'm with Miss Camilla. No matter what form I take, people don't suspect me at all. So that's one of the useless abilities he has left. Camilla, annoyed, sighed, I don't care about you, you don't need to stick by me. I won't die just because I'm not with you. Besides, if things are like this, you should have said something. If I had known about this in my past life, at least I would have survived with the hope that everything would be fine with the soul swap. Donna shook her head sadly. I wish I could, but it's beyond my authority. Revealing the truth is forbidden until both souls are swapped, as they are unstable and fragile. Then what can you do for me? Camilla asked coldly. Oh, I can make some tea for you, or clean your room, or I could fold your clothes. Camilla was at a loss for words, realizing he was a truly useless little waste of space. Donna was hurt by her words and started to cry, Lady, you're so cruel. Ignoring his theatrics, Camilla coldly turned and walked away. Strolling down the warm hallway, with sunlight streaming in through the windows, she felt her mood lighten somewhat. As she approached her father's room, she spotted a figure standing there. It was none other than her butler. Is my father in there? Camilla asked. The butler, are you? Nodded and replied, Yes, the Duke has a guest, and it is Duke Davelin. Oh, I see, Camilla thought, wanting to present the egg to her father when he was alone. While she pondered, the butler noticed her hair and asked, By the way, are you all right? Your hair? Oh right, Camilla remembered her hair was still wet. Not knowing how to explain, she came up with an excuse, It's nothing, I just went swimming. This only puzzled the butler further. You went swimming in this cold weather. Ahem, Camilla said, I've been feeling quite hot lately. The butler smiled. If that's the case, should I stoke the fire in your room? It would be very cold at night. Although she knew her reasoning was flimsy, Camilla pretended to be oblivious, while the butler remained deep in thought, as it was unusual for her to swim in this season. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, Camilla quickly changed the subject. I'm just looking for a few things, and please don't look at me like that, butler. Her words reached Ludwig, who stepped closer and asked, What did you say you were looking for? Did you come here to see father? Camilla nodded awkwardly. Yes, but it seems he is busy, so I might come back later, she said with a chuckle. Just as she was about to leave, the butler advised her to stay. It's all right, miss, you can go in. I believe Duke Devlin would like to see you as well. Camilla was taken aback, wondering why things weren't going as she had hoped. But there was no turning back now, so she stepped inside, only to be welcomed by the spirit of a large red eagle with vibrant feathers. The spirit flew closer and gently pecked Camilla on the head, cheerfully saying, Finally, you're here. Suddenly, the red eagle paused and looked into Camilla's bag, exclaiming, Oh, so you found it. Camilla guessed that the spirit, Jessie, had known all along since it was also a spirit. If it was still this tiny, it meant Duke Devlin hadn't summoned it yet. It would be best for her to pretend she didn't see it. The Duke, seeing his daughter, told her to sit beside him. Camilla politely bowed and walked in. Devlin smiled at her and greeted, It's nice to see you again. Camilla responded with a greeting, feeling slightly confused about his friendly demeanor. Things seemed quite strange. Just then, a sound with a certain frequency filled the room, causing everyone to be startled. The sound wasn't loud, but was so grating that Camilla had to cover her ears. What kind of sound was this? At that moment, the pendant worn by Duke Sophio began to glow brightly like a lamp in the dark. He hurriedly took the pendant out, realizing that the glowing meant the spirit egg was nearby. Seeing the pendant in her father's hand, Camilla recognized it as the pendant that awakens the spirit egg. She had heard it would react when the egg was close, and so it was. The egg in her bag also began to glow, seemingly connecting with the pendant. The butler noticed the glowing bag and curiously asked, Miss, your bag is glowing. The Duke looked over as well and began to guess something. Camilla thought, could it be? Before her father could finish speaking, Camilla smiled and nodded. Yes, father, this is the spirit egg. Saying that, she took out the egg, which resembled a crystal ball, and held it in front of everyone. The egg floated towards the pendant, and the two hovered in mid-air. They merged, creating a magnificent beam of light, representing the white tiger, the spirit that symbolizes the Sophio family. When the white tiger roars, enemies will be left deafened. And a single step can lead to rivers of blood. A single step can cause blood to flow like rivers. A majestic paw with fierce claws. However, upon seeing the tiny paw in front of her, Camilla was left speechless. What appeared before her was a creature resembling a white tiger, but was as small as an adorable kitten. Oh my, is this a kitten? Where's the white tiger? So cute and adorable, and it even meows. Seeing the spirit before him, the Duke couldn't help but smile, finally, after so many years. As for Camilla, she felt a bit disappointed by the spirit's form, expecting a majestic white tiger instead of a kitten. Oh, finally, you've awakened, my little darling. Hokio said emotionally, while Camilla was still in shock from the previous revelation. Noticing her confusion, Hokio explained, it hasn't awakened for a long time. It will always be small like this, but it will eventually realize its true power, so don't worry. Hearing that reassured her, but why did it still look so silly? Facing Camilla's gaze, the white tiger continuously wagged its tail. Then it jumped toward her like a tiny kitten, looking extremely cheerful. Holding the white tiger in her hands, Camilla felt a bit uncomfortable but sighed. Oh dear, could this fat kitten move aside a bit? But no matter what she did, the tiny cat still clung to her. Facing her father's gaze, Camilla could only smile shyly and place the white tiger on the table. The red eagle flew nearby, continuously whispering, "I'm sure he likes you too." Hearing that, Camilla thought to herself that things weren't that simple. The spirit beast represented the family head, so how could it follow her like that? Camilla tried to ignore the cuteness of the white tiger. But when she noticed her father's expression, she felt even more confused. This expression indicated that he was happy, right? Hochio, standing beside her, nodded in confirmation, "Of course he's happy. Just look at how much humiliation our family has endured over the past 100 years for being a family without a spirit beast." "Oh, that's why," Camilla mused. Perhaps relieved from her anxiety, she suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Her eyes became heavy and shut tightly, fainting under the worried gazes of her father and Hochio. They saw her unconscious on the floor and shouted her name in unison. In her unconscious state, Camilla seemed to be in a deep sleep, yet she could still sense what was happening around her. That was when Donna entered the room, continuously calling her name in hopes she would wake up and take her medicine. His voice was loud enough for her to hear even in her daze. And then there was the worried face of Chef Perry, saying that if she were awake, he would have cooked her some nourishing dishes. She needed to see her father, who kept calling for doctors because she hadn't woken up yet. Camilla thought quietly, "Dad, don't blame the doctors. I just relaxed my body." At that moment, Hochio and Darui also appeared by her bedside, chatting, "Wake up. I have something to give you." Darui was almost in tears. She could feel someone's warm hand gently touching her hair. Was that hand Ludwig's? Ludwig came and went quietly, followed by her brother Ravi, looking worried. "Hey, I fixed the bracelet, so get up now, or I'll break it again." Camilla thought bitterly that she couldn't believe Ravi was so rude to a patient. She didn't know how long it had been, but Camilla kept her eyes tightly shut under the warm sunlight. Feeling something warm on her belly, she woke up, pulling the blanket up and realizing it was the white tiger. Camilla immediately jumped up in surprise, holding the white tiger's head, asking, "Why is this thing here?" The little one was startled awake, but not too grumpy. It licked Camilla's small, delicate hand, looking genuinely happy to be beside her. There was no way around it. Camilla couldn't temporarily change the little white tiger's presence. Just then, she saw someone appear right beside her. It was none other than Donna. Seeing her awake, he was very moved and immediately turned into a gust of wind to call for the Duke. Upon hearing that his daughter had awakened, the Duke hurried to her side. He worriedly placed his hand on her forehead to check her temperature, still in the same pajamas he hadn't changed out of. Looking at his daughter's delicate face, the Duke sighed inwardly. Although he had many things to say, she had lost a lot of weight over the past few days. Thinking this, he turned to leave, reminding her, "For now, just rest well." Camilla quickly called her father back and pointed to the white tiger in her arms. "Wait, what about this little one?" Hearing this, the Duke smiled and replied, "It seems it doesn't want to leave you. When we took it outside, it just stood there meowing, then we saw it come back in here. Still, it surely recognized the Duke as the family head since it didn't reject him, allowing the Duke to pet it. "Now, you should sleep for a bit," he said, while Donna also entered with medicine on the table. When Camilla was left alone in the room, she couldn't help but sigh sadly. She really didn't like animals at all and didn't know what to do now. After looking around, she gazed into the beautiful eyes of the white tiger in her arms. Camilla decided to set aside all her thoughts and take another nap. The adorable white tiger curled up beside her, and they both drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Camilla felt completely better, and was standing in front of the scrutinizing eyes of 3 men in her family. She bowed her head when her father mentioned why she had fallen ill. So she had jumped into the lake to find the spirit beast's egg. "You silly girl, how could you jump into that lake?" Her father's angry voice echoed, prompting Camilla to quickly explain, "But I saw it in my dream, Dad. I'm sorry, but I'm sure no one saw me jump in, so I don't think I harmed our family's reputation." Her words left the other 3 confused, and then all 3 scolded her together. "What are you talking about? That's not the issue. What does reputation matter? Are you being foolish to talk about this now? Seeing their attitudes, Camilla thought to herself, wait, what's going on? Wasn't I being scolded for being a lady of the Sofio family? And wasn't it because I had acted recklessly? They scolded her simply because they were worried about her, and it had nothing to do with reputation, the Duke calmly reminded her. So don't act recklessly again, my daughter. However, it wasn't reckless at all. Camilla, facing her father's angry gaze, had to lower her head and apologize. Yes, I understand now. As she spoke, the little white tiger jumped onto her back, being very affectionate. Oh my, are you here again? Why do you keep following me? Hearing that, the Duke explained, that's because the spirit beast likes to absorb energy from others. Thus, its intimate behavior was due to sensing the pure energy from Camilla's body and soul. As spirit beasts are akin to souls, they can perceive the energies around them. The sensitivity of a spirit beast is more intense than anything else in the world. That's why it chases after pure souls. This is also why the little white tiger has always followed her. But why does it keep licking her? Is licking how it gathers energy? The Duke, sitting beside her, chuckled and continued. As long as it stays close to someone whose energy it likes, it can grow, so it doesn't need to lick you like that. Really? Camilla frowned and immediately lifted the white tiger away from her face. Then please don't lick me anymore. After pondering for a moment, she continued to ask her father about this important matter. If the spirit beast stays close to me, will that be okay? The Duke didn't understand why she was worried, but smiled and nodded. Not just the head of the family can accept a spirit beast, dear. As he spoke, his hand reached down to pat the little white tiger's head. Typically, those chosen by spirit beasts are heads of families, as they usually possess the purest and strongest energy, which spirit beasts prefer. My daughter, it seems you were born with celestial energy that makes all spirit beasts fond of you. Even that nasty one spirit beast likes you, he added. Camilla cradled the white tiger in her arms and realized her father's words referred to the red eagle spirit beast of Davlin. The last time he came to request a meeting was because that red eagle was looking for her. I don't know why it seeks you, as Davlin won't tell me the reason. After her father explained everything, Camilla was less resistant to being close to the white tiger. She thought having such a creature as a companion wasn't frightening at all. Seeing his daughter deep in thought, the Duke suddenly called her name. Camilla, thank you so much. Thank you for fulfilling the long-cherished wish of our family. I am very glad that the spirit beast has returned after so many years. Camilla smiled, thinking this seemed like good news. She had done everything just to distance herself from death a bit. So, Camilla, I want to reward you. Tell me what you like, as you have brought the spirit beast back to the family. Anything within our family budget, I will fulfill it for you. At the mention of a reward, Camilla's eyes lit up. She wondered if she should ask for a share of the assets. The Duke's family had a vast amount of assets, gold, and jewels. However, Camilla was unsure what would happen next. She feared that the Duke's attitude could change at any moment, and what she needed most now was money for security. But asking directly for money seemed a bit odd and too pragmatic. At that moment, Camilla opened her eyes and noticed the maps laid out on her father's desk. That's it. She had determined what she needed. So, Camilla pointed to the stack of documents on the table and said, "Father, please give me that." The Duke followed her pointing and asked with concern, "Do you know what that is?" Camilla nodded immediately. "Yes, that is the mine, right? Is what you're asking for too much?" The Duke, seeing his daughter's cute demeanor, awkwardly shook his head. No, no. I can give you as much as you want from that mine. However, that mine is of no use, my dear. I've asked the wizards from the magic tower to inspect it, but there's nothing. So why not take the ruby mine in the north? Camilla stood up resolutely. No, father, I want to research it myself. The mine looks useless, and I want to develop it myself. Please hand it over to me. Is that okay, father? Though he didn't understand why his daughter wanted that useless mine, the Duke reluctantly agreed. Of course, it's fine. I intended to give you more than that, but if you are determined, take that mine. After receiving her father's nod, Camilla was incredibly excited and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you so much, father. Returning to her room, she sat in front of a black stone and smiled the whole time. The surrounding spirits looked confused, wondering why the girl seemed so happy. It's just an ordinary black stone, right? She seems to lack knowledge and experience. Hearing their comments, Camilla turned and chuckled, don't say that. This is actually a golden egg, you know. Oh, so the young lady knows what that stone is. Camilla glanced back at the seemingly ordinary stone. Yes, I know what it is. This is energy stone, also known as mana stone. The steward, Darui, flew closer to examine it carefully and immediately denied it. No way, that has already been inspected by the magic tower. They said the mana in this stone is very low and very difficult to use, even if it is a low-level mana stone. Camilla kindly explained, that's because it was sent to the magic tower for inspection. What do you mean, Camilla? If it's a mana stone, of course, it must be sent to the magic tower for inspection. Camilla sighed as she glanced out at the light beyond the window. Because there are no dark sorcerers in the magic tower. In this world, there are two types of people who can use magic, white witches and dark sorcerers. Everyone in the magic tower is a white witch, so they cannot determine the truth of this stone. For this mana stone to function correctly, it particularly needs mana from dark sorcerers. The stone doesn't react to white witches at all, but for dark sorcerers, it is. Thinking about her distant wealthy future, Camilla couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaving the three souls in the room speechless. Oh right, Lord Hokio, there's something I heard that I forgot to tell you. Hokio, curious, asked, what is it? Camilla smiled and replied, I heard you wanted to give me something when I was unconscious, right? That afternoon, Camilla returned to the Grand Cemetery with Hokio, surrounded by numerous wailing souls. It was always this noisy here, wasn't it? Hokio's soul stopped in front of his grave and said, it's here. Camilla rushed over, panicking, did you call me all the way here for this gift? You don't mean for me to dig up your grave, do you? Hokio smiled and pointed to the grave, saying, now you can dig here. His words immediately startled Camilla. She thought he would say that, but did he really want her to dig up his grave? She couldn't believe a ghost would ask someone to dig up their own grave. What a ridiculous situation, what should she do? Camilla angrily shouted, no, no, no. I can't do that. I could get into serious trouble. I don't want people to think I'm digging up my ancestors' graves. Hokio, confused, interjected, what are you reacting so strongly for? I didn't say to dig up my grave, I said to dig right here, beside my grave. Under his guidance, Camilla reluctantly picked up her heels to dig into the ground. It was a strange scene with ghosts swirling around while she was digging. If he had told her earlier, she would have brought tools, now she had to struggle to dig with high heels, but she had to admit that high heels were quite useful. After digging for a while, Camilla discovered something. Is this a seed? Hokio floated closer, smiling as he explained. It's a medicinal herb, a very useful antidote, he said. Camilla was curious why this herb was here. Why? I'm sure you've heard why I died, right? Lord Hokio, the 39th head of the family, died from poisoning in the palace. Hearing her state it bluntly, Hokio sighed, you don't sugarcoat things in front of the victim, do you, my daughter? The poison that killed me was very potent. My magical energy tried to fight it off, but it was a bit late, and it continued to resist even after my body died, even after it disintegrated. So this seed is the last remaining product, he concluded. After hearing him recount this, Camilla turned pale, and immediately dropped the seed on the ground. Oh my, is that a valuable seed? Why did you do that? Camilla suppressed her nausea and helplessly asked, could you explain what this is? Did this seed once exist in your body? Ha ha, it's the product after my energy purified everything. It can purify most types of poison in the world. With it, you won't have to worry about being poisoned again. Camilla slowly bent down to pick up the seed. Even though she had died many times, she had never been poisoned. But who knows, maybe in the future, she would need this. Looking at Hokio's gentle smile, Camilla greedily asked, "Is there anything else? Like a secret treasure only you know about?" Unfortunately, he just laughed and said, "No, there's nothing else." Camilla felt a little disappointed, but had no choice. Seeing her expression, Hokio found her adorable and sighed in relief, as if lifting a burden off his shoulders. "Camilla," he called her name again. She replied, "Yes, what else do you need me for?" He was silent for a moment, then reached out to pat her head. After a while, he smiled and said, "Thank you." Camilla was stunned to see Hokio's soul slowly fading away in the sunset, wearing a relieved and happy smile. Seeing this scene, Camilla felt a wave of emotion and sighed, guessing that he had no regrets left in this world, right? No one answered her because he had already blended into the wind and drifted away. "Thank you for this seed, my lord." Another soul had let go of its attachments and ascended. The feeling of relief mixed with a bit of sadness was truly strange. The next day, in her noisy classroom, Camilla was still pondering a matter that troubled her deeply. What should she do with those mana stones? She needed to find a dark wizard. Suddenly realizing something, Camilla stood up and left her room. She quickly found a classroom that seemed quiet. As she opened the door and stepped inside, everyone was momentarily surprised by her appearance. They recognized her as Camilla, but why had she come to this class? This was the class where Betro was present as well. Seeing her, he remembered how she had continuously followed him in the past. But now, she had become a completely different person. Camilla ignored everyone's gazes and walked to a table where someone was sitting. This would be the person who could help her solve her worries. Facing him, Camilla was silent for a moment. Then, she offered a smile as bright as a beautiful flower. "Excuse me, I have something I'd like you to look at. Do you have time?" The Dark Wizards formed a community in one place, living in the Sepraduke family, which was the family of this cold guy in front of her. If she wanted to sell the stones from that mine, she needed help from the Sepra family, and the only connection she had was Asher, who was sitting in front of her. Asher was quite notorious for his violence, so she really didn't want to get involved with him, but she had to try to earn money. And besides, he wouldn't kill the Duke's daughter, would he? Although she was only the daughter in name, she still had the bracelet Ravi had given her. Asher remained silent when she inquired, then suddenly stood up. He completely ignored her and walked out of the classroom, yawning. Camilla was utterly bewildered. She hadn't predicted this situation. No, she had to get his answer today, because she had started it first. She had to hurry and chase after him, Camilla thought to herself, just as a hand pulled her back. Betro appeared behind her, speaking gently, "Miss Camilla, is there something you need? Do you need to see Asher?" Camilla hurriedly tried to pull her hand away and replied, Yes, could you let go of my hand, please?" Betro firmly held her hand and said, "May I ask what issue you want to discuss, miss?" Camilla looked at Betro with a rather awkward expression, her face filled with worry, letting Asian pass by right in front of her without being able to do anything. But that awkwardness gradually turned into anger. She quickly withdrew her hand from Betro's grasp and said, "No, is there anything else?" The irritation on Camilla's face was obvious, and Betro was surprised but also felt oddly familiar. He forced a wry smile, scratching his head, unsure what to do next, thinking, "I feel like she did this last time too." Setting Betro aside, Camilla rushed around the academy halls, but she couldn't find Asian anywhere. Where did he go? Where could he be? She started searching the higher floors of the academy, but all she saw were other students chatting and having fun. Finally, she leaned her head against a corner wall, confused. Just a moment ago, where did he run off to? Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind, "Are you looking for Asian?" "I know where he is, should I tell you?" said a mysterious girl with a strange voice, who seemed like a ghost. There was a large rope mark on her neck, as if she had been strangled to death. Hearing about Asian, Camilla quickly turned around, her face lighting up. Really? Thank you so much. But as soon as she turned, Camilla realized she had been speaking to a ghost, freezing in place. After avoiding it for so long, she had been discovered. Amy, the ghost, was thrilled. I knew you could see me. It was Amy, the spirit of the academy. Seeing Amy, Camilla felt her whole body grow heavy. She realized that this was the ghost that had been following her all along. I thought she was haunting one place, but apparently not. Amy casually talked to her like a normal person. I feel like our eyes met once before. I wondered, but it seems like you can see me. Camilla quickly looked away, stretching as if to do some exercises, while loudly saying, "Where could I find him?" But her attempt to change the subject was terrible. Amy leaned in close, pretending not to see me won't help. The truth was, these spirits were the last thing Camilla wanted to get involved with, but now that she was caught, she sighed, no longer wanting to hide. So, what is it? What do you want from me? Amy seemed delighted that Camilla admitted she could see her, replying, "My name is Amy, nice to meet you." Amy got to the point. I really know where Asian is, don't you want to know? Camilla turned her face away, unwilling to listen further. I don't want to get involved with you. She quickly walked away, but Amy kept following her, looking pitiful. Is it because I'm a ghost? Camilla ignored Amy. I'll find him myself. Amy still trailed behind, sounding sulky, but I'm so happy someone can talk to me. Camilla ignored her surroundings and thought to herself, Asian doesn't like crowded places. Where could he be? Finally, after searching everywhere, Camilla arrived at a large lake outside the academy. Every step on the grass felt irritating. Not only had she not found him, but now she had a bothersome ghost tagging along. Amy cheerfully commented, so after searching everywhere, you ended up at the lake, huh? Camilla hated it but couldn't shake her. Why are you still following me? I told you I don't want to get involved with you. Camilla began waving her hands to shoo her away. If you're a ghost, go play with other ghosts. Amy responded, I want to, but the ghosts here aren't fun. Unbelievable. So what do you want me to do? Amy quickly replied, just chat a bit. This request annoyed Camilla. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Camilla couldn't wait any longer. She got straight to the point. You said you know where Asian is, right? Where is he? Over there, Amy pointed behind Camilla. Sure enough, there was the figure of a black-haired man. Camilla's face turned pale. She was half skeptical. What? Slowly, Camilla turned her head. The moment her eyes met his was the moment she realized it. Since when? Asian looked at her with the same cold expression as always. Amy giggled to herself. He was there the whole time. From the very beginning. So that means he heard me talking to the ghost. Camilla clenched her fists, realizing she was in an awkward situation. She had to think of a way to distract him. She stood upright, raising her eyes to look directly at Asian. Then she placed her hand on her cheek, acting silly. You see, I like talking to myself. Her attempt to lie lit up like a glaring beacon. How could anyone believe such a ridiculous excuse? She knew it too, and inwardly cried, there's no way he'll believe that. After a while, Asian finally spoke, so you can see them too. Camilla, who had been regretting talking to the ghost, was suddenly startled by what Asian said. You can see them. Asian's voice was the same, but now it seemed even colder than before. His eyes narrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation. All of them. At that moment, Amy immediately shrank back, hiding behind Camilla, both girls clearly terrified. But Camilla was the one to confront Asian's attitude. Wait, what are you doing? You scared her. You're threatening a ghost just to test it. Camilla turned back to comfort Amy. Are you okay? The ghost, still shaken, replied, I thought I was going to die. But you're already dead. Amy responded, I thought I was about to be erased. Asan narrowed his eyes, watching the two of them converse, utterly confused. Amy spoke first, I know you and I are natural enemies. Camilla still felt a bit puzzled. Natural enemies. Now she started to understand a bit more. She quickly extended her hand to shield Amy. You can destroy spirits. And you're talking to that thing. Both of them exchanged bewildered glances. This made things even more awkward. Asan and Camilla both fell silent, neither saying a word, while Amy quickly hid behind Camilla again. Finally, Asan abruptly turned his face away. Why am I doing something so bothersome? It was as if he was rejecting his threatening attitude from earlier. Didn't you see how scared she was? The more Camilla talked, the more unexpected things seemed to happen. Asan suddenly paused, seeming to have heard something. You can even see their faces. Camilla felt confused. Is it strange to see their faces? Of course, I can. Asan suddenly closed his eyes and said, to me, I only see black mist. His honest confession left Camilla quite surprised. She was amazed by both her ability and Asan's as well. At that moment, Camilla clenched her right arm, thinking to herself, so Asan can't see a complete ghost. She stood up to defend the weak, though earlier she didn't want to get involved, now she wanted to act like a heroine. You really shouldn't do that, especially when you don't even know what kind of ghosts they are. Why glare at them so threateningly? Asan had no words left to say, and Camilla couldn't believe her own actions. I can't believe I'm defending a ghost, but they can be kind of cute too, she thought. Remembering other friendly ghosts. While silently basking in her bravery, a realization hit her, and her face grew more and more in showers. Wait a second, she covered her mouth, feeling like she had made a mistake. This guy has a terrible personality, why did I even yell at him? Should I take it back? However, Asan remained calm. He said, can you see this? The thing next to me, he added. Camilla was confused, there's nothing beside you. But after looking for a while, she glanced down at his feet and suddenly jumped. The ghost of a scared child was hiding behind him, its little head barely peeking out. The child looked at Camilla with an innocent and pure gaze, and she found herself wondering, who is this child? She stared at the kid, who seemed lost. Next to you, do you mean this boy who's about 7 years old? She asked. The child clung tightly to Asan's trousers, glancing at Camilla with a hint of worry. Hearing that the ghost behind him was a child, Asan froze, his face stiffening. What? He looked utterly shocked. Camilla tightened her grip on her left arm. Why is he so surprised? She wondered as his hand, the one near the ghost, trembled uncontrollably. The shock seemed too much for him, and without saying a word, Asan turned and left. Hey, where are you going? Camilla called after him, but he ignored her. She was furious. What? Why did he just leave without saying anything? I just found him, and now he's gone again. That night, she returned to her room. It was nearly midnight. She had already changed into her pajamas and sat on her bed, thinking about what happened earlier in the day. She felt bored. How exactly did that child die to look so frail? She wondered. This is why I don't like kids. I worry too much about the little things. Just then, her pet appeared out of nowhere. She was startled but also found it quite timely. Cain, there you are. I named my familiar according to my father's wishes. I wanted it to grow strong and healthy among the familiars, so I named it Cain. Ravi teased her, saying she had a strange taste in names, but at least it was better than a chocolate brand name, right? She gently petted its head. You like the name too, don't you? It seemed to smile contentedly. She placed it on her lap, stroking it constantly, but her mood didn't improve much. I guess I won't be able to find Asan anymore. If I go further, I feel like something bad will happen. Why do all the dark mags have to be from that family? Asian's family used their familiars to control the darkness, and not even the clan could interfere. She admitted to herself, that's why I approached Asian in the first place. Forget about getting answers. I haven't even shown him the stone yet. But what does controlling the darkness even mean? She started to wonder how it worked. Even though I've lived through this lifetime many times, I've never had any connection with that family or Asian, but I've heard plenty of rumors. Their familiars are black wolves. And wherever their power passes, death follows. She could picture it vividly in her mind. It was terrifying, sending chills down her spine. She looked down at her cat again, which seemed perfectly content and carefree. But she sighed again. Did I give you the wrong name? You're so small. Kane, if something happens, you have to run, okay? She gave it a little shake, wondering if it understood her or not. Not dying is already a win. Remember that. The next morning at the academy, Camilla was impeccably dressed, from her clothes to her accessories. She put on glasses and held a book, looking like a true intellectual. While trying to focus on being serious, Amy suddenly appeared and whispered in her ear, "Wow, so cool. Are you trying to study?" Camilla glanced casually at Amy. Before, she would only stay in one spot, but now she's starting conversations. Thinking that the only one who talks to me is a ghost. It's complicated, she thought. She turned her attention back to her book, trying to ignore her. I've come this far. I'll use my strength from finding familiars and push further by scoring high on exams. But things don't always go as planned. As Camilla was determined to focus on studying in class, the door suddenly opened. He was scanning the room for her. The entire class was murmuring at the sight of someone who wasn't a student entering the room. What the heck? Why is he here? Some seemed quite scared, with one person even shouting. Shut up, he'll hear you. Asian walked over to Camilla, who was engrossed in her studies and hadn't noticed. It was only when her classmates whispered that she started paying attention. What's going on? Asian placed his hand on her desk, closing her book. Everyone in the room held their breath, waiting for his next move. Camilla finally realized Asian was standing in front of her. Why is Asian here? He wasn't great at communication. He raised his voice, "Hey, you. Let's talk." The sudden request startled her. Just yesterday, she had resolved to stay away, but now he was approaching her. After a moment of silence, Camilla spoke first. What do you want to discuss? If you want to interrupt my time to talk, you have to give me something in return, she said, trying to sound tough. Anything? Asian replied, his words surprising her. I'll do whatever you want, he repeated. Camilla felt awkward. This is strange. I was only pretending to be strong, but what exactly made him say that? Something feels off. They left the room together, and the place they ended up was the grassy area near the lake behind the academy, where they had spoken yesterday. Once again, silence fell between them. Camilla couldn't tell if she should feel happy or uneasy. He seemed very serious, though. Asian finally spoke up. You can talk to them, right? The ghosts? If by that you mean I can talk to the dead, then yes. Asian glanced at the small ghost behind him and said, then ask. His tone was sharp, as if demanding answers. Who is this? Camilla observed the child carefully for a while, sighing, he hasn't changed since yesterday. The boy is really frail. She gradually approached the child, who was no longer hiding behind Asian, but stood facing her. Camilla smiled brightly and reached toward her waist as if to grab something. It was a candy. She placed it in her hand and offered it to the boy. Hello there. Do you want some candy? This is the simplest way to befriend a child. Xiao looked at the small, shiny thing in Camilla's hand with surprise. What is that? Can I eat it? It's candy, she replied. He didn't even know what candy was. What's going on? Camilla increasingly believed the boy must have had a tough life. But to others, Camilla's actions seemed odd. Asian, too, questioned, "What are you doing?" She kept her smile, "The boy seems hungry. Can ghosts even eat?" Asian wondered aloud, trying to understand despite himself. "Of course not," Camilla said just as the candy in her hand began to disappear. "They can't eat it, but they absorb the energy inside. It's better than nothing. He seems to enjoy it." She happily continued, "Does it taste good? Do you want more?" Xiao quickly replied, "Yes." Now that she'd befriended him, Camilla asked the important question, "What's your name?" He was silent for a moment, then quietly muttered, "My name is Xiao." Camilla deliberately said loudly for Asian to hear, "So your name is Xiao?" Upon hearing the name, Asian was startled. "Did you say Xiao?" As soon as Camilla nodded, Asian immediately called out loudly, "Xiao." He knelt on one knee, facing the small shadow he couldn't see. Even though he couldn't see Xiao's face or eyes, Asian looked directly into his spirit and called his name gently. The child heard his older brother call and hung his head. Xiao began to cry, tears streaming down his face. He softly called out, "Brother." The two stood there in the corner of the courtyard with the little ghost. "Brother?" Did he say brother? Camilla heard Xiao's words, the call Asian could never hear again in his life. Asian began to remember the most precious time in his life, a time that had slipped away forever. The voice of a child rang out between the iron bars, "Brother. Eat this." And another voice, Asian's, replied, "I'm not eating." Xiao had tried to get him to eat, but failed. Xiao looked at the dry piece of bread in his hand, thinking hard. Finally, he had an idea, "Why don't we share?" But Asian still refused, turning away, "You eat it." Xiao's eyes began to well up with tears. He took a big bite of the dry bread, crying as he said, "I'm sorry, brother." Asian looked at Xiao with deep sorrow, but that was his little brother, and he had given his only food to him. The two were only given a small piece of bread and a cup of water each day. I don't know how long Xiao could survive like that. He remembered his father's words, "If you want to live, kill him. Only one of you will leave this prison. Only then will you fully control the darkness. Am I really supposed to kill my own family for this stupid power?" Asian began to cough heavily, having given Xiao his bread countless times before. Xiao was also worried for his brother, but Asian quickly patted his head, "I'm fine. If I die, then so be it," he thought to himself. But I will never let Xiao die. Never. That night, sudden heavy breathing came from the prison cell. Xiao had a fever. His breathing was rapid and strong, his body burning up. Asian rushed over to his sick brother. "Xiao, what's wrong?" His body was getting hotter by the minute, his fever skyrocketing. Asian carried Xiao to the cell bars and clenched his fists in anger. Asian screamed in despair, "Open the door. Please, open the door. Open it, please." In his arms was a life more precious to him than his own, but it was fading away. "Please open the door." Asian sobbed, but no one came from outside the prison. In that moment, Xiao suddenly smiled, though he was in pain. He still tried to smile. "Why are you smiling now?" Asian scolded. Xiao replied, "But I'm happy because you'll be able to get out of here soon." He felt happier than ever. Asian was horrified. He knows that only one of us can be freed. He felt awful. "Stop joking. What are you talking about?" He cried through his tears. Xiao knew his fate. And he closed his eyes, whispering, "I'm sorry, brother. I'm really sorry." Xiao looked at Asian's face one last time, "I want you to." His words were cut short. He didn't finish the sentence, and his eyes closed forever. Asian stood there in shock. "Xiao." The anguished cry echoed from the prison that day. Xiao was gone, but no one came. No one comforted him. Now, Asian couldn't see his brother's form anymore. All that remained was a small ghost following him. Camilla felt happy too. That's enough. He has realized this is the brother he lost 10 years ago. His heart must feel warmer now. But it didn't stop there. The two still couldn't communicate. What's he saying now? Asan asked. He wants more candy. Camilla was frustrated. Why am I stuck between these two? And now I'm a ghost translator, too. She crossed her arms, sulking. He wants more candy. But where would I get more candy? Asan quickly asked the person with lots of candy. Do you have any more? His eyes full of hope. Camilla thought he had no shame. I'll give him more because the kid is adorable. She reached into her skirt pockets and took out all the candy she had. Here, eat as much as you like. She held out her hands full of candy. Xiao was amazed. The bright look in his eyes made Camilla think, this kid is really cute. I wish he could at least gain some weight. But can ghosts even gain weight? I've stayed here too long. She asked, can I leave now? Asan didn't hesitate at all, no. She was angry, spreading her empty hands, I'm out of candy, but Asan remained calm, then I'll go get more. Fine, but tell me, what do you want? Asan seemed confused, what do you mean? She explained further, since when could you see this kind of entity? She pointed toward the child. The next day at the mansion, a peaceful atmosphere appeared. Camilla was sitting there, smiling gently at the person in front of her. Using the softest voice she had, she spoke, hello. But Xiao, sitting opposite her, wasn't friendly at all. The boy showed clear discomfort on his face and spoke in a sulky voice, hello. This shocked Camilla. What happened? We only met yesterday, and now you're ignoring me. However, Camilla wasn't surprised. I knew this would happen, so I brought this. She reached into her pocket, making Xiao curious. He leaned closer to see what she was about to take out. I brought you a gift. After that, she placed some delicious-smelling cookies in her hands. Camilla continued with a tempting tone, these are all for you, go ahead and eat. Of course, Xiao couldn't resist the deliciousness in front of him. His eyes lit up. And his hands reached out, unable to hold back his craving. But he remained polite, thank you. Without waiting any longer, Xiao happily devoured the cookies. Camilla was delighted watching this scene, thinking to herself, I just want to feed him more. He's like a little hamster. At that moment, Asan, who had been standing silently, suddenly spoke, hey, what did you want to show me? Camilla snapped back to reality, oh, right. Camilla rummaged through her pocket again, and said to Asan, hold on a second. Soon, she pulled out the item. Handing it to Asan, she said, here, this is. Before Camilla could finish, Asan interrupted, it's a mana stone. Camilla was shocked, you already knew. I haven't even explained. Give it to me, Asan said, taking the stone from her. As it rested in his hand, it emitted a brilliant light. Seeing this, Camilla was both amazed and excited. This is the power of a dark mage. Holding the stone in his hand, Asan thought, this stone holds a lot of mana. Then he laughed and said to Camilla, how interesting. I think the grown-ups will go crazy and fight over this. Camilla, happy with his response, asked, really? This is the smallest one. I have bigger ones too. As she spoke, she gestured to show the size of an ostrich egg. Hearing this, Asan was shocked, what? What do you want from me? Camilla said, I need the power of dark mags. Because I found a mine full of mana stones. Asan remained silent. Seeing him like this, Camilla continued, I'm sure you've figured it out, but the stones only react to the mana of dark mags. Of course. After being purified, white witches can use them too. Asan raised the stone, inspecting it, and said to Camilla, so you want me to be the connection, right? Camilla eagerly replied, exactly. I'll talk to that person. Hearing this, Camilla was confused. That person. Asan noticed her puzzled expression, but didn't reply. The scene changed. The mana stone from earlier was now placed neatly on a table, and Asan's voice echoed, "Father." It was Duke Sephra, Asan's father. He took the stone his son handed to him and asked, "What is this?" Asan responded, "A girl told me to give it to you." After holding the stone for a moment, Sephra immediately recognized its quality. "Is this a low-grade mana stone?" His expression quickly changed as he exclaimed, "This is." Being an experienced man, he quickly composed himself and asked his son, "What does the girl want?" Asan didn't hesitate and replied, "Trade." Sephra didn't want to miss this opportunity. He immediately told Asan, "Bring her here." Asan responded, "Tomorrow, I'll bring her." Then, he turned to leave the room. But Sephra called him back, "Asan." In a contemplative tone, he asked, "How long must I wait for you?" Asan didn't respond, and the atmosphere turned tense. Sephra continued, "Must I wait longer? This is getting tiresome, so I hope you finish it soon." Asan still didn't answer, but his face changed. He clenched his jaw, holding back his emotions. Then, he abruptly left the room, leaving Sephra alone. At that moment, Sephra thought to himself, "The boy just mentioned a girl. It seems like someone has asked for his help. This is the first time I've seen him do something for someone else. He spoke of meeting me, even without being summoned." Sephra stopped thinking about it, not wanting to dwell further. The next day, Asan kept his word and brought Camilla. As they approached the mansion, Camilla commented, "This is more ordinary than I thought. I expected it to be scary and full of spirits." As they reached the door, a maid hurried over and respectfully said, "Please come in." Seeing how normal the maid was made Camilla feel a bit let down. Even the servants are ordinary. She followed Asan upstairs, heading towards Sephra's office. Soon, they arrived. Asan opened the door without hesitation. Camilla was surprised. "What?" He didn't knock. The person in front of her quickly grabbed her attention. "Is that Duke Sephra?" She stared at the middle-aged man and thought, "Will Asan look like him when he grows up?" Camilla then stepped forward and gave a formal greeting. "Hello, my name is Camilla." Sephra suddenly said something unrelated. "That's strange." He continued, "I'm sure this stone is useless without a dark wizard, right? Do you think 10% is fair?" It turns out that Sephra went straight to the point. Seeing this, Camilla didn't hesitate either and jumped into the negotiation. However, this kind of stone will be quite tempting for dark wizards. This will be a tough negotiation. But so what? Don't you want that? Should I throw it into the trash so no one can use it? Of course, Camilla only thought those words. After a brief silence, Sephra said, "If you promise to sell it to us first, I will agree to this deal." Hearing this, Camilla was thrilled and quickly agreed. Sephra and Asan were confused by the word she had just said. Then, Camilla awkwardly explained, "Oh no, I mean, I like that." "Well then, I'll come back once I finish the contract." "All right." Just when everything seemed settled, Sephra suddenly said, "By the way," as a black-furred creature approached Camilla. "Our little one seems to really like you," Sephra added. Camilla nervously responded, "Yes," feeling confused. "What's happening?" "I pretended not to see because the spirit beast wasn't fully summoned." "Has he realized that I can see the spirit beast?" Sephra said, "I never thought anyone outside the family could see it." Then he pondered, "This girl can foresee the future and also found the spirit beast egg. It's not surprising that she can see it even before it's fully summoned." Camilla hesitantly spoke, Sir, I'm not one to meddle, but I can't help but ask." Her face grew more solemn. "Why?" Sephra asked back, "What do you mean?" But he didn't realize that right now, Shah was hugging him with tears in his eyes. The next words, Camilla could only think silently, unable to say aloud, "Why is this child hugging you so affectionately, Duke? Shah, why are you doing this? Why?" A few days ago, After watching Xiao playing alone, Camilla thought, I've never been curious about spirits or things like that, but I can't help it this time. It keeps haunting me. Then she called out to Xiao. Can I ask you something? You know that scar on your back, was it caused by your brother? Xiao, who had been calm, suddenly became agitated and shouted, no. Camilla quickly asked again, then who? At this point, the boy hesitated. It was my father, he said, lowering his head to the ground. He said he did it to make me the master of the spirit beast. Camilla thought, Xiao's story about the Sepra family is so shocking that I'm sure no other family is this twisted. The older brother was always beaten by the father. One day, the younger sibling got this scar. When he shielded his brother because he didn't want him to get hurt. You can only become the master of the spirit beast through hatred, disgust, and resentment. So everyone who rises to be the head of the family is raised this way. Xiao finished his tale. In the end, we were locked up for 3 months. My brother was only released after I died. Camilla felt even more heartbroken. They wouldn't release anyone until the other died. The Sepra family is completely insane. Poor kid. At least I should give him lots of cookies, she thought, handing more to Xiao. Here, have some more. Xiao happily replied, thank you, sister. Back to the present day in Sepra's office, Camilla was utterly confused by Xiao's behavior. I don't understand. I thought Xiao would strangle him because he hated his father. But what is this? How can he hug the father who caused his death? It seemed that even Sepra could now sense Xiao's presence. He called out in a doubtful voice, Xiao. Is Xiao crying? Camilla responded softly, yes. Sepra's face wasn't pleased upon hearing that, and he remained silent for a long time. Asan, however, was visibly upset, his face showing extreme displeasure. Asan couldn't hold it in and spoke to Sepra, is that all? You have nothing else to say? Sepra replied bluntly, no. Hearing this made Asan furious. He slammed his hand on the table, really, nothing. Your son that you killed is standing right in front of you, and you have nothing to say. Sepra calmly responded, should I have something to say? Asan, hearing that, laughed in disbelief out of anger. Camilla tried to calm Asan, please, calm down. But Asan, still furious, snapped at her, mind your own business. Camilla still continued, I'm not trying to interfere in your family's matters, but can't you see? Xiao is shielding him. Xiao, with teary eyes, softly said, I'm sorry, brother. Camilla relayed Xiao's words to Asan. Hearing this, Asan became even more agitated, why are you apologizing? Xiao hesitated and then said, I told you I would do it. I told you I would enter the tomb. At this, even Camilla was surprised and asked, Xiao, what are you talking about? Xiao then confessed everything, it wasn't because of our father, I did it because I knew. I only had a few months left to live. I overheard our father talking with the doctor, at most 6 months, at least 3 or 4 months. So I said I'd take the final test. I wanted my brother to become the head of the family. I didn't want my brother's suffering to be in vain. My death wasn't our father's fault. That was the first time I saw our father cry. That's what he said. Camilla relayed all of Xiao's words to everyone. Sarah then spoke. I was just exhausted by it all. There was no other meaning. He stood up and continued, I understand now. Why have all the previous heads expected death so much? The spirit beast of this family is always found in the same place. Inside the head's body. We have to dig through the body to find the egg. He placed his hand on Asan's shoulder and added, the most useless thing in this family is emotions. Beaten since childhood and seeing your younger brother die, all of this was to eliminate useless emotions. What you need is hatred, anger, and resentment, that you will kill me and take the egg. That's what you must do. Sarah said to Asan, the spirit beast of this family is always found in the same place. It's in the body of the head. You must dig through the body to find the egg. He patted Asan's shoulder and said, the most useless thing in this family is emotions. He turned to leave, saying, beaten since childhood and watching your younger brother die, all of it is to erase unnecessary feelings. What you need is hatred, anger, and resentment, that you will kill me and take the egg. That's what you need to do. Hearing their conversation, Camilla felt conflicted and silently stood up. She had no idea how to stop them. She worried to herself, wait, what's going on? Should I even be hearing this? Inside, she was crying out helplessly, I just want to go home. At this point, Camilla had returned to her home. She opened Ravi's room and called out, Ravi. Hearing her voice, he paused his work, looked up at his sister, and asked, what is it? She asked, what are you doing? Ravi held up a black book in one hand and a quill in the other, gesturing toward his work. Can't you see? He asked. Before she could respond, he continued, by the way, what's the matter? You rarely come by. She walked over to his desk, cleared her throat, and replied, do I need a reason to come? Between us? Ravi, taken aback by his sister's tone, asked in confusion, what's going on? She looked at him seriously, saying nothing. Suddenly, Camilla asked him, Ravi, what kind of person was our father? He was surprised by the question and looked up, puzzled, huh? He paused his work, rested his chin on his hand, and asked, what are you talking about? You've been the closest to father lately. Camilla turned her back, sitting on the desk. No, she denied, I'm talking about our biological father. He still didn't understand, biological father. Why ask about him all of a sudden? Camilla closed her eyes and made an excuse, oh, just wondering. Camilla remembered the image from that other world, her father abusing her mother. She thought, I wonder if he was as cruel as my father in that world. I've watched for years, but she had never heard anyone mention Camilla's biological father, not even once. She pictured the silhouette of a blond man turning his back. Ravi, nodding, said, I don't really remember either. He asked, why are you curious all of a sudden? Camilla hesitated, unsure of a good reason, and replied, it's just because, but before she could finish, Ravi interrupted, you always say that. Ravi thought deeply, looking distant, and said, that ring, the one that went missing. A gold ring with a bright red diamond, intricately carved. Ravi said, that's the one our biological father gave to our mother, the ring that Camilla found in the rose garden. After speaking, he turned away. That's all I know. I have work to do, so you can go. Camilla hopped off the desk and turned, calling out, Ravi. He kept working but replied, what now? Camilla's question about whether he was busy irritated Ravi. He slammed his hand on the desk, turned to her, and snapped, are you serious? Just say whatever it is. I'm busy. She flashed a mischievous smile, reached into her pocket, and said, should I make you even busier? Ravi started sweating, not knowing what his sister meant. She pulled out a magical stone, happily saying, here, a gift. She quickly handed it to Ravi. He took it and, puzzled, asked, a gift? This is. Being a sorcerer, Ravi knew immediately what it was. Holding the stone, he was surprised. He exclaimed, where did you get this? Camilla turned away, smiling. It's a secret. After hearing her response, Ravi angrily asked his sister again, where did you get this? Camilla, now by the door, waved goodbye cheerfully, I'm off. She laughed to herself. I'll let you handle the distribution, Ravi. During the day, at school, Camilla sat in class, holding a piece of paper, and smiling excitedly. Amy, sitting behind her, looked on curiously, what's that? A contract. Camilla, brimming with excitement, smiled and thought, this is amazing. I can't wait to make money. Soon, I'll be out of that house and living life the way I want. Sitting in class, she worked on the contract. First, I need to finish my contract. I still need the Duke Sayre's signature. D.A. Rui helped me with this contract. He hovered next to Camilla, pointing out, you should add this part here. Suddenly, Xiao came into the classroom, calling out, Sister. Camilla turned to look, surprised. She wondered, Xiao. The boy was panting, as if he had run quickly to find her. Camilla covered her mouth with both hands. She had just realized she had spoken too loudly. Amy noticed the boy and said, What's this? Isn't that the kid who's always clinging to Asian? Camilla bent down, covering her mouth to avoid speaking loudly, and asked him, What is it? What's wrong? Is something happening with Asian? He confirmed, yes. He clutched his chest in panic and pleaded, Please stop my brother, please. Earlier, something happened in the academy hall. A guy with purple hair saw something, that's. It was Asian, he was turning his back on him. Asian's eyes looked a bit sad as he walked ahead, and the guy behind thought slyly, he's been pretty quiet lately. I'll go greet him, starting with a compliment. Suddenly, he spoke to the person walking beside him, I think Duke Sephra is quite amazing, isn't he? The family with the imperial beast, his fair, not to mention those sharp eyes and incredible strength. The person next to him was completely confused, having no idea what he was trying to say. He continued, having a father like him must be great, right? Asian turned his head and warned, Shut up. Don't talk about things you know nothing about. Not funny. His stern words shocked the guy. The guy responded with a smiling face, I was just giving a compliment. Still not understanding his warning, the guy added, It must be great to have such an amazing father for our empire. At this point, Asian was too furious to hold back any longer. And he repeated, I said shut up. The guy continued mocking, What? He raised his hand and spoke loudly so others could hear, Wow, how unfortunate for me to not have such a great father. Just because your dad overprotects you doesn't mean others should follow your orders. Then he laughed out loud, You must think you're a duke just because your father is one. This guy really didn't know how much trouble he was in for provoking Asian. As if he got what he wished for, Asian punched him in the face, leaving the guy stunned. The guy fell to the ground, holding his face where Asian had hit him. Still not learning his lesson, the guy shouted, What the hell? Asian raised his hand, as if he was about to do something else. Asian grabbed his collar and yelled, Do you know what he's done? Everyone around them started to murmur. One male student said, Someone stop him, while a female student responded, Who could stop him? At that moment, Camilla appeared behind them, carrying a watering can. After being punched, the guy finally started to feel scared and trembled, Somebody, help me. Asian raised his fist, about to hit him again. Suddenly, Camilla, standing next to him, poured water from the watering can over his head, drenching him completely. She sighed and looked at him while people whispered, That girl is. Camilla told him, Calm down, and Asian obeyed, letting go of the guy. She asked, What were you going to do, or should I take him to the infirmary? Asian looked down, staying silent. Then she suddenly turned around, startling both of them. Camilla handed the watering can to Berto, saying, Sorry, you're the only one I recognize here. Please take care of the rest. Berto, still confused, accepted the watering can. He remained frozen in place. She turned to help Asian up, saying, As for you, come with me. The two of them walked away, and Berto watched them thoughtfully. He smiled faintly. He looked at Camilla scolding Asian and wondered, What's going on here? Outside the school, Camilla was yelling at Asian, Well done, huh? Should we be happy that you took out your anger on someone else? Coldly, he replied, None of your business. Camilla crossed her arms and sighed, It's not like I wanted to, but your little brother cried a lot. He glanced at the shadow next to him, feeling a bit guilty. Then he turned his face away, making the boy sweat nervously. Seeing this, Camilla teased, Look, now you don't even want to look at your little brother. Despite her words, she understood him, thinking, I get why he would hate his father for life. He must be feeling really conflicted inside. She turned away and said, I know it's hard, and it's not easy to forgive. He looked at her and replied, What do you know? Camilla recalled her childhood in the other world and said, because I knew a child who almost died from being strangled by their father. Hearing this, he was stunned in surprise. She sighed, looking up at the clear blue sky, and told him, of course, you hate him to death. It's normal to be disgusted and despise him. But maybe your father lost his mind for a reason. She remembered a childhood scene she could never forget. Her father, from inside the house, shouted, if that really is my child, why can't I feel any love for it at all? Back in the present, the two stood facing each other as Camilla said, I understand his reason, really, but that doesn't erase the abuse you've endured. She asked him to guess what advice she had given that person. Asan remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Her face softened, and she gently said, just let it be. Puzzled, he asked, let it be? She nodded, yes, let your feelings be. Are you tired now? After hating him for so long, one day, it'll stop. Don't bother trying to understand him. She ended her words with, otherwise, you'll suffer. He remained stiff like a statue. Camilla felt like she and he were in similar situations, thinking, a victim who says they want to hate him forever, who could blame them? In the end, the ones left with permanent scars are us. Why do we have to think so far ahead? It's not fair, not at all. Suddenly, her eyes caught something, his hand was bleeding. She reached into her pocket and asked, when did you hurt your hand? She gently lifted his injured hand. Camilla softly reminded him, don't make Zio cry anymore. As she bandaged his wound, she added, you know, when you get hurt, he cries. He stood frozen at Camilla's actions as she said, all right, I'm leaving now. His hand was bandaged with a purple scarf, tied into a pretty bow. After Camilla had left for a while, she felt embarrassed, thinking, I forgot, he knows healing magic, doesn't he? What a waste of the handkerchief. Did Duke Sephra pass away around this time? There was no illness or accident, he suddenly died. After that, Asan became the new duke, and the school was filled with gossip. The image of Xiao saying, Father always said you must get stronger quickly so you could kill him, appeared in her mind. As Camilla walked, she thought to herself, recalling Xiao's words, I'm sure Asan killed the duke. A father telling his son to kill him. That's insane. Ahead, a blonde-haired person was sitting. Camilla walked towards him, but her mind was still on Asan's situation. After all, after Duke Sephra's death, there was only one person who could control and stop Asan. That person was none other than Leila, a girl with a pretty face and golden hair. Camilla was determined, thinking, I think it's a good idea to check this out. Suddenly, she covered her face with both hands, her cheeks blushing, thinking, I really want to thank her properly. Would giving a gift be a good idea? Two girls approached her, their faces full of malice. The brown-haired girl spoke up, Leila, so here you are. The one next to her chimed in, we've been looking for you. The girl asked Leila, what are you doing? Leila looked at them and answered, just reading a book. The brown-haired girl pretended to be sweet and said, you must not be busy. Right? Have you finished your homework? Leila was a bit surprised and asked, homework? They replied, we have to submit it this afternoon. Leila cheerfully said, oh, that. I've finished it. The other girl pretended to be thoughtful, really? Lucky you. We haven't finished ours. The two started to act pitiful in front of Leila, you see, there was an emergency at my house yesterday. Same here, I didn't have time to do my homework. What should we do? They continued whining, oh no, I think we are in trouble. My dad said he won't tolerate failing this time. Leila just sat there, listening to them. Then, she picked up her bag and said she would help them. The two were delighted, really? Leila replied, yes, why not use the homework I've already done? While Leila was getting her things, they thanked her, we knew we could rely on you. Leila responded with a forced smile. She handed them her homework and warned, don't copy it exactly like last time, or we'll all get into trouble. The two agreed, all right, we won't this time. One of the girls, holding Leila's homework, said happily, "Thanks so much." But before she could finish her sentence, someone snatched it away. She turned around, startled. Who? Who did that? Camilla, now holding the book, asked, Are you a doormat? The girl seemed to recognize her. You're Lady Camilla. The girl crossed her arms cautiously and said, "Lady Camilla, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Camilla sighed. "Oh, do we know each other?" The girl lowered her voice. "Please return that." Camilla asked back, "Is it yours?" Making the girl freeze. Camilla looked at her and said, "If it's not yours, why are you so confident in asking for it back?" The girl shouted, "Lady Leila lent it to me." Camilla leaned close to her face, startling the girl. "You've probably heard the rumors, haven't you?" Camilla's sly smile spread as she said, "That the prophecy from the house of Sophio isn't bad either." The girl's face turned pale with fear. Camilla continued, "Hasn't that story spread yet? I don't mind going back to the way I used to be." The girl stammered, "You're..." But before she could finish, Camilla cut her off. "Should I guess what you two did last night?" Camilla said, "You were out partying with the young gentleman after school. Weren't you?" The two girls, shocked at being caught, quickly covered their mouths. Camilla stood there, still guessing. "You were probably out having fun until early morning, which is why you couldn't finish your homework." The girl, realizing she had been exposed, looked at Camilla in panic. Camilla smirked menacingly. "Should I say more? What you did last night and with whom?" The two, terrified by her words, quickly ran away, saying, "We'll excuse ourselves." Camilla stuck out her tongue, teasing, "How fun." Feeling satisfied, Camilla thought, "Actually, I didn't know anything else. Glad they left. Thanks, Amy." Turns out it was Amy who told me all this. Camilla turned to give the homework back to Leila and sighed, asking, "Why do I always see you being bullied whenever we meet?" "Here's your homework," Leila cheerfully replied. "And every time we meet, Lady Camilla always helps me." Camilla stood there, looking at the joyful Leila, thinking, "Leila, I thought you were a smart person with good social skills. I feel like I've been tricked." Leila, glowing with admiration, asked, "Lady Camilla, do you really have prophetic powers?" Camilla froze in place, thinking, No way. At the Sophio family's study, Assistant Chester reported, "All businesses of the Hepley family have been shut down today. It seems the Count is also preparing to move to the countryside." Sophio, sitting there, replied, "TCH. I guess he still had enough money left to buy a house in the countryside. If he raised his son like that, he should take responsibility." Chester responded, "Young Master Root is indeed a bit of trouble." Chester looked at his lord in fear, thinking, "I can't believe he suddenly ordered an investigation on Root and destroyed the Hepley family." What was he thinking? An image of Camilla smiling brightly and calling out to her father appeared. Sophio, enraged, said, "How dare he touch my little girl?" It turned out Count Hepley's son had messed with his daughter. Chester, not hearing clearly, asked, "Pardon?" Sophio, regaining his composure, replied, "Nothing." "What about the academy?" Chester quickly answered, "Yes." The response was immediate. "They said security is still strictly maintained in the school, and they've received donations. The headmaster will visit us soon." Chester recalled the headmaster's nervous expression, saying, "Oh dear, of course, don't worry." Sophio slammed his hand on the table in anger, shouting, "Tell him to stop. He should keep a closer eye on people like Root. How dare he?" Chester, still not understanding his lord's words, softly coughed and replied, "Ahem, nothing." Chester continued, "By the way, have you heard the news? The Sephra family is about to distribute a new type of magic stone." Sophio sighed and thoughtfully asked, "They've discovered a new magic stone vein?" Chester said, "Because of the magic stones, the magic tower, and the dark wizards, we must be wary of Marquis Gabuin, the one monopolizing the magic stones. That's also good for the dark wizards." He flipped through his notes and continued, I'm not sure, but I've been told that the Sepra family handles refining and selling, but does not own the magic stones. Sophio asked, there's a separate owner. What does that mean? He recalled Duke Sepra's face and thought, Duke Sepra, no one else, is trading them at someone else's request. Sophio sighed and held his head. No way that guy would get involved in something so troublesome, right? Chester asked for instructions. Should we dig deeper? He nodded, as soon as possible. This made Sophio think, what has happened to the Sepra family? In the Sepra estate, Duke Sepra was sitting in his study. Someone walked in. He asked, what is it? Without looking up from the papers in his hand. Asan stood silently, not saying a word. After a moment, he replied, listen, I will not kill you. This made the Duke pause. Sepra looked up as Asan said, it doesn't matter how you feel about what you did to me and Xiao. I don't care anymore, because I still hate you, and you're still a bastard. With that, Asan slammed both hands on the desk for emphasis, as if warning his father, don't expect to die that easily. He remembered holding Xiao in his arms, crying, and said, you will realize that what you did was pointless, and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. He declared, the beast egg, there is no such thing in this house anymore because I will not take it. Turning away, he continued, I will prove to you that I can become stronger without it. Asan turned to leave, saying, even without that beast, I will be stronger than anyone else. Duke Sepra sat there, listening without responding. As Asan walked out of the room, he sighed, feeling somewhat relieved after the conversation. He recalled Camilla telling him at school, that girl went through it, and she doesn't blame him, but that doesn't erase what happened to her. He smiled, feeling satisfied, I should have done this sooner. There's no need to live bound by this family or this father. A few days later, at school, someone was sitting under a large tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves. Asan was sitting there, his clothes completely soaked. Camilla sat down beside him, curiously asking, why are you all wet? Did you go swimming? Suddenly, she noticed something, and poked his arm. He asked, confused, what are you doing? Startled, she replied, embarrassed, sorry, it's just you are so well built. She admired his physique, thinking, he's really well trained, look at those muscles. She reached out and said softly, you've trained hard, haven't you? Her hand touched Asan's face, making him blush. She remarked, your face is still red. After a moment of thought, she asked, are you sure you're not sick? He grabbed her hand to move it away from his face, intending to say something, you. But then he turned away and let go of her hand, saying, forget it. Camilla, confused, asked, what? Camilla opened the basket she had brought and said, by the way, why does a wizard work so hard on swordsmanship? The swordsman must feel embarrassed. While doing so, she thought, is this why Ravi doesn't like Asan? In the eyes of a wizard, Asan seems strange for not focusing on just one thing. Asan was still turned away, looking shy. She laughed playfully, of course, that personality is also part of the reason. Camilla smiled brightly, her smile glowing in the sunlight. Asan asked, puzzled, what are you laughing about? She replied, nothing. They both continued sitting under the tree. He pointed and asked about the basket she had brought, so, what's in that? She noticed him reaching for it. She slapped his hand away, reminding him, it's not yours. She said to Xiao, who was sitting next to Asan, big sister made this for you. Xiao looked a bit surprised. The boy exclaimed excitedly, wow. Camilla took out a sweet cake and cheerfully offered it, here, eat up. After being hit, Asan withdrew his hand and turned to look at Xiao. Xiao was also happily looking at him. Seeing them both like that, Camilla thought, Xiao's face is looking brighter. It must be because Asan's mood has stabilized. Xiao looked at the cake, his eyes sad, and replied, I don't need to eat anymore. Then he got up and walked over, saying, I'm not hungry. Xiao ran over to Camilla, reaching out and surprising her. He wrapped one arm around her neck and kissed her cheek with a loud mwah, leaving Camilla frozen in place for a few seconds. She touched her cheek in surprise as Xiao said, Thank you, sister. Thank you so much. Camilla called out in confusion, Xiao. Xiao, with a satisfied smile, waved as if saying goodbye, his body slowly fading, merging with the light. Before completely disappearing, he said to Asian, brother, I'm really sorry. Asian remembered the time before Xiao passed, when Xiao was lying in his arms, trying to say, brother, I'd you, but seemed unable to finish his words. At last, Xiao could finally say to Asan, I'm so lucky to have you as my brother. I want you to be happy. Xiao's small hand touched his. He happily said, I finally said it. Xiao turned to call Camilla. She curiously asked, He asked her, please take good care of my brother in the future. She turned, surprised, Camilla helplessly said, don't ask me, but before he completely vanished, he teased her, your eyebrows look weird. She thought there was only one thing she could do in this situation, watch and remember the outcome. Now, under the tree, only Camilla and Asan remained. Camilla looked up and asked him, how are you feeling now? Sad? Asan, staring at the hand Xiao touched earlier, quietly replied, not really. Suddenly, Camilla offered him the cake from before, I made this for you. Eat it when you're sad and hungry. Asan asked, I thought you said it wasn't for me. He covered his mouth with one hand, pushing the cake away with the other. She threatened, if you leave food uneaten, you'll be punished. The scene shifted to Sofio's domain. Suddenly, Duke Devlin appeared, joyfully saying, thank goodness you're home. Are you well? Camilla cried inwardly, thinking, there goes my weekend. Meanwhile, Duke Sepra also arrived. Camilla greeted him with a smile, hello, your grace, but inside she was devastated, wondering why they were here on the weekend. Sofio stepped between Devlin and asked, what brings you two here? Sepra casually replied, he told me to come along. Sofio asked Duke Sepra, just for that reason. Meanwhile, Camilla thought, I've rested enough, I think I'll go shopping. Duke Sepra asked back, is that a problem? Sofio sighed, you're not the type to come just to sleep. Quietly, Camilla slipped away from the group, saying, well, carry on then. Both Dukes Devlin and Sepra called out together, wait. Each grabbed one of her arms, and Camilla helplessly said, no, why? Duke Devlin cheerfully explained, the reason I came today is because of you, so how can I not talk to you? And with that, they dragged her into the room. Duke Devlin said, let's go inside first, and Duke Sepra added, come on. Poor Camilla was pulled along unwillingly. Sofio panicked, hey, where are you taking my daughter? Her mind was filled with questions, thinking, Duke Devlin has been acting like this since last time, but why is Duke Sepra doing it too? Asan and Betro stood by, with Betro waving at her. Camilla thought, no. Why are you two here if you're not going to do anything? Betro smiled brightly, showing no intention of helping. Asan's face remained cold as ever, showing no sign of intervening. Camilla glared at the two of them angrily, hey. Later, only Asan and Betro were left in the hall. Betro was the first to speak, so, what should we do now? Should we go for a walk in the garden? I saw it last time, it was beautiful. Asan, looking annoyed, asked, me and you. Together? Betro still smiled politely. Betro asked, why not? I'm nice, right? Asan replied, you're crazy. The two were about to leave when someone called out, hey, you two. They turned around, and the person said, if you're free. It was Ludwig. He asked, why not take a walk with me? Asan, irritated, thought, how bothersome. Betro, meanwhile, still smiled brightly. Detty nestled into Camilla's hair and exclaimed, perfect. Below, Luna rubbed against her dress with a satisfied expression. Camilla sat on a chair, with King in her arms, angrily shouting. On her shoulder was Detty, and at her feet was Luna. Duke Devlin, arms crossed, laughed happily, I'm sorry, that kid is causing you a lot of trouble. King was trying to shoo Detty away. Duke Devlin turned to Sofio and said, by the way, it seems like your tiger spirit beast follows her more now, and it looks like you're gathering more spirit beasts. Camilla signaled to King, "Sure, be quiet," and King sulked, teary-eyed. Sophia sternly said to the two of them, "Stop staring at my daughter." Duke Davlin feigned a cough, while Duke Sepra remained silent. Sophia asked Duke Sepra, "By the way, have you met my daughter before?" Hearing this, Sepra stayed silent, making Sophia sigh as the conversation hit a dead end. Duke Sepra looked at King and said, "The spirit beast is smaller than I thought." King, being petted by Camilla, looked pleased as Luna licked his feet. Sophia replied, "Are you avoiding the question?" "He'll grow fast." Duke Sepra asked, "Is it because he stayed in the egg for too long?" Sophia answered, "Probably." Duke Sepra, still indifferent, said, "But anyway, this is where he was born." Sophia laughed heartily, agreeing, "That's right." Sophia sternly said, "By the way, I've heard some interesting news lately. Tell me the truth, where did you get those magic stones?" The two of them started interrogating him. Sophia said, "You're saying you, not anyone else, are cleaning up someone else's mess." Davlin added, "And the stones? They have a different owner." Despite their questions, Sepra remained silent. Sophia, frustrated, continued, "Stop staying silent. Say something." Davlin, also annoyed, added, "Why are you defending the owner of these rare magic stones?" Camilla, tired of hearing them argue, thought, "I think I can leave now." Daddy nudged her, saying, "Don't wander off." Suddenly, King jumped out of her lap. She quietly slipped outside, saying, "I'm leaving." Sophia replied, "All right, all right." Davlin, still curious, said to Sepra, "You should let us know more too." She leaned against the door, sighing, thinking, "Phew, finally escaped." Camilla turned on her heel, thinking, "Now, time to go shopping as planned." Suddenly, something caught her attention. Camilla asked the butler, "What are you doing here?" He heard her and turned around, "Lady Camilla." He answered, "I'm on my way to meet Master Ludwig, Sir Bert, and Sir Aidan." Camilla was surprised, "Those three are together?" The butler replied, "Yes, they are all strolling in the garden." Camilla imagined the scene of the three walking together, all unable to find words to say. She sighed. What could those three possibly talk about? She waved her hand to brush off the thought, "Well, it's not important. I have my own things to do." In the town, the sky was clear today, with clouds lazily drifting by. At this time, Camilla was out for a walk. Donna waved at her, "Lady, this way." Camilla smoothed her hair and thought, "It's not important, but..." Donna leaned in and whispered, "They are still following us." They were Aidan, Bert, and Ludwig, walking behind her. She wondered, "Why are you following me?" She suddenly turned around and stared at them. Bert noticed and cheerfully replied, "I also happen to be heading to the market." Ludwig, looking worried, said, "It's dangerous to walk alone." Aidan bluntly stated, "I'm bored." Camilla, frustrated, thought, "Do these guys have nothing better to do?" She said, "Fine," and ran off, leaving the three behind. Let them be, just let them be. She and Donna stood at a market stall. As the afternoon passed, she walked by a stall with something glowing. Donna leaned in and asked, "Do you want to buy it?" She thought for a moment and replied, "Yes." Donna evaluated the item, "It seems more suited for a man. Are you going to gift it to the Duke?" It was a fox-shaped brooch with a sparkling green crystal. Camilla held the item in her hand, gently smiling, "No, it's for Ravi." She showed it to the vendor, "I'll take this." Camilla thought, "He gave me a bracelet as a gift, so giving this back to him seems fair." But behind her, Ludwig stood with a dark aura of jealousy. She felt something off. Bert teased Ludwig and said to Camilla, "You and your brother seem really close." Ludwig sighed, while Camilla thought, "Right, they are still following me. Is buying just one gift enough?" Aidan, frowning, asked, "Why are you giving gifts to family?" Camilla, sweating, begged him not to bring it up anymore. Suddenly, a vendor shouted, "Cosmetics, jewelry." Cheap and beautiful. Come take a look, gorgeous lady. She turned to see Leila, who also noticed her. Leila joyfully greeted, Lady Camilla. Camilla helplessly asked, what are you doing here? Leila explained, this old lady seems to be struggling, so I'm helping her. Next to Leila was a frail old woman with silver hair. Camilla asked, do you know her? Leila replied, no. Camilla, speechless, thought, 20-something years old, and I've never encountered someone like her. Looking at Leila's cheerful face, she continued thinking, this is the first time I've seen someone so happy and bright despite being bullied. Leila pitched to Camilla. Do you want to take a look, Lady Camilla? There are many beautiful items. Camilla glanced at the items on the stall and asked, does selling things make you happy? Leila responded, yes. Camilla waved goodbye to Leila, thinking, good luck with sales. If she's happy, what else can I say? Leila sadly asked, you're leaving? Camilla replied, yes. Ludwig asked Camilla, who was that? So, you know each other? She replied, from now on, let's pretend we don't. Donna followed behind her, asking, is that okay? Before he could finish, she cut him off, don't look back, don't look back. Suddenly, the sound of an argument caught her attention. Selling here without paying the fee, huh? Two thugs were threatening Leila and the old woman. The green-haired thug said, you still owe Amy from that month. The old woman knelt on the ground, clutching her goods. The red-haired thug, holding a bottle, said, hey, old lady, you know you still owe protection fees, right? Leila stood in front of the woman with her arms outstretched and shouted, that's enough. Camilla sighed, thinking, this is why I didn't want to get involved with her. So exhausting. Camilla looked at Ludwig among the three of them and thought, the first meeting between Ludwig and Leila was at the market. I'm sure things aren't too different from before. It's only just beginning. The first meeting between Ludwig and Leila was at the market. I'm sure things haven't changed much, it's only just started. That day, Bert also met Ludwig. He still kept his fake smile. When his mother was alive, she always praised him, my dear Bert, you're such a good boy. Even though her health wasn't good, she never forgot to remind her son, always help those in need, always be kind to others. That's how you become a good person. At the market, Leila tried to protect the vendors from the thugs. She shouted, what rental fees? The vendors here have already paid taxes to the government. Why are you making her pay again? But the thugs didn't care, aggressively saying, this isn't your business. We have our own rules here, why do you keep interfering? Then one thug drew his sword, threatening her, look, lady, didn't you learn not to interfere in grown-up matters? At that moment, Bert appeared, making the thugs panic, who's that? But Bert didn't even care about them, swinging his sword without hesitation. Camilla stood there, stunned by what she witnessed. She could do nothing but listen to the screams for help. Betro threw his sword to the ground, grumbling, as expected, villains are so noisy. His whole body was covered in blood, but he forced a smile and politely asked Camilla, pardon me, did any of it get on you, Lady Camilla? Coincidentally, Asher was also there and irritably said, it's fine, don't bother her, but Betro intentionally ignored him, thank goodness your clothes aren't stained. This only made Asher and Camilla more annoyed. That jerk. He smiled even when he stabbed someone. After that day, Camilla returned to the mansion, her face full of tension. Seeing this, Perry asked, what are you doing? Looking at a map. You've seen it before. Camilla, still deeply focused, responded, yes, there's a reason to act quickly. She felt uneasy thinking about Betro. I realized it after going to the market yesterday. How did I end up surrounded by crazy people? At school, he was always kind and gentle. But yesterday, he was terrifying. While she was lost in thought, the butler, Rue, knocked on the door, Miss, you have a guest. Camilla was a bit surprised, a guest. Let them in. Leila shyly stepped in, smiling and greeting, Lady Camilla. This startled Camilla. She put her work aside and asked, Leila, why are you here? Leila replied, I came to thank you. I didn't get a chance to properly greet you yesterday. Camilla invited her to sit down. Oh, I see. Well, have a seat first. But Leila looked a bit uneasy. About that. She blushed and awkwardly said, the weather is nice today, isn't it? Do you think we could spend some time outside? I have something to give you. After observing her for a moment, Camilla said, let's go to the garden then. Leila happily replied, yes, let's go. Once outside, Leila exclaimed in delight, this place is beautiful. Seeing a small tea table in the garden, Leila told Camilla, please wait here for a moment, all right. And before Camilla knew it, Leila had dashed off. A little while later, Leila returned with a table full of delicious pastries. At that moment, Perry also appeared. Camilla was surprised and asked, when did you start following me? Perry didn't answer but carefully observed Leila, she's quite good at this. After everything was set, Leila said to Camilla, please enjoy. I don't know if it suits your taste. She blushed, hesitating. I've received a lot of help, so I wanted to do something for you. This is the only thing I know how to do. Camilla immediately sat down, impressed. Oh my, you made all of this. Leila eagerly replied, yes. I even made the butter myself this morning. Camilla looked over the table full of delicious pastries. Then she casually picked up a piece of bread. Taking a small bite, Camilla exclaimed in surprise, this is delicious. Hearing this, Leila was overjoyed, really. She excitedly handed Camilla a strawberry cake. The strawberries and blueberries are from my garden. Please try them. Camilla asked, you garden too? Leila enthusiastically replied, yes. Although it's not really gardening. I grow small things for my family and me. Camilla listened to Leila while eating, you'll get to enjoy potatoes and corn this summer. I've grown plenty, and I'll make you more delicious dishes then. Leila made Camilla feel strangely happy. She thought, this is oddly comforting. I think I'm starting to understand why everyone loves Leila. Meanwhile, Leila continued talking freely, this year's weather has been perfect for growing crops. Suddenly, Leila lowered her head, looking regretful. I wish I could give you something more valuable. I'm sorry. Camilla quickly responded, I love them. This response caught Leila by surprise. Camilla smiled warmly, I really like these. Thank you. This made Leila extremely touched, Lady Camilla. Suddenly, Uncle Perry interrupted the emotional moment, I want to try some too. How sad. Camilla frowned, thinking, he's still here. Should I give him some? But if I tell him even ghosts can taste food, things will get complicated later. Meanwhile, Perry kept whispering in Camilla's ear, please let me have some. I'm craving it. Seeing this, Camilla sighed helplessly, I guess I have no choice. Then Leila shyly handed Camilla another pastry, please try this one too. With a bright smile on her face, it seemed Leila was truly happy. At school, after the midterm exams, the results were announced. Everyone was buzzing about the results, no way, is this real? How did this happen? Camilla, who used to be at the bottom of the class, had suddenly risen to the top. People couldn't believe their eyes, she just changed her class number recently. How is this possible? This is crazy. But Camilla didn't care about what others were saying. She happily thought, good. The results are as expected. Hearing whispers behind her, how did her scores increase so much? This is strange. She thought to herself, why don't you try taking the same test over 10 times? The scores will go up. Suddenly, Amy appeared out of nowhere, curiously asking, what's your secret to improving your score? Did you use ghosts to cheat? But I was sitting next to you in class and didn't see you cheat. Tell me. Camilla didn't answer but thought about Betro, impressed with my high score, huh? But I bet that guy is even more impressive. Him? He's always in first place. The most important thing is. She checked the score sheet again and saw a name that surprised her, the one who usually hands in blank papers. I wonder what happened. Asha's score is unexpectedly high this time. Just then, Asha appeared. Me? You're surprised by my score. Have you ever met a wizard who wasn't smart? Camilla coldly replied, yes, you. Seeing Amy, Asha continued, and who's next to you? Seeing him, Amy looked annoyed. Camilla responded, you can see him, right? That's the one you tried to exorcise last time. Asha leaned in close to Camilla's ear, so why is he still hanging around you? Camilla nonchalantly replied, who knows? Aiden continued, my father said you should visit our house. He wants to start selling that item, but he wants to discuss a few things first. Camilla thought, it must be about the magic stones, then told Aiden, I understand, tell him I'll visit soon. Aiden nodded and left, got it. She thought, this is interesting. I thought these two would never speak to each other, but I guess they do exchange a few words occasionally. Suddenly, Camilla heard Leila calling. Lady Camilla, congratulations. Leila seemed even happier than Camilla, excitedly saying, you got first place. I'm so proud of you. I can't wait to go home and tell my parents that my friend got first place. Camilla felt a strange unease, knowing that she meant it. Camilla froze, wait, friend. Leila seemed a bit embarrassed. Camilla pondered, friend. I never used that word in the other world, so it feels a little strange to say it. She didn't notice Leila's face turning red like a tomato. Seeing Leila carrying a basket, Camilla asked, what's that? Leila quickly shoved the basket of pastries into Camilla's hands. Oh, this. Since you liked the things I made last time. I made some butter and jam. Here, take it. Thank you. She thought, I bet Perry would love this. Suddenly, a group of noisy schoolgirls ran past. Professor David, you're back. How's your health, sir? Leila happily remarked, looks like Professor David has returned, but Camilla's face turned sour. Professor David. The group of girls continued to crowd around the teacher. Sir, we missed you so much. How are you feeling? He smiled warmly and replied politely, I'm well, thank you. I'm sorry if I worried you. Leila looked genuinely happy. It's so nice to see him healthy again. Camilla muttered under her breath, another one has arrived, which confused Leila. Lady Camilla, what do you mean by another one? Camilla said nothing, feeling frustrated. Back at home. Camilla hesitated and asked, Ravi, are you busy? Ravi stayed silent, trembling slightly. He suddenly stood up, no, I'm not busy at all. What is it now? Camilla said, you know, there's this serial killer, and... Ravi suddenly moved closer to Camilla, his face serious. What did you just say? Did you see something? This startled Camilla, her face turning pale. No, I didn't say I. Ravi frowned, are you sure? Of course, I'm sure. Camilla, shaking, looked at her brother's suspicious expression, thinking, I just wanted to ask how people in this world handle serial killers, but he reacted so intensely. Ravi sternly warned, I'm warning you again, don't take any risks on your own. This time, Father won't forgive you so easily. Camilla replied, I understand. Ravi calmed down and asked, what is it? Why are you asking me about that? Serial killers aren't exactly a great topic of conversation. Camilla followed her brother and said, well, my friend happened to find out that someone they know is a serial killer. Ravi responded, what? Then just report it to the authorities. Camilla added, but there's no evidence. Ravi sat down at his desk, then if there's no evidence, how do you know they are a serial killer? Camilla continued, even though there's no concrete evidence. It's pretty clear based on the feeling around that person. I just think someone's been murdered, but my friend doesn't know what to do. Ravi asked, does your friend know the killer well? And how likely is it that the killer will target your friend next? Camilla replied, not much. Ravi leaned on his hand, calmly saying, then tell your friend to just ignore it. If they are a killer, someone will die eventually. Ravi explained, you said there's no evidence, so how can they report it? Instead of putting themselves in danger, they should just pretend they don't know anything. If there's a murder, the security team will investigate. Just leave it alone. Camilla lowered her head, saying nothing, thinking, I guess the answer is to stay silent. If I get involved, I might become the next target. She pulled out a small box from her pocket and handed it to Ravi. Thanks for the advice, Ravi. Ravi curiously took the box. What's this? He looked a bit surprised. A fox. Camilla asked, isn't it beautiful? Ravi coldly replied, it doesn't seem very useful, which made Camilla furious. What? If you don't want it, give it back. Ravi frowned, you're so impatient. He suddenly paused, wait, why a fox? He asked again, why a fox? Camilla hesitated, mumbling. Then suddenly, she ran off, I'm leaving, bye-bye. Leaving Ravi alone, frustrated. After she left, he sighed and smiled, she didn't have to do that. On her way to school, Camilla kept thinking about Ravi's words, you said there's no evidence, so your friend can't report it. And it's best not to take risks. Just pretend you don't know anything. If someone gets murdered, they'll investigate. Leave it alone. Sitting in the carriage, she thought, right, just don't get involved anymore. If I stick my nose in, I might get into trouble. She gazed firmly out the window, just pretend you don't hear or see anything. At school, Professor David invited her for a private meeting. They cheerfully greeted each other. Hello, Lady Camilla. Hello, Professor. Camilla was at a loss for words. Are you kidding me? I just decided not to get involved, and now I have to meet him. Professor David began, the reason I called you here, Lady Camilla, is about the assignment you submitted earlier. Camilla asked, my assignment? Is something wrong with it? David excitedly said, no, instead, I'm giving you credit because your research paper was excellent. I was wondering if I could use some historical references from Miss Camilla's paper. Camilla happily replied, the resources from the Duke Sofa's library seem powerful. I agree right away. Go ahead, if you think it's fine, David politely responded. Thank you very much. Camilla asked, is that all there is to it? David hesitated, about that. Sorry, but can I see the source materials related to that assignment? The references are so good, but this time Camilla declined, I can't do that, you know my father really likes it, what a pity. However, David was still determined, so, can you help me? Camilla looked puzzled, I can help you. David laughed, yes, since you've read it already, you can assist me a lot with my research paper. I only asked because I thought you might know, there's no place like this on the continent. Camilla asked again, not mandatory, right? David cheerfully replied, of course. Hearing that, she quickly stood up and said, then I decline, leaving David puzzled. She walked out the door, smiling, see you later, Mr. David. Camilla thought to herself, doesn't he think I'm declining? He looked very surprised. If I hadn't seen and didn't know anything, maybe I would have agreed. But after seeing, I wonder if anyone else would want to get close to him again. 1, 2, 3, there are a total of 7 female ghosts with signs of strangulation. They all looked at David with hatred. Strangely, some people are very susceptible to hauntings. I realize that David is one of them. Initially, there were only 5, but then it increased to 6, and this time when I looked back, there were 7, they all looked at him with deadly intent. And at this rate, he must surely be the perpetrator, but... Sitting in class, Camilla couldn't stop thinking about these things. She cradled her head, feeling exhausted, it's too quiet, if 7 people are dead, something must have happened, right? Isn't that shocking news that should be disclosed? What's the reason everything is so quiet? Seeing this, David approached to check on Camilla, Miss Camilla. His expression made her feel scared. But she quickly calmed down. David asked, are you unwell? Is there something wrong at home? She replied, "No, nothing." David remained friendly, saying, "If you want to talk or have trouble, feel free to come see me anytime. You know I'm the student advisor here, right?" Camilla, still on guard, replied, "Yes, I know, that's one of the reasons you're famous." Suddenly, she noticed a ghost behind him. The ghost was wearing only one earring. She thought of something and told David, "Actually, it's nothing serious. I just lost an earring the day before yesterday." David looked puzzled. "An earring?" Camilla reiterated, "Yes, a purple earring with a violet flower." David was lost in thought. An earring with a violet flower. Meanwhile, Camilla was still observing the ghost, trying to check what she was thinking, but it seemed to fail. Seeing David remain silent, Camilla said, "It's okay. I can buy another one. Do you have anything else to say, sir?" David turned away. "Oh no, I hope you reconsider my proposal." Camilla smiled, "I will think about it." She thought to herself, "I can't just sit here and let this continue. I think that's the only way." So right after class, she went looking for Amy. "Why can't I find her today? She's always hanging around here." Unfortunately, she was spotted by Betro, who initiated the conversation. "Miss Camilla, what are you looking for?" Camilla didn't want to deal with him and kept scanning the area. I'm looking for someone." Betro suggested, "Let's look together," but Camilla declined. "I'm fine, you won't be able to find her." But Betro continued to follow Camilla. "Could it be that you are looking for Asian?" Camilla coldly replied, "No." Betro asked again, "If not, then who are you looking for?" Camilla frowned. "Mr. Betro." Betro laughed heartily. "Just call me Betro." Camilla replied sternly, "You don't need to do that anymore." Hearing that, Betro was taken aback. Camilla recalled that Doman had told her everything, and she knew that if a mismatched soul entered a body alone, everything would go wrong, and those around would distance themselves. Feeling unloved and regarded as a nuisance, in other words. She coldly said to Betro, "You don't need to show kindness that you don't mean, that smile is also fake. I fully acknowledge you as a good person, but that's more than enough for me." Betro was still in disbelief at what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Camilla kept walking. If he wasn't smiling sincerely, perhaps Betro was doing so because he wanted to be seen as a good person, but it was irritating to see him do that and want to help others. "I'm leaving now." Betro instinctively covered his mouth. "I'm showing kindness to her, but I don't mean it." Camilla's words echoed in his ears. "You don't need to be kind when you don't mean it. I understand you're a good person, so please stop it." She said, "I'm being kind but without meaning it." Since he was little, his mother had always told him, "My obedient little Betro." His mother always lovingly held him in her arms, and she was very happy to have Betro. All her friends admired him. Surely the happiest person was the lady, right? Yes, because her son is the ideal child. Betro remembered the time when his mother was alive. Her health was always poor. She often had minor ailments, and had trouble walking for a while. Whenever she wanted to go somewhere, she had to call him, "Betro, come back now," but at that time, he always ran to her, "Yes, mother." Helping her walk was something he did routinely, and was always by her side. When his mother saw him behave well, she was happy, and when others praised him, she was very delighted. At least during that time, the happy expression overshadowed the pallor on her face. She always told Betro, "When you smile, I'm very happy, my beloved son." He did many things for his mother. He remembered, for his mother, he always smiled brightly. He always helped others, never showing any dislike. His mother's words echoed in his ears. That was how he became a good person. He became a good person just for his mother, as it was the way to make her happy. Even after his mother's passing, being kind to others became his daily habit. He always knew that his smile was something he kept for himself. He suddenly recalled past events, never thinking ill of them, as kindness cost no harm, and there were many people around him. However, he didn't know why he did it. On that day, when he witnessed Camilla fighting for him, everyone around was panicking. What is Miss Camilla doing? Normally, he would rush in to stop it. But that day, he walked away, not understanding why she followed him so closely, feeling too tired. But after leaving them, he felt uneasy. After all, it was his fault they fought, he shouldn't have let them. When he returned, he felt guilty. Everything had been resolved, and neither was there. He thought Miss Camilla always came near him even when he didn't want her to, so he was sure another opportunity would come, but he hadn't seen her for a while. One day, he encountered her. The day he met her again was also when he visited his mother's grave on the anniversary. But this time, she didn't even look at him. He thought it was impossible, maybe she didn't see him from far away. He assumed she came here, following him, as she always did. But even after that, she showed a completely different face, not only stopping talking to him. But her worried expression was gone too. At school, even with other girls around, his eyes couldn't help but search for her. When he saw her with Asian, his feelings fluctuated oddly. He couldn't understand, why was it him? He had fought at school, how could he be with her? At that moment, he just stood there with a smile as usual. He was someone who didn't care how others perceived him, living as he wished, so why was it him? He felt strange. But he just stood there, from beginning to end. He witnessed her participating too. On that day, it was also rare for her to say something to him, "You're the only person I know, so please handle the rest." But at that moment, he was still frozen. He couldn't understand what was happening. He laughed oddly. Why did he laugh then? Seeing two people living freely without caring what others thought of them made him want to join them. Betro recalled what had just happened. Was she looking for Asian? She said, "No need to do that anymore." Betro didn't understand. What did she mean by that? Camilla had said, "No need to show kindness when you don't mean it. I know you're a good person, so please stop," and just walked away. Betro realized he couldn't refute her. It felt as if she had discovered a part of himself that even he didn't know. A good person, not stemming from the heart. Could someone still be a good person if they pretended to be kind without meaning it? Suddenly, a group of girls approached, as usual, excited to see Betro. "Mr. Betro, what are you doing here? If you're free, do you want to grab a drink with us?" But upon seeing Betro, they suddenly seemed awkward. Betro pondered what expression was on his face. He was sure of one thing, he wasn't smiling. Perhaps that was the real face he had hidden all along. But immediately, he regained his composure, forcing a smile on his face, still friendly and polite as always. "A drink sounds nice. Oh yes, let's go." But his mother's voice still echoed in his head. "My good little Betro, you should always be polite. That's how to be a good person." Camilla's earlier words didn't seem to shake Betro. Although he had just heard something, he wouldn't change, and he smiled as usual while following the girls, even smiling wider. In the meantime, Camilla was busy looking for Amy. The person she sought was nowhere to be found, and instead, she was wasting time with Betro. Camilla was absorbed in her search when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Who are you looking for?" She slowly turned her head. That voice. What a coincidence, it was Amy. Camilla joyfully said, "I've been looking for you." "Where have you been?" Amy playfully hugged Camilla's arm. "What's up, miss me?" Camilla said seriously, "I need your help. I want to ask you something." Upon hearing this, Amy became excited. "You need something from me? What do you need my help with?" Which surprised Camilla. Why was she so happy? But not wanting to waste time, Camilla pulled Amy to the back of the school. "Come on, there's someone I want to show you," and Amy happily followed. "All right." Camilla pointed to the window where David stood. "That's him, you know, David. I don't know if you've seen them, but do you also see the ghosts next to him?" Amy hesitantly replied, "Yes, I've seen them." Hearing this, Camilla exclaimed joyfully, "Great. I have some questions for them. Can you ask, like how they died and where, who killed them, and if it's really David? If you find it hard to talk to them, just bring one of them to me, that would work too." But Amy silently turned away. Camilla worriedly asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Amy touched her neck and said, "No need to ask them." Now, Camilla suddenly noticed that Amy had a mark around her neck too. It couldn't be, it just couldn't be. Through the window, David remained unaware of what was happening. Amy paled and said, David is my brother, he's my relative. The day before, at the Sofia estate, Ayu saw Camilla return and came out to greet her, happy to see her home, miss. Noticing Camilla seemed unwell, Ayu asked, shall I brew some hot tea for you? Camilla replied, no need, I'm fine. Ayu worriedly said, you look so tired. Camilla was taken aback, really? Do I look that tired? She thought to herself, in times like these, ginseng is a sweet thing that can perk me up. Ayu, not hearing clearly, asked again, what chicken soup? But Camilla turned away and left. She asked, where's Doman? Ayu answered, he's quite busy redecorating your room, miss, since the seasons are changing. Camilla felt disheartened upon hearing this. Really? He promised to come with me to give advice. And now he's absent when I need him. Fine, enjoy the redecorating or whatever. Ayu was about to leave, saying, well, I'll be going then, when Camilla called back, oh, Ayu. I have a request. Ayu replied, of course, miss. Camilla looked around, not seeing anyone, before continuing, this isn't a request for the butler. Nightshade, hearing that, Ayu looked puzzled. Camilla reiterated, I want to request the leader of Nightshade. Ayu chuckled awkwardly, I must be misunderstanding something. But Camilla didn't care, insisting, I know you are the leader. Anyway, I'm tired now, I'll see you later. Camilla walked away, leaving Ayu standing there, confused. Camilla had known beforehand, Nightshade was a secret organization that had been formed since the Sofia family. Their main task was to gather secret information. Under the orders of the head of the family, they would travel across the continent to bring back information. Occasionally, they acted silently according to the wishes of the family head. How could I know when only the head knew about this? It was because Darren was the former leader. It seemed strange for a butler to have so much information, and also odd for an elderly person to have such a good physique. Darren said he raised Ayu from a young age to become the next leader, rather than just being the butler of the Sofia family. Their secret identity was Nightshade. After a while, Ayu finally arrived. May I ask why you were looking for me? Camilla thought, so he returned not as a butler, but as the leader of Nightshade, right? The only one Nightshade listens to is the family head. There's no reason for him to bow to anyone else. Camilla handed Ayu a file, please look into this matter. Ayu asked, who are these people? Camilla replied, they are dead. Find out how they died and what happened afterward. Back at school, after asking Amy, it was true that David had killed them. Camilla seriously asked Amy, so your brother killed them? Amy answered, yes, that's right. She began recounting the story, we grew up in an orphanage. I was adopted before him, and there, I was exploited. After being adopted, they treated me like a servant, they often starved me. 8 years later, my brother finally found me, but our adoptive parents demanded a large sum of money to let me go. He did everything to earn money, but unfortunately, at that time, I had died. All his efforts became meaningless. Amy's story was terrifying. Her adoptive parents claimed she had committed suicide, but she died when they choked her. Amy sadly recounted, that's when everything began, my brother started killing girls. As if a switch had been flipped. When he began killing girls. Camilla bit her lip in anger, still unable to comprehend. Fine, one could say he went mad with revenge and became a serial killer. But why kill innocent girls? Why not their adoptive parents, the ones who killed Amy? I need to find out. I need to know why David did this. Ayu was examining the evidence they had gathered. He suddenly spoke up, I understand, but there's something I'm curious about. Camilla quickly asked, what is it? Ayu continued, how do you know I'm the leader of the Black Shadow, or rather, how do you know about the Black Shadow organization? The ghost of the butler Darren beside him pretended to cough a few times to remind her. Camilla felt awkward, she couldn't say it was her teacher, now a ghost, who told her. Thinking quickly, she responded, I've seen many things when I look at you, Ayu, like how people refer to you as the leader, and how my father respected you. Ayu was taken aback. Is that all? Camilla cheerfully fabricated, yes. Ayu suddenly raised his voice to clarify, and that's how you know the name Black Shadow, miss? Do you want to believe that? Not letting Ayu finish, Camilla cut in, Ayu, did you forget? I'm the one who found the spirit egg. Ayu looked puzzled, right? Camilla changed the subject, wanting to end this discussion. If you understand, then let's move on. Ayu still had doubts, but reluctantly agreed, I understand now. Normally, this isn't allowed, but just this once, I'll make an exception. Camilla happily said, thank you, and please keep this secret from my father. Ayu was startled, yes. Camilla pleaded, please, Ayu. Not wanting to argue, he temporarily agreed, I will. Camilla sighed in relief, avoiding Ayu's interrogation. She was exhausted. She tiredly climbed into bed and thought, indeed, the leader is very different. He feels entirely different from usual. I don't want to do anything today, well. I can't do anything else until the investigation ends. I'll just take a nap and rest. 4 days later, in David's study, will you help me with the research paper? Really? David couldn't hide his excitement. Camilla asked, yes, how can I help? David explained, when there's a part one need, I want you to copy it from the book. Thank you, you will help a lot. Camilla stood up slowly, wanting to leave, I understand. David cheerfully replied, then I'll see you later. I will compile the research materials I need and let you know. Camilla politely smiled, okay. Just as she reached the door, she turned back to look at David with a deep gaze. I will wait, David. Behind him was a line of the spirits of young girls. Camilla had stepped out of the study. She received the investigation report from Ayu and realized the common factor among the girls David killed. That bastard is sick and deranged. The dead girls had 2 things in common. 1, they were all adopted. And 2, they were all abused at home. What is he thinking? Why kill girls with backgrounds and pain similar to his sisters? And what I discovered through this is that the killer's next target is me. Camilla was annoyed, continuously poking the cake with a fork. Is that how outsiders perceive me? So, do people think I'm abused at home? At that moment, Duke Sofio unexpectedly spoke up, Camilla. She jumped, oh, yes, father. The Duke worriedly asked, is something at school making you unhappy? No, nothing at all. I'm just thinking about a few things. I understand, if anything happens, tell me right away. Yes, father. The Duke coughed a few times. Camilla wondered, what is it? Does he have something else to say? The Duke continued, Camilla, what do you think of this outfit? It's what I plan to wear for the next Royal Palace meeting. Camilla eagerly praised, you look wonderful, father. I love that color too, but inside, she was confused. Isn't the palace meeting next week? Why is he wearing it now? The Duke pretended to be anxious, really. But you see, Camilla, I feel like something is missing from this outfit, so I'm a bit worried. Don't you think this accessory would complete the outfit? He pointed to his chest. Camilla, like a bewildered fawn treading on dry leaves, nodded, I think it would suit you. The Duke continued to hint, right, let's see. A fox might be too much. I think a tiger would fit quite well. Camilla was stunned, why a tiger? Because the family spirit animal is a tiger. At that moment, she suddenly realized when looking at the pin on Ravi's chest, that. I gave him the fox-shaped accessory. That bastard Ravi pretended not to care when he received it, but he wore it proudly. Camilla was confused, wait, usually the Duke hates things like this, but his gaze tells me that. The Duke kept signaling Camilla, just as I thought, a tiger suits me best, right, my dear. Camilla felt helpless, I see, he wants me to give him another pin. Then, Ludwig, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, speaking of which. 1 or 2 accessories on the knight's uniform would look great, and now this brother was signaling too. Camilla was stunned, And now what is it with him? She felt helpless, done with this girl-crazy household. Next time I go shopping, I should buy 2 more pins as soon as possible. The next day, Camilla arrived at David's house. Is this David's house? She couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. I need to be cautious. This is the place where 7 girls were brutally murdered, the house of a serial killer. Camilla was determined to achieve her goal, reminding herself that she wouldn't run away. At that moment, David opened the door with a fake warm smile, inviting her in. Miss Camilla. He explained, I'm sorry to ask you to come here on your day off, but I need the materials urgently. Camilla didn't mind since this was her purpose. It's fine. Camilla glanced around. The house looked quite ordinary. Despite being a serial killer, David didn't seem to live in a house like this. He led her to the kitchen. Please, sit down. Thank you, Professor. David opened a cupboard and asked, which tea do you prefer? Camilla was too busy observing to give a proper answer. Anything is fine. Suddenly, she noticed a box placed in the tea cupboard. That must be the box Amy mentioned. I need to take it with me as evidence. David slowly poured tea for her and pretended to be concerned. I think this tea is quite nice, but I'm not sure if it suits your taste. Camilla silently looked at the cup of tea, sensing that there was something unclean inside. Still, she continued to play along. It smells great. David smiled and said, really? Give it a try. The killer watched as his prey slowly fell into his trap. Indeed, as soon as Camilla took a sip, she immediately fainted, the cup falling from her hand and spilling everywhere. David feigned concern. Miss Camilla. Oh dear, he chuckled with satisfaction. Then, he stood up and slowly approached her. What bad luck. Let me help you, Miss Camilla. I'll help you find peace soon, don't worry. The twisted killer reached out to touch her. Just then, Camilla suddenly woke up, timing her move perfectly, pushing his filthy hand away from her. Then, she shoved him hard, making him cry out. Camilla pulled out the rope she had prepared earlier. David was still dazed, not able to collect himself, when she tightly bound the killer. He was stunned. How could you? Camilla gasped, her face pale. I caught you. I thought I was going to die, she said, dazed, recalling some unpleasant memories. Why am I suddenly remembering that? It's fine, calm down. I'm not the child I used to be. David angrily shouted, you should have been asleep. How could you? Camilla began to expose him. I received information before. After inviting them over, you put sleeping pills in the tea, and when they fell asleep, you killed them. It seems like you do this every time, right? The killer sighed in frustration. Oh dear. He was disappointed. So you know what I was going to do. His expression darkened, coldly accusing. What a pity. Even though it would have made us both happy. Camilla narrowed her eyes. What nonsense is that? David began to manipulate her again, his eyes turning hollow. Aren't you tired of living with a fake family? Isn't it better to leave peacefully than to live in suffering? Camilla understood. So that's why you killed those girls. David revealed his twisted nature. I don't know how you found out, but they all wanted this. I'm sure they were happy to escape the pain, and I was happy to see them happy. The killer wore a grotesque smile. Camilla felt chills. He's insane. What the hell is this? Suddenly, Amy spoke up. It's all my fault. He thinks my death is due to him, so the burden he bears is immense. He forgave himself with that mindset, Amy lamented. She continued to justify the twisted monster. Death isn't painful, it's a way to escape reality. And since the other girls were in similar pain, he hoped to free them. He frees them with a sweet death, that's his conclusion. Camilla expressed her displeasure. I'm tired of hearing this. I've heard this nonsense for days. 1 person is enough, 2 is too many. No matter how much you cover for him, your brother is a murderer. David was taken aback by this scene. He regained his cheerful demeanor, wanting to continue manipulating Camilla. Are you talking to the air? I knew it, you have many psychological issues. It's because you weren't loved in your family. Growing up, Camilla lost her patience, unable to listen any longer. Shut up. David quickly turned hostile, sighing, you know, dying would be happier than living, Miss Camilla. Camilla's face darkened, reaching out. She unexpectedly grabbed the head of the madman. Camilla leaned in, angrily questioning, and why do you decide for others? Why do you decide others' happiness? Seeing her expression, David was bewildered, his face paling. Camilla's expression was filled with bitterness as she asked, should I tell you the truth? At this moment, David was tightly bound by Camilla. He fell to his knees, looking at her in surprise. What truth? What are you talking about? The spirits of the girls David had killed were all staring at him. Their gaze revealed undeniable hatred. They all shared the same goal, to expose the crimes of the murderer David. Camilla looked at him with contempt, slowly reminding him, remember Miss Drew. Miss Drew, whom you killed, had someone she loved. They planned to marry after graduation, and she was about to leave her home. Miss Lurie was supporting the orphanage, where she grew up with her monthly allowance. She had younger siblings living there, whom she loved dearly. Miss Roti planned to start her career with the money she saved since childhood. She intended to leave home, after graduation, to live her own life. Hearing this, Roti's spirit could not hold back tears rolling down her cheeks. Murderer David still refused to believe the truth, angrily denying it. Impossible. I've never heard that, don't lie. Unable to contain her anger, Camilla quickly grabbed David's hair. Eager to prove her point. You don't believe the intelligence of a duke's daughter. I can show you the information I gathered right now. Camilla vented her fury for the spirits of the young girls, loudly questioning, who are you to judge others' happiness? Should I judge based on my own feelings? From what I see, you seem unhappy with your life, don't you? With that, Camilla retracted the rope binding David, surprising him. He could only stammer in confusion, what? Before David could comprehend, Camilla swiftly used the rope to tighten around the cold-hearted murderer's neck. David coughed continuously, struggling to cry out for help. Camilla mocked, so you want to be saved now? After killing so many, how can you want to be saved? Camilla's face darkened. A chilling smile appeared, and her voice became eerily more intense. Are you happy now? Didn't you say that only death brings happiness? After venting, Camilla finally released her grip. David struggled to breathe, coughing a few times. Camilla glanced at him and mockingly asked, what does it feel like on the brink of death? Are you still happy? David was kneeling on the ground, still unable to shake off the earlier feeling of impending death. Camilla sighed in relief. She turned to Ryu and called him, Ryu, respond quickly. Yes, miss. She cautiously asked him, did you record everything? Ryu held a crystal ball in his hand, confirming he had captured all the evidence. From the moment the lady fell to David's confession, it was all recorded. Upon hearing the satisfactory answer, Camilla praised him, you did well. Thanks to your efforts, this plan succeeded. Saying that, Camilla walked toward the kitchen and opened a cupboard. She took out a box and slowly opened it. Ryu, unable to hide his curiosity, asked, what is it, miss? Camilla replied, these are the belongings of the girls killed by David. Inside the box are various women's accessories, from bows, brooches, hairpins to necklaces and rings. Camilla shot a glare at David, silently cursing. He even collected the victim's belongings, that insane bastard. I think this could completely crack the case, but despite solving the case, Camilla still showed no signs of joy for the innocent souls. Will these girls find peace? Just thinking about it, her face fell. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned to hand the box to Ryu, please handle the rest. Ryu nodded in understanding. Once done, she left. Stepping outside, Camilla exhaled lightly. This means no more cases will occur. Thank goodness, this unfair tragedy has ended. In the Duke Sofio's study, Camilla was being punished to hold her hand up high. Her arm seemed weary. Ravi noticed and accused, Father, she lowered her hand again. Camilla angrily denied it. No, inside she was silently cursing Ravi, that damned fox. Ravi, seeing this, sighed in defeat. Camilla, in a position of punishment, could not help but feel resentful. It was no surprise everything went so smoothly. Even Ryu was too much. He had told everyone about David. It would have been better if he had downplayed the situation while telling it. Ryu, standing guard, probably sensed someone mentioning him and sneezed several times. Duke Sofio sighed in exasperation. Camilla, what were you thinking doing that? Did you know how scared your father was to go to a serial killer's house? Camilla weakly protested, but Ryu was there with me. The Duke slammed the table, shouting. Camilla jumped, giving up her resistance, obediently admitting her mistake. Yes, I was wrong. Camilla thought she knew he was angry, but didn't expect it to be this much. Turning to Ludwig, she felt both puzzled and slightly afraid. And why does that guy keep staring at me? It's so scary. Ravi then spoke up. You really need to be scolded more. How could you go there without fear? And the story about the murderer we discussed wasn't about your friend but you. Right? Ravi's words struck deep in Camilla's heart, making her uneasy. Ravi pointed at Camilla, blaming himself for easily believing her unfounded lies. I'm so foolish for believing that. You don't have a friend at all. Camilla felt her pride hurt. She frustratedly retorted, yes, I have friends. Ravi scoffed, really? Who are they? Name each one. He narrowed his eyes, carefully observing her from head to toe. Then, he reached out to use magic to erase the bruises on her neck. How, look at you, walking around with those bruises. Camilla couldn't hide her gratitude. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him affectionately. Brother, that's so touching. Ravi immediately rejected her. What kind of expression is that? Want to be scolded more? Duke Sofio then asked, Camilla, is it because you think your father is untrustworthy that you didn't say anything? He lowered his head sadly, his voice laced with self-reproach. Camilla immediately denied it. Of course not, explaining, it's because there was no evidence that I couldn't say anything. Duke Sofio clenched his fist in anger. So you chose to become a victim? Camilla hesitated to explain, it's because no matter how dangerous the trap was, I couldn't let other girls go through it. Hearing this, Duke Sofio lost control, slamming the table and shouting, so it's okay for you to become a victim. Camilla was confused, unsure how to soothe him. That's not it. She felt both guilty and afraid, tightly closing her eyes, and not daring to speak a word. Duke Sofio had calmed down somewhat, and gently approached to pat his daughter's head. Even though you're fine, I still worry a lot. Duke Sofio's caring words filled Camilla's heart with warmth and immense happiness. She didn't know how to respond. Father. Duke Sofio didn't want to press further, so he softly reminded her, you must be tired, go rest. Camilla obediently replied, yes, father. After Camilla left, the Duke slowly approached his desk. He smiled and said, but aren't you all proud? Both Ravi and Ludwig looked confused, not understanding his meaning. Duke Sofio walked to the window, looking outside as he said with satisfaction, I'm not one to easily forgive injustice, the girl is just like me. Both Ravi and Ludwig shared the same question. Is father always like this? At the trial for the murderer David, the court announced, due to the defendant's confession, and the evidence related to the victim being clear, the sentence for the defendant is death. David heard his verdict and showed no emotion, like a soulless corpse. David's trial went quickly, and the death sentence followed shortly after. The cold-blooded murderer was led to the guillotine, with only one outcome awaiting him. Camilla was standing below, watching everything unfold. Amy's voice rang in her ears, so it ended up like this. But now it's all over. I was worried for so long, but now everything, including my brother's crimes, has ended. Camilla responded, ended. This is just the beginning. Amy looked puzzled, huh? Camilla continued, do you know one reason this case wasn't exposed to the public? Amy, confused, asked, what do you mean? Camilla explained, the victims' parents concealed their children's deaths. Looking at what David fabricated, it's not true that the victims committed suicide due to torture. It's foolish. I will expose them all to the public, Camilla said with an unsettling smile, emanating a killing intent. Amy couldn't help but laugh loudly. At that moment, Camilla suddenly turned to her and asked, "So, Amy, who adopted you?" Amy was taken aback, not expecting Camilla's previous words to be serious. A week later, at the Sepra Manor, Duke Sepra was playing chess with his son, Asher. Checkmate. I win again. Asher was still lost in thought. He suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about, father?" Duke Sepra replied, "What?" Asher got straight to the point. "How could you lend her Luna like that? What makes you trust her blindly?" Duke Sepra pondered for a moment. His answer surprised Asher, "I believe the girl." Asher was astonished and was about to ask again, "What, father?" Just then, the butler spoke up. "A guest has arrived, sir." Luna's figure slowly appeared. It was Camilla returning Luna to Duke Sepra. She greeted them cheerfully. "Oh my, do you two remember what I said?" Duke Sepra and Asher. Camilla bowed respectfully. Duke Sepra reminded her, "You don't need to bow like that, Miss Camilla." Camilla replied happily, "I'm just here to return what I borrowed." Luna approached her master, gazing at the chessboard. Camilla asked Duke Sepra, "Do you enjoy playing chess?" Duke Sepra replied, "It's fine, there's nothing to worry about, it's just a promise." He recalled, "I'm very grateful that you cleansed Sen's soul before. I wanted to repay you, so just tell me what you want." Camilla thought for a moment. "Repay me, huh?" Then she unexpectedly made a suggestion. "Oh, I hope you two can play chess together for an hour each day." Both father and son looked puzzled. "What?" Camilla smiled. "Sen would be very happy to see you both together, don't you think?" Then she turned to tease Asher. "Oh, are you losing again? I think you should train your brain more." Asher froze in place, his face darkening. Camilla remembered and turned to thank the Duke. "Thank you for letting me borrow Luna. Thanks to you, I could smoothly complete the final step." The Duke, while petting Luna, calmly replied, The victims of abuse, I thought you said that was child abuse." Camilla chuckled, "You remember quite well." Duke Sepra continued, "I can't forget the hurtful words spoken casually. The initial truth often causes us pain." Asher had been listening attentively, understanding the deeper meaning behind his father's words. He explained Luna's special identity. Luna is a member of the Sepra family. She has a unique ability to perfectly replicate the appearance of the deceased and project illusions to targets. With Luna's ability, Amy's adoptive parents were completely deceived, Camilla thought, praising silently, "Well done, Dark Lord." At that moment, Camilla noticed Asher's gaze had been fixed on her. She curiously asked, Why are you looking at me like that?" Asher quickly denied, "When?" Duke Sepra seemed to see through his son's thoughts, wanting to lend a hand. "Time's up for the meeting, please escort the young lady to the door, Asher." He immediately agreed without a second thought, "Sure." The two walked side by side as if heading toward a wedding hall. Asher suddenly broke the silence. "So what spirit did you help that resulted in this?" Camilla, confused, replied, What do you mean by this?" "I heard the rumors. They say David had a fierce duel and was seriously injured." In Camilla's imagination, a duel meant that only one would survive. Get ready. David. Hearing that, Camilla was dumbfounded. I had a duel with David." Camilla quickly clarified, "It's true that I was injured, but it's just an exaggeration, and now I am completely healed." Asher couldn't hide the worry behind his cold eyes and asked again, "Really?" Suddenly, he reminded her, "Call me." Camilla was puzzled, still processing. Asher stated confidently, his affectionate gaze on her, "Next time, please call me." Camilla still didn't understand that Asher meant she should call him for help next time, asking in confusion, "Call you, why?" Not giving her a chance to ask more, he swiftly left like a gust of wind. "Hey, where are you going? Tell me the reason before you go." In the blink of an eye, Asher had vanished. Camilla sighed, he really is a strange guy. As soon as Camilla stepped out, she encountered Amy. Is it all over now? Camilla hurried over. What? You've been following me all the way, what are you doing here without being purified? Amy mischievously teased, he. Camilla was still as persistent as ever. Oh, I came to say a final goodbye to you. Camilla was puzzled. Final goodbye. Amy smiled brightly. From now on, I will pursue my dreams. Because I have nothing to hold on to anymore, I will be free to roam the continent. Traveling everywhere has been my dream for a long time, especially to historical sites. Camilla didn't try to stop her. You've thought this through, right? Amy said, I thank you for stopping my brother's crime and avenging me. I will never forget this for the rest of my life. Camilla gladly accepted, smiling as she bid farewell to Amy. Have fun, and let's not meet again. By now, Amy was already distancing herself. What? That's too much. Well, I'll come back to see you after my trip ends. Take care until then, Camilla. Amy waved at her. Camilla stood there silently, lost in thought. She was happy for Amy, she didn't need to come back, but if she really did, I would like to hear her travel stories, just keep it brief. A few days later, Duke Davlin's birthday party took place. The palace was lavishly decorated with all sorts of exquisite delicacies. Additionally, professional musicians were invited to perform for the distinguished guests. Camilla unexpectedly appeared with Duke Sophia. She was beautiful, radiant, and elegant, attracting all the guests' attention. As soon as Camilla stepped out, she became the center of the party. Oh, did Miss Camilla just walk by? She looks so different. Oh my, that lady is stunning. Camilla was still annoyed. I don't want to be here. But since the invitation came directly from Duke Davlin, I had no choice, plus, I came with Dad and had no opportunity to refuse. She angrily thought of her two brothers at home. Ravi was busy studying and didn't come, while Ludwig claimed he had an important practice session. She clenched her fists and silently complained. Those two managed to escape safely. Duke Sophia turned to her and said, Camilla, what a beautiful day today. Camilla quickly changed her expression. Yes, father, she adjusted her thoughts. No, think positively, spending time with Dad is good. But the reason I feel uncomfortable is because of that child. From a distance, Eliza was watching Camilla. Duke Sophia and Camilla finally arrived before Duke Davlin. Camilla bowed respectfully, thanking him for the invitation. Upon seeing her, Duke Davlin turned to greet her. You've arrived. Camilla, welcome, I've been waiting for you. Betro politely bowed, then praised, Miss Camilla, you look beautiful today. Camilla smiled brightly at this and politely thanked him. Thank you. Eliza was hiding behind Betro, her eyes showing malice. She pretended to greet cheerfully, Sister Camilla. No longer shy, she immediately jumped into Camilla's arms. Wow, you're here. I've missed you so much, her eyes shining with indescribable joy. Camilla noticed Eliza's ploy and forced a smile. How funny, that kid actually hates me. People say there's no such thing as a cunning fox, this would suit Ravi perfectly. Duke Sepra had also arrived by now. Duke Davlin greeted him, but Duke Sepra merely grunted in acknowledgement. Camilla quickly realized that Asher wasn't there. Wow, he's the one who hates being associated with Betro. Duke Sepra noticed Camilla and turned to ask, Camilla, you're here too? Camilla politely replied, yes, how have you been lately? Upon seeing Luna, Camilla approached to pet her. You too, are you doing well? Thank you for your help last time. The red bird nearby couldn't help but feel jealous. What? Why are the two of you so close? She pretends not to know me, but why is she welcoming this one? At that moment, Duke Sophia intentionally mocked, looks like he's happier for my daughter than I am. Duke Davlin retorted, of course, I'm the star of the party. The atmosphere between them was charged with tension. All the guests were now looking at Camilla. They were enviously exclaiming, Miss Camilla is surrounded by dukes, oh my, what's going on? Camilla sighed in exasperation, I've grown used to such gazes. It was a daily joy when I was a famous actress. Eliza, beside her, could no longer smile. The girl's expression turned grim, as if plotting something. Then Eliza continued to play the adorable little sister, suddenly hugging Camilla's arm, surprising her. Sister, let's go meet my friends now, without waiting for Camilla to respond. She turned to her father. Dad, can I take her with me? Camilla unexpectedly interrupted, wait a moment, and then pushed Eliza's hand away. The girl was bewildered. What? Camilla explained, wait, since today is his birthday, I need to give a gift. Camilla stepped forward, wishing the Duke a happy birthday. She took out a small box, saying, this is your gift. Inside was a brooch shaped like a bird with a brilliant green gem. The Duke was taken aback, stuttering, this. Camilla explained, it has protective magic, it will protect you, Duke. The guests erupted in laughter. Oh dear, it's ridiculous, you can't cast magic on something so small. It's said that the stronger the magic, the larger the gem. How could Camilla have something so miraculous? Clearly fake. Duke Sepra then spoke up to deny the rumors. I assure you of its quality, as I cast the spell on that brooch. Duke Sophio, who adored his daughter, couldn't hide his jealousy and questioned, wait, have you been in contact with my daughter all this time? Duke Sepra clarified, she proposed the idea of turning the magic stone into a brooch, and she sought my advice, because I'm skilled in this area. Upon hearing this, Duke Sophio raised his voice, so you know then, while lifting his cloak. I also received a gift. He proudly showcased his tiger brooch as a trophy. My brooch also contains magic. My daughter pinned it on my chest. Duke Sophio was so pleased his nose nearly touched the clouds, while Camilla felt embarrassed. Thinking although it resembled a king, her father's behavior was rather childish. Camilla glanced at the crowd still lively in discussion. She wanted to dispel the rumors. Is anyone going to do that? We all hope our loved ones remain unharmed. Hearing these sincere words, all the guests admired her, even Duke Sophio looked moved. Betro beside her couldn't hide his infatuation. Feeling accomplished, Camilla smirked, why did I give such a valuable gift to Duke Davlin? You don't think I gave it for its beauty, do you? The backstory is long. Something I've overlooked for too long. It became an advertisement for my brooch and spread rapidly. Besides, I also gifted it to Ludwig as a present. It will soon be popular among knights. Duke Davlin pondered over the brooch for a moment. Then he laughed heartily, thank you, I really like it. On the contrary, Eliza was feeling ignored. Seeing everyone surrounding Camilla, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Why was Camilla stealing the spotlight? Eliza flashed a wicked smile. Camilla, you've become quite arrogant during our time apart, haven't you? Then she hurriedly wanted to drag her away. Sister, come on, everyone is waiting for you. Camilla played along with her. Oh really? I'm looking forward to it, she said, but in her heart, she could see through Eliza's motives. What would the little one do today? I'm quite curious. In the past, on the day of the welcome party for new students, Eliza had surprised Camilla with a gift. Eliza, are you really giving this to me? Of course, I'm giving it to you because I want to get close to you. If you wear it at the party, my brother might confess to you, as he secretly likes you. Camilla, at that time, naively had no suspicions. She easily fell for Eliza's sweet words. On that day, she became the laughingstock of the entire party. No matter how foolish Camilla was, she couldn't help but feel strange, and the only reason she was fooled despite knowing was that she didn't want to think poorly of Betro's sister, Eliza. She recalled Eliza's gaze back then. Brother, that's Camilla, right? Returning to the present, Camilla Sophio, you fool. I can't believe I was tricked by such an obvious ploy, what a total idiot. At that moment, Eliza had brought her to her group of friends. Welcome. Everyone has been waiting, it's been a while, are you happy? Camilla revealed a sly smile, her voice dripping with sarcasm, while fixing her hair. Of course, I can see the cheerful faces of all of them. Deep down, she was contemplating how to deal with these kids. That afternoon, in the garden, Eliza clasped her hands and said sweetly, "Sister, I heard you topped the chart this time, congratulations." Camilla responded with a faint smile, "Thank you." The girls around her expressed their admiration, "That's amazing. How did you achieve such high scores?" "We are all surprised." A girl with dark hair spoke up, "Actually, Camilla's scores weren't very high before, which is why those strange rumors keep spreading." Camilla thought to herself, trying to play that game, then she heard the other girl continue, "Haven't you heard? There was cheating on this test." Eliza feigned anger, "Really? Who did that?" Camilla smirked inwardly, "It's definitely her, this is just a performance. But they are younger than I thought." Well, if it were before, this would have been enough. Camilla really liked Betro, and she couldn't even respond to his sister, Eliza. She must have felt very lonely. "But that's not me." Thinking this, she spoke up, "Right, you all should cheat a little too." The group looked surprised at her, and Camilla confidently continued, "You don't even need to raise your heads to check your scores since they are so poor." She bluntly listed their ranks: 127, 107, 97, and 117. "With such results, shouldn't you all try harder to cheat?" She pointedly asked, instead of pretending, "Why don't you improve your knowledge?" Eliza retorted, "You're being a bit harsh." Camilla laughed mockingly, "What? Are you about to cry?" Eliza, provoked, became even angrier. Camilla just smiled inwardly. "It seems you're trying to gloss over everything by shedding tears. Darling, your acting is on another level, and you don't even realize it will harm your family more. Learn from me how to act." So she knocked over a teacup onto the floor. Eliza was startled, unsure of what she was planning to do. The fathers of both girls rushed over upon hearing the noise, asking what was wrong, and if anyone was hurt. Seeing his daughter with her head down, he worriedly called her name. Then he approached her kindly and asked, "What's wrong, dear?" Camilla looked up with tear-filled eyes and said, "Father, I cheated. I've been rumored to be at fault, I'm truly sorry." Her father embraced her, comforting her, and asked who dared to say such things. Camilla immediately pointed to Eliza and her friends behind her, "It's them." As soon as her father saw this, he angrily called her name. Camilla cheerfully called out to her father, glad that he would defend her. However, moments later, she saw her father sternly asking, "What have you done? Why are the guests like this?" Eliza was taken aback and couldn't utter a word. Her father then spoke, "I sincerely apologize, it's my fault for not raising my daughter properly, I hope you both understand." Eliza was both wronged and embarrassed, unable to speak. After understanding the situation, she pressed her lips together, suppressing her rising anger. Then she turned and left, leaving Camilla and her father standing there. Camilla achieved her goal and smirked, "If you're sad, then cry louder." A little while later, she walked alone down the hallway, feeling relaxed after escaping. However, she suddenly stopped when she noticed a sword in a glass case. It looked familiar. Where had she seen it? She clearly remembered an image she had seen that day. At that moment, someone approached and said, "That's Sir Dino. He is the creator of my family's swordsmanship," said Betro as he appeared. Camilla asked in disbelief, "Sir Dino? What about this sword?" Betro replied, "That's the sword he always carries, known as the Guardian Sword." Camilla was a bit surprised, the Guardian Sword. With spirit beasts and now the Guardian Sword. Betro continued, "It's a precious sword, even mentioned in ancient texts. They say it chooses its master and warns of impending danger. It only reacts when the chosen one touches it. Unfortunately, no one has been chosen by the sword yet." Camilla pondered, "Even Sir Dino has not been chosen." At this point, Betro asked, "I heard about what happened with Camilla, are you okay?" Camilla responded with a faint smile, "Of course I'm fine, I was just acting. I wanted to trouble your sister for what she did to me." Betro, half believing her, asked again, "Really?" Camilla felt even more confident in her assumptions. She sensed something and realized she was right. Although Eliza pulled Camilla here and there, she didn't seem interested at all. She didn't really care about Camilla. Betro wondered, weren't you both on good terms before? Why the sudden change? Camilla smiled, it doesn't matter anymore, there's no need to act now. Betro silently gazed at the intriguing girl before him. Just then, Eliza appeared, softly calling, Camilla. I'm sorry, my friend wants to apologize too, will you come with me? Camilla then separated from Betro and followed Eliza. However, she quickly noticed Eliza's tightly clenched hand and secretly laughed, saying sorry, but holding her hand like that. Camilla couldn't help but laugh at Eliza's confusion. What's wrong with you? Camilla replied with a faint smile, I'm just curious, what else is going on with you? Upon hearing her question, Eliza immediately showed a displeased expression. Camilla secretly mocked, you can't hide your emotions like that. I should give you a few lessons in acting, she sighed, those with minds full of useless things doing such blatant acts. Upon hearing this, Eliza excitedly asked, do you know who I am? Camilla unabashedly replied, the sycophant of the Gavelin family, a pathetic beggar without dignity. Or ranked 117 in the midterm. Eliza furiously shouted, you just said all that. Betro stood below, unexpectedly witnessing the chaos unfolding above. His sister Eliza had turned violent, pushing Camilla down the stairs. Betro panicked, shouting loudly for Camilla. Eliza lost her temper and shouted, what did you just say? Just then, Betro turned to look. As Camilla fell, she still smiled inwardly, thinking, you'll fall if I dodge, and then you'll blame me for pushing you. Being hurt is fine, I don't want to be misunderstood. Let's see who wins, little fox. Eliza stared blankly at the person she had just pushed down. After a few seconds, Camilla was slightly surprised to open her eyes. What's going on? I'm not hurt at all. Upon fully opening her eyes, she was surprised to find Betro had caught her in time and was now worried. Oh my, are you okay? Camilla replied, thanks to you. Hearing her response, he sighed in relief. What a relief. Hold my hand, this will be dealt with officially soon. Upon finishing, he glared coldly at where his sister stood. Camilla was startled and paled. What's that? My brother has never glared at me like that. This can't be true, he must side with her. She thought, you still have a long way to go. A few days later, an official apology letter arrived from the Gavelin family, along with a mountain of flowers. Eliza had been grounded and was not allowed to leave her room for some time. Of course, she couldn't even appear at school. Duke Sophio complained about Eliza's terrible temperament. Meanwhile, Betro, the one who could still smile while killing, was unexpectedly seen angry with his beloved sister. What was wrong with him? Eliza was extremely shocked. Camilla was sorting through the pile of gifts, unsure of what to do with them. Just then, Jimmy brought her books. Miss, I've brought the books you requested. These are the books related to the Guardian Sword. Camilla looked at the stack of books and asked in confusion, is this all the related books? She suddenly thought, should I give up? No, I'll read them all. After all, she was worried and decided to investigate herself. If I delve into the Guardian Sword, perhaps I'll find something. The portrait and the sword I saw in the banquet hall that day, I've never seen them before, but they felt very familiar. I need to discover that feeling of déjà vu. I need to investigate Duke Gavelin. Darua pondered after hearing this. Duke Gavelin, huh? Camilla nodded. He's the former leader, so I wonder if Darua knows what Duke Sophio knows. Darua replied, all I know is that he has aged along with my lifespan. If it's about the Guardian Sword, the related books will be in the library. Why don't you search for them yourself? It turned out that was why she was reading those books. She thought to herself, I didn't know there would be this many. Besides, most of the others are written in ancient language. A few days later, Barry asked Camilla, aren't we looking at the map today? The Guardian Sword. Camilla nodded, do you know how to read ancient languages? Barry said, I learned a little while studying ancient cuisines, so I'm familiar with the ancient language. Camilla smiled, thinking, I'm proficient in ancient languages. She thought to herself, Camilla was the only one who found it interesting back then. She had a special talent for ancient languages. After Camilla received and read the books, he asked again, it seems like you're very interested in the Guardian Sword. Camilla asked, is there anyone else besides me reading these books? Jimmy nodded, yes, he's reading them too, it's young Master Ludwig. On the other side, Ludwig, wiping sweat, asked, does Camilla want to see me? Donna nodded, yes, Miss Camilla decided to stay in her room for a while after the incident at the banquet hall. At this moment, someone called Ludwig, please guide me next time. Unexpectedly, Ludwig declared, dismissed. The practice session ends here today. The crowd in the yard looked at each other in confusion. Really? What I just heard is true. Did Lord Ludwig end the practice? After ordering everyone to disperse, he went over to Camilla for tea. Camilla thought to herself, I never thought he would come so quickly, I'm surprised. I always thought Ludwig was angry with me. Now it seems that's not the case. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Seeing her silently staring at him for a long time, Ludwig broke the silence, what's the matter? Camilla asked him, brother, I heard you've studied the Guardian Sword, the one in the Gavelin Hall now. Ludwig asked her in surprise, what do you want to know? Betra replied, yes, she's curious about your thoughts after reading these books. Ludwig replied in a deep voice, if you've read all the ancient books, you might know one thing. The location of the Guardian Sword. Long ago, when the Empire was first established, there was an organization that shook the nation, Everbri, a religious organization with the saying, if you follow the god Eva, you will gain eternal life. Many worshipped Eva for eternal life. The eternal life that the Eva religion portrayed was actually the power of immortality. Everyone was very enthusiastic. But there was a problem with that power. The immortal life they received was the power gained from sacrificing the lives of others. The sacrificed were mostly the poor with no one to protect them. The religion eventually became the source of conflict and war, but in troubled times, a hero emerged who ended the long war and destroyed all dark forces. That person was called Ma. The Guardian Sword is Ma's sword. However, after the war ended, Ma disappeared, and the sword was believed to have vanished with him. But you can't find it. The Guardian Sword is often mentioned for choosing its own master. Although many have come to the same place, why is it only he who can find it, Dino? Camilla continued with a faint smile, moreover, you already know. Although Gavelin sought the Guardian Sword, the reason he wasn't chosen was that he didn't deserve it. Ludwig said, if you're interested in the Guardian Sword, this is easy to deduce, but you might know why everyone remains silent. Camilla responded, because it's a matter of Gavelin, meaning this is not something everyone can intervene in unless permitted. I agree with that, but as the afternoon descended upon the old castle, Camilla approached a ghost, thinking, a person from that long history, isn't that the issue appearing before me? If I want to know, I have to directly ask that person. So she didn't hesitate to call out, over there, the one with the sword piercing the chest. Are you Lord Dino Gavelin? She quietly asserted, the Guardian Sword is the only light saving the world from darkness. I have no choice but to seek it, as that sword feels very familiar to me. The ghost replied, yes, I am Dino Gavelin, you are speaking with me. Can you see me? That's amazing. Seeing him so cheerful, Camilla secretly smiled. His way of speaking was more relaxed than she had expected. She got straight to the point, the truth is the Guardian Sword chooses its master. Right? Dino replied, who doesn't know that? Camilla asked further, do you know why no one has been able to find the sword for so many years? That's because only the one deemed its master can find it. However, Lord Dino returned with the sword in hand, not as its master. Dino replied, because the chosen master has died. I had a twin brother who died a long time ago. The Guardian Sword, the only light that can save a world engulfed in darkness, chose me as its master, and the sword pierced through me. He recalled the distant memory of practicing swordsmanship with his brother in the yard. All admiring eyes were on him. Incredible. Truly, Lord Dino, is it possible for such a swordsman to exist? He is a genius. Compared to him, Lord Mihar is the eldest son, but they even thought that if Dino were here, Mihar could never become the family head. In the training yard back then, Dino had also overpowered and held a sword to his brother's neck. He then asked, Mihar, why are you so distracted? The result made the judges shout, Lord Dino wins. Seeing Mihar still sitting on the ground, he asked with concern, do you need my help? Mihar awkwardly smiled and declined. Shifting to another situation, Dino was now incredibly excited, shouting, look over there. The guardian sword has finally come here. The two brothers were at the edge of a rock. Mihar was slightly surprised to hear his brother's joy, thinking, the guardian sword. I don't see anything. Dino waved his hand, calling to him, it's over here. I will try to lift it. Mihar still confusedly asked, where is the sword? Dino held the sword with sparkling eyes, look. This is exactly what I read in the book, the glowing sword. Mihar, pale, realized that only Dino could see it. He suggested to his brother, can I try to hold it? Dino nodded, of course, here, you try. As soon as Mihar grasped it, he froze, realizing, the light is gone. Why? Dino, not thinking much, replied, perhaps the sword likes you more. Are you done? Now give it back to me. Mihar's face suddenly darkened, gritting his teeth, why is it always you who gets chosen? He realized everything belonged to Dino, their parents' love and care. The praise from everyone, and now even the guardian sword. Why can't I have anything? Mihar's eyes flashed with malice as he said, if only you weren't here. Thinking that, he swung the sword with the thought, everything will be mine if only you didn't exist. Then he thrust the sword toward his brother's left chest. At that moment, Dino looked on in disbelief. He fell backward, only able to call his brother's name. He tumbled down the abyss. Mihar stood above, not blinking as he watched his brother fall. After a while, he trembled and crouched down, but it was too late to save him. Since then, the guardian sword no longer shone. People saw Mihar rejoicing, chatting, Lord Dino has returned. They were relieved, he had survived. Thank goodness it was Mihar who left, not Dino. Naturally, everyone thought the one who returned was Dino. Their father immediately knew. He surely knew what was happening, but he did nothing about Mihar's accident. He chose to remain silent because he could not lose his remaining son. The one who returned with the sword, Dino, not Mihar, was a great family head. He had wide connections, was kind, and was praised by many for successfully leading the family, but only under the name Dino. Dino now laughed mockingly and asked, isn't it interesting how people remember us by different names? At first, I cursed Mihar, wondering why I had to die, and spoke ill of him many times. I felt upset and angry. Camilla spoke up, why did Mihar pretend to be you his whole life? Dino replied, what do you think he felt being called by the name of the person he killed? That was a punishment he inflicted upon himself, he chose it. So foolish. I believe Mihar has paid the price. I know the looks and words surrounding him, I can't hate him. Time has passed so much. Camilla wondered, then why are you still here? Dino smiled and answered, because I like this sword. I cannot leave because I really like this sword. I still cannot use it properly because no one is my match, no human can defeat me. Camilla smiled wryly, feeling frustrated. It was even more irritating because she could not refute that. The genius of swords and the founder of the Javelin family swordsmanship, Dino had achieved the title of swordsmanship master at Camilla's age. At this point, Camilla pondered, isn't being a swordsmanship master too common? Is it really that rare? Thinking that, she called out, Dino. Do you want to wield a sword for real? A moment later, shifting to Ludwig's training yard. Ludwig asked her skeptically, do you want to fight me? Camilla nodded affirmatively, yes, with you. She smiled to herself, even though there are many swordsmanship masters around me, I have a reason to choose Ludwig. He's the only one who would take me seriously. At this moment, Ludwig asked his sister, why do you want to spar with me? Camilla quickly came up with a reason, because I want to test my limits. Ludwig warned, you might get hurt. Camilla replied, anyone who holds a sword shouldn't fear getting hurt. Ludwig helplessly nodded, all right, come back when I finish my practice. Let me know when you're ready, he said. At that moment, Camilla suddenly felt deeply regretful. I must be crazy for suggesting this, it wasn't because I'm a witch or anything. Well, since Camilla wanted to become a knight, she'd be thrilled if she could master something for a while. She then asked the ghost next to her, Zeno, are you ready? Zeno eagerly possessed her, why would I refuse? Let's do this. He chuckled and drew his sword. Standing tall, Camilla said, I'm ready. At this moment, Zeno had already possessed her. Ludwig turned to look at his sister without saying a word. Camilla fearlessly charged at him with her sword. The two swords clashed, producing a sharp sound. Ludwig looked surprised. Before he could think further, Camilla attacked again. Ludwig was astonished and thought, Camilla, how are you able to use these techniques? The sibling fight became increasingly thrilling. Zeno was excited, thinking, when was the last time I wielded a sword? This is so fun. With energy surging, she swung her sword wildly. Zeno was thrilled. I can't believe I'm finally battling an opponent as formidable as me. I've really missed fights like these. The fight went on until Ludwig's sword broke. He gasped, Camilla, you're pretty good. Camilla smiled confidently, it's just my skill. Zeno thought to himself, it's embarrassing that the fight ended already, but I should be satisfied. Well done, Camilla. As soon as he finished speaking, Camilla suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. She felt her whole body falling apart. Barry worriedly asked, are you okay? Camilla, dizzy, replied, do I look okay to you? A little later, at the Sofo estate, Duke Sofo angrily asked Ludwig, what were you thinking? Have you lost your mind? How hard did she train to end up like this? Even though you're my son, I can't overlook this incident. Hearing his voice, Camilla suddenly opened her eyes. Who is the Duke scolding? She quickly sat up and said, wait, it's not his fault. I was the one who insisted on training. Camilla's face was pale as she endured the pain. The pain made it hard to breathe. Her condition was worse than she thought. Duke Sofo sighed and asked, are you sure? Then he hugged his daughter tightly, thank goodness. The accident at the party, and now this. You really worry me. I was afraid you wouldn't wake up. Camilla, feeling emotional, replied, I'm sorry, father. Duke Sofo then turned to blame his son, no matter how much she insisted, proper training is fundamental, Ludwig. I'll let it slide this time. After the Duke left, Ludwig asked her, are you okay? Camilla nodded, feeling guilty toward him. He had told her beforehand about the training session. I can't believe he kept the truth hidden despite being misunderstood. I'm so grateful, yet I still feel guilty. With one matter resolved, Camilla turned to look behind her. At this moment, two old ghosts were scolding the new ghost, why did you do that? How could you take advantage of an untrained body like that? You really enjoyed controlling her body just because she gave you permission, huh? Zeno regretfully replied, I couldn't control myself, so I have nothing to say. I'm sorry. The two spirits angrily said, even as a ghost, you should have a conscience. After being scolded for a while, Zeno indignantly asked, wait, who are you? Why are you scolding me? Do I have to apologize to both of you now? Seeing this, Camilla stepped in and introduced them, they are like family to me. The two older ghosts were so touched they started to cry, family. Zeno approached her and sincerely said, I'm sorry. And thank you. It's been a long time since I last wielded a sword. It was a fantastic fight. Camilla smiled at him, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Zeno promised, next time, I'll be more careful. I got too excited last time and couldn't control myself, but from now on, I'll check your condition first. Seeing her look at him, he paused and asked, did I say something wrong? Camilla was puzzled. If you're satisfied, shouldn't you be leaving by now? Zeno replied, but I still haven't fully enjoyed swinging my sword yet. A little later, Camilla brought a delicious pudding into Ludwig's room and said, brother, it's me. I made this pudding. You should try it. Then she began to look around the room. This is my first time in Ludwig's room. I never interacted much with him except for the time I nearly died in his arms. Then she turned back to him and said, I guarantee it's delicious, so go ahead and try it. Seeing him eat, she hesitated before asking, do you have anything you want to ask me? She thought to herself, it's been 5 days since our duel, but Ludwig hasn't asked me anything. Even though Camilla, someone with no talent in swordsmanship, used the Javelin family's techniques, I'm sure he has a lot of questions. Surprisingly, Ludwig asked her back, would you answer if I asked? Camilla immediately nodded, of course I would. Ludwig smiled enigmatically, you wouldn't lie, would you? Camilla hesitated, well. She was confused, how could I tell him about Dina? That's impossible. Ludwig smiled faintly, if you don't want to say it, then you don't have to. In the future, if there's something hard to talk about, it's okay not to tell me. However, I don't want you to feel pressured. If you choose not to say it, I'll be fine with that. Camilla smiled gratefully, thank you, brother. She thought to herself, thank you. Even though it was a ridiculous request, you still dueled me and didn't press me with tough questions. I am truly grateful. She smiled and promised, next time, I'll make another one for you. Then she noticed the vase on the table. Are those mist flowers I gave you before? She hadn't realized he had kept them. Ludwig unexpectedly said, I like dried flowers. Camilla thought she misheard and asked again, not knowing why he suddenly mentioned dried flowers. After a while, she stood up to say goodbye, well, I'll be going now, brother. After she left, for some reason, Ludwig kept staring at the vase, smiling mysteriously. Returning home, Camilla thought happily, he finished it all. Of course, it was delicious, with Barry's help. Next time, I'll make him another one. Her brother beside her asked, why did you come from over there? Camilla replied, I made pudding for Ludwig, why? Her brother, jealous, asked, why didn't you make one for me? Camilla shot back, why should I? Her brother laughed helplessly, I heard you fainted while training. You should relax. Camilla squinted at him, are you teasing me? At least I could beat you, right? If you beat me in a duel, I'll make one for you. Her brother frowned, where do you get that confidence? Camilla countered, you always rely on magic, so you won't beat me. Their back and forth made Dina, who was nearby, burst out laughing. The scene quickly shifted to the next morning. Hey, rich lady. Asian called from behind. Camilla grinned smugly, yes, I'm very rich. Asian laughed, you only smile like that when I tease you. He thought silently, I know she's fearless, but thinking of handling that murderer alone. He wanted to say something, but now there was nothing left to say, so he casually asked, what do you plan to do with that money? Camilla grinned mischievously, this money, huh? Asian couldn't help but remind her, don't smile like that. It turned out that Duke Sephira had sent this, as the first month's revenue from selling those products. Moreover, the magical brooch introduced at the Duke Javelin's birthday party was now in high demand, even though it wasn't officially on sale. Just the mana stones alone were bringing in a fortune, despite not being magical artifacts. Thinking about how much she earned just from mana stones, Camilla couldn't stop smiling. Asian glanced at her, do you like it that much? Camilla replied, should I hate it? Be reasonable. Asian asked, are you so obsessed with money that it drives you? Camilla, annoyed, said, you could get punched for saying that. But I guess you don't get it since you've never had money. Asian replied, if anyone heard you, they'd think you were poor before. Unexpectedly, Camilla responded, me? I was poor when I was little. I entered the Duke's estate when I was 7. Asian was surprised and asked, what? Camilla mused, it's not a lie. Before I met the Duke, I was very poor. One day, we found the Duke collapsed on the street, and from then on, Duke Sophiel and my mother were connected by fate. The Duke fell in love with her kind heart and beauty, and they married. Honestly, I think there was a reason she helped him, because he looked like a rich man. There had to be a reason she spent our meal money to buy him expensive medicine. Asian awkwardly scratched his head, I didn't know that. Camilla smiled nonchalantly, handing him a check, forget it. Here, give this to the Duke. Asian was puzzled, why? He told me to give it to you. Camilla said, he can keep it for now. I'll take it back later. Honestly, she already had a new plan. She remembered Duke Sephiroth's words from earlier, people's interest in mana stones is higher than expected. Eventually, it's going to spark some discussions if you keep managing the family's revenue. It's fine now because the mana stones are being distributed by a joint venture, but once demand rises, management issues might arise. So, I have a suggestion. Why don't you start your own business and manage it yourself? The suggestion made Camilla excited, a business. The Duke nodded, of course, I know you're wary of public appearances. That's why I'll introduce you to a trustworthy person who can teach you how to run a business. Thinking about it, Camilla thought happily, that's not a bad idea. This money will be the foundation for my business. If I give it to the Duke, he'll understand my intentions. Just then, Asian spoke up, by the way, you have more troublesome things around you than I thought. Camilla looked in the direction Asian was pointing. Seeing the two people staring, Dina was surprised, what? He can see me too. Camilla scowled, that's why I told you not to follow me. Hearing that, Asian darkened and asked, he followed you even though you told him not to. Camilla hurriedly explained, no, he's the ghost who's close to me. The ghost and Asian exchanged unfriendly glances, just as someone called out, Lady Camilla. Leila appeared, beaming as she approached Camilla, there you are. I've been looking for you. His expression at that moment was colder than the coldest heart. Camilla sighed inwardly in frustration, relax a bit, bro. He didn't even pay any attention to Leila, even though he had once fallen for her. In her previous life, Leila was the only one who could calm him down when Duke Sephiroth passed away, although things are different now. Duke Sephiroth is still alive and well, and he hasn't gone mad anymore, so maybe he doesn't need Leila now. Seeing her deep in thought, Leila asked with concern, are you worried about something? If so. A moment later, they walked together to a grassy field. Leila set out the cakes she made for everyone, including the dessert Camilla loved. Camilla groaned, Leila, you're going to make me gain weight. Leila laughed, you need to put on a little weight. As Camilla took a bite, she suddenly remembered the person beside her. She offered the plate to him, try this, Asian. Asian coldly refused, I don't like sweets. Camilla asked curiously, but you finished everything I brought last time. Asian, embarrassed, said, that was because of you. Camilla waited for him to continue, but instead, he just sighed at the silly girl in front of him. Camilla thought suspiciously, he ate it last time, so why is he acting like this now? He's the one who needs to gain weight. Then, she suddenly shoved the cake into his mouth, say ah. Seeing his displeased expression, Camilla wondered in confusion, does he really dislike it that much? She still remembered that last time, since Shio had already eaten. Asian had eaten everything she brought, enjoying every bite at the time. Seeing his expression as if he wanted to spit it out, Camilla silently cursed, weird guy, but still kindly handed him a drink, here, have some water. Leila smiled as she watched the two teasing each other. Then she suddenly remembered and asked Camilla, oh, have you heard? The royal family is organizing a hunting competition soon. Camilla was startled, right, I forgot. The person Camilla had the most strained relationship with was the crown prince of the empire, Edison de Faber. He had golden hair and eyes, a trait passed down through generations of the royal family. And he was the first to truly deserve the throne. And that crown prince had sent her a handwritten letter. The reason the crown prince despised Camilla so much that he couldn't bear to see her was because he naturally looked down on her. He would send invitations to all the family members except Camilla. Yet this time, the crown prince personally wrote and sealed an invitation to Camilla. She was incredibly curious, wondering what the prince was plotting now.